Okay, so we have started the recording as well. So, guys, this session is recorded. Once the recording is processed, it will be put on YouTube, okay, for you to watch it later on. As the messages suggest, as the legacy suggests, uh, Spooktacular Nights is basically a night where all of us sit around, huddle around this virtual fire that you can see. Yeah, sure, Abhay. That is what I'm doing. So, Spectacular Nights, as you can see this virtual fire on the screen, it is all about storytelling. Sahityaka is the literary society of IIT and link we'll be sharing. Anjali, we'll be sharing the link, and so this session is totally dedicated towards telling stories. Us being the literary society, we focus on writing, reading, and recitation and oration. So stories are going to be. This is not movie night, Vishal. No. So stories are going to be that. Stories are definitely going to be spooky, as the name suggests. And hello, Ashwin. Thank you for joining. And we will be celebrating everything that is horror, that is supernatural, because all of us have grown up listening to such stories, right? We all have had such, we all might not have had such experiences, but our grandparents and koi bhi sunayega. Yes, Shubham, koi bhi. It is open to everyone. It is not a competitive event. It is a very casual event. All will be having discussions. Okay, everyone gets a chance to tell their story, anything that they have heard or their anecdote. Okay, so किसी के लिए कोई रोक टोक नहीं है. Everyone can tell their story. Okay, but we have to ensure that we are going to follow the rules and the regulations. We won't be making fun of. Thank you, Pritod. Thank you, Pritodip. That's really kind of you. We won't be making fun of any caste, creed, religion, or sexual orientation. We will be good. We will be gentle and kind towards each other because we are here to tell stories and listen tales from others. Okay. So thank you very much, guys, for joining. I hope you guys are done with your dinner. Does anyone have any queries? Please let me know. And if we are done, then we can start. No, Abhay. I mean, that is definitely a good idea, but we feel that since the vibe of this event is to scare, is to creep out people, so I would request if you have a spooky story, it would be better if you tell it in a in a spooky manner at least. Okay, so yeah, thank you. So so that was a good question, guys. Okay, so if you have any genuine questions like this, kindly ask. Sanskar is asking, can we put the snap of meat in Instagram story? Um, Meenu, Shreya, anyone? Could you answer this one?
Yeah, Sanskar, you can go ahead. Yeah, okay. And by the meantime, before we start, I would also request everyone who are comfortable enough to switch on their cameras as well, okay? Uh, we have kind of, this is the fourth time we are organizing it. And every time we have organized, we have kind of tried, different things. So, yeah, to scare people with so I would also request everyone else to switch on their cameras, okay, before we start. And I hope you guys have a spooky night tonight. Yeah, I tried.
Your makeup is awesome though.
Thank you. Thank you. Earlier I tried to blacken my whole eye, but later on I was like, it's looking weird. I went on with this. So,
He's trying to be realistic.
yeah.
सत्य कि भैया your face is not visible.
Yeah, I know. If it was visible, it would be too spooky. We have to balance it. So yeah, that is the thing. But thank you very much, guys, for joining. If you are comfortable enough, kindly turn your cameras on. As I mentioned, this is my foil. Sorry, I couldn't find. Yeah, but Ashwin noticed that halo of enlightenment, right? So thank you very much, Ashwin, for noticing that. Although the halo is in front of me, but jokes apart, people, thank you very much for joining. So let's start. Okay, and we are here to celebrate everything that is gothic, that is supernatural, and that is macabre, right? And that is what we are trying to do. That is what we will be trying to do. So, fear, the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind, is fear. And the oldest and the strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown, right? So, all the stories that we are going to share tonight are about that unknown that might have scared us when we were children, that might be scaring us still today. Okay, so I can see the chat box is really, really active, and yeah, thank you guys for joining. So, just to lead the thing, कोई साहित्य का link भेज दो. I don't. Okay, they have not joined it. Okay, so would someone be
Yes, yes, I'll do that. I'll do that. You continue. I'll reply in chats.
okay? Okay. So the thing is that we are going to tell each other some stories, and those stories are they should be a little bit scary, and they should start a discussion. Okay, and these stories could be a part of any nation, any caste, any creed. Okay, there is no such foundations to it, right? And having said that, the first story that I would like to share comes from Australia. And guys, I would request all of you, if you have your mics turned on, kindly turn them off. You can keep your cameras on, but I would request if you could kindly turn the mics off. Okay, thank you. So, Raja Meenakshi here. She is the new secretary of Sahityika. So, a lot of congratulations. Thank you very much. And Raja Meenakshi currently is at Australia. She has been in Australia for the longest time, and at right now, I think for us it's about 12. It's about 10:15, 15 past 10. But for her, it is past. What's the time there, Meenu, right now?
Oh, it's 3:30 a.m.
Oh, it's 3:30 a.m. at Meenu's place. So yeah, thank you for staying awake.
No, no,
So
no, no.
in tribute, I would like to share a story that actually happened in Australia. Okay, so somewhere in South Australia, a small town holds a mystery in the. Okay, I think so. Guys, who could you kindly look at the people who are trying to join? Deny them if they are using their personal mail IDs. Okay, right. So somewhere in, as I mentioned, somewhere in the southern part of Australia, there's a small town, and that town holds a mystery in its palm. And this mystery is the disappearance of a young woman in October 2016. This disappearance turned the residents and the local police questioning that what happened in the small town of Waterville and what happened to the Waterville runner, as the woman is known as. Now, speaking of Australia, there is no denying that Australia is a stunningly beautiful place, as it is unique. Most of us have seen it in Discovery and National Geographic, probably. Some of us, like Minu, have been fortunate enough to visit the place by themselves. So there's no denial that Australia is as stunningly beautiful as it is unique. From its weird and wonderful wildlife to its rich and diverse landscapes. Unlike those of any other nation, the land down under, which is Australia is commonly referred to as, the land down under truly is one of a kind. And Yet such a huge landmass has such a relatively small population. The country's interior, which is known as the outback, it is a boiling, inhospitable desert. And so more than 24 million people live their lives around the outskirts or around this outback in more forgiving climates, which range from tropical to temperate. I hope you guys know what tropical and temperate areas are. Now, many towns and thank you, Nilesh. That's really kind of you. Many towns and cities are at vast distances from each other, and these towns and cities are divided across just 6 states. So you can imagine how many states and union territories India has, but Australia has only 6 states, and every city and town is divided into these states. So it's a truly fascinating place. Now, Australia is also a bit of an enigma, much like the story that I'm going to tell you guys. And this story was told to me by a dear friend of mine. His name is Sukhjit. He's pursuing his PhD in Australia. And this was told to him by his ex girlfriend. Okay. And her name was so her I don't think her name is important, but the story that happened to the person to whom this story happened, her name is Jenny Roth. Okay. And when this thing happened, she was 26 years old. Now the story actually takes place in this small town called Watervale. It is a very small town situated in the Clare Valley of southern part of Australia. It is a region that is famous for its vineyards and wine distilleries. Okay, वहाँ पे wine की production काफी होती है. It all began on the evening of 29th September 2016. Jenny had not lived in the area long, just a couple of months. She had moved to this place called Watervale with her girlfriend, Abigail. And they moved there because they wanted to be close to Abigail's terminally ill father. And the problem came from the fact that Jenny was a city girl, and she was one since the day of her birth. And the quietness of the countryside had been something of a shock to the system. The nights were dark, darker than anything, and I'm pretty sure many of you who have a native place in some rural areas, if you guys have visited those places in summer times, you might have seen a lot of stars, and you would know how dark the night gets, darker than the night you find in the cities, of course. The nights were dark, darker than anything, and she had darker than anything she had ever known. And life away from the hustle and bustle of a big city was not only an inconvenience for her but also terribly boring. Now, किसी भी जगह की तरह अगर किसी जगह की बुराइयां होती हैं, if there are some cons, there has to be some pros, right? So there were upsides to this relatively isolated location as well. The air was fresh and clean, the landscapes were beautiful, and there was harmony. People cared for each other, unlike cities where nobody gives a damn. So a peacefulness was there to everything in Watervale. And she was very happy the first time, when she heard the chorus of crickets after sunset. She was grinning from ear to ear. And the people, as I mentioned, were much friendlier. They had only been living there for, like, Jenny and Abigail were living there for a few days, and only in those few days the neighbors started arriving at their doorstep saying hello and welcoming them to their small town. And not only this, Jenny had struck up a friendship with her neighbor. Her name was Mary, or sometimes they used to call her Marie, right? So she had struck up something of a friendship with Murray from next door, and they would often catch each other for a chat whenever Jenny went outside for a smoke. Now, Murray, being outdoorsy type, was nearly always puttering around in the garden. She liked gardening, and she did digging, and all those things were her department. So she was always puttering around in the garden, weeding or digging or cutting the lawn. And Jenny used to come out for a smoke after dinner and they used to chat. Now, on this particular evening, Jenny stepped out onto the front porch for a customary post dinner cigarette to find that her neighbor, Mary, was getting ready to go for her evening run. So every day after the dinner, Mary used to go for a run while Jenny used to come out for a cigarette. She found that Mary was getting ready and they spoke casually for a few minutes. And as always, Mary invited Jenny to go along with her. Mary used to invite Jenny that, you should come with me for a run, right? And like every day, Jenny would politely decline. उसने मना कर दिया. Yeah, Preetodeep, the thing is in India, we tend to have dinner late. But in many Western countries, the night falls really fast. So they tend to have dinner by 7. So yeah, that sort of makes sense. But yeah, so as always, Jenny politely declined. She was not a runner per se. And but it wasn't she was not a runner, but she was not averse to the idea of running. But after 6 p.m. in the late September, the sun would be setting in little over an hour, and she already found the darkness and remoteness of the countryside unnerving. So she declined. Mary hopped off the porch and jogged away. She was like, okay, fine, you finish your cigarette, I'll go for the jog. And she left. Now, Jenny lit her cigarette and inhaled deeply as she watched her neighbor leave. जेनी को पता था कि shit, I'm getting a call. Just a second. Okay, I've put it on silence. Not the right time. So she knew where Murray was going. Jenny knew where Murray was going. Where did she go? Jenny का call आया. Where did Murray used to go? She usually went to the small town of Watervale along miles of dusty countryside roads. And these roads were open, surrounded by open fields, speckled with thickets of trees and small woodland. Beyond all that loomed a massive expanse of grassland, an untamed bush with only a few pockets of civilization dotting the landscape. As wide and stunning as it was intimidating. Now, Jenny could well appreciate why Murray insisted upon evening runs and wondered, yeah, don't do that. Jenny would, she could appreciate why Mary insisted upon evening run and wondered briefly whether she could ever get, used to living in a place like this far from the city. It was a nice change from what she and Abigail were used to, but something about this town made her feel exposed both mentally and physically. In the end, she decided no, besides anything else, there wasn't enough in this small town to keep her occupied. She thought, यहाँ पे कुछ होने नहीं वाला है. She's just here with her girlfriend ताकि उसके पापा जल्दी ठीक हो जाएं. जब तक उसके पापा ठीक नहीं होते, we'll stay there. She thought that this place is boring. Watervale was just one of those places where nothing ever happened. That is what she thought. And with that thought still echoing somewhere in the recesses of her mind, she stubbed out the butt of a cigarette and headed indoors completely unaware of just how wrong she would be. Now, coming to the morning of 30th September, this morning started out bright and clear, and Jenny was pulling freshly washed clothes out of the laundry room, and she took the clothes out because she wanted to hang them out in the backyard. She grabbed a cup of coffee along with the laundry basket and exited the house. to the side door and was surprised to see that Mary was sitting outside on the lawn. Now, Mary was stock still and staring at the ground. It was rare for, Jenny never saw her neighbor to be so early, and it was even more unusual to see her sitting doing nothing in particular because Murray was a very jolly woman and she was just sitting नीचे की तरफ देख के जेनी ने देखा वो बाहर बैठी हुई है and she was you know she knew that Murray was always attending to some chore or another. Jenny thought, nevertheless, she called her out. She greeted her, but Murray appeared not to have heard her. She called her again, and this time her friend stirred and shook her head as if she had just been pulled from some deep trance. Deep trance. Murray apologized, saying she must have been miles away, but this was all she said before she slipped back into the reverie again. Any attempts at idle chit chat, the attempts turned out to be in vain, as Jenny quickly realized that her friend was far too preoccupied for conversation. So उसने सोचा ठीक है भाई इसको बात नहीं करनी I'll just get done with my work. That is what she thought. But every now and then she glanced over the fence at Mary, who was just sitting in silence, frowning at the ground. Now, something was indeed troubling Mary. जेनी ने अपने सारे कपड़े वगैरह टांग दिए जो भी झूले हुए कपड़े थे and before heading indoors she decided that what, let's talk to her another time. Let's talk to her again. So Jenny stopped and considered her neighbor for a moment, then asked if everything was okay. And Mary simply said, I'm fine. But the thickness of Mary's voice as she spoke suggested otherwise. Needless to say, Jenny was not convinced and decided to push the boundaries of their newly formed friendship by probing what was on her mind. She was like, I'll just ask and ask and ask. But it didn't take a lot. It took a little persuasion, but after a minute or two of gentle encouragement, Murray's shoulders finally drooped in resignation, and she let her too soft but audible sigh. She decided to tell Jenny what had happened to her the previous night when she went for running. She said, you won't believe me, but then Roger didn't either, so what the hell? Roger was actually Murray's husband, and whatever had happened to Murray the last time, when she came back, she asked Roger. She told Roger what had happened, but Roger didn't believe him. So she was a little skeptical telling it to anyone else, right? But she was like, you know what, Roger is not going to believe me, so what the hell? I'll just tell you. So somewhat apprehensively, she began to relate what happened the night before. She told Jenny that while on her run the previous evening, she had been out a couple of miles west of this place called Spring Gully as the sun was just touching upon the horizon. And at that moment, she looked out across the wide open field to see three objects. She saw three objects in the field, and those objects were hovering close to the ground. तीन चीजें देखी उसने जो कि जमीन से जस्ट ऊपर हवा में तैर रहे थे and it was around 300 meters away from where she was, and once she saw those things she had stopped dead, just watching as they floated still and silent. These objects, they stayed there for about 2 or 3 minutes before moving off slowly. disappearing over the tree line at the other side of the field. Murray went on to say that they were not like any aircraft that she had ever seen. They were each about 50 feet wide, metallic, and circular in shape, and they didn't make any sound whatsoever, even as they moved. Even though she expressed that she didn't believe in aliens, she firmly believed that what she saw was not of this world. There was just something unnatural and ominous about the way they behaved, which had deeply affected her. Yeah, she found them otherworldly, exactly. And she was definitely affected by them. Although she had just seen them, she was definitely affected by them. Now, Jenny, after hearing this, didn't doubt her friend. She did not doubt her friend's story. इट्स ओके शिवम, कोई बात नहीं. आई गेस सब्जेक्टिव है. आपको ओपिनियन देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. आई गेस अगर आप यहाँ पे बने रहेंगे तो आपको शायद कुछ स्टोरीज अच्छी लग सकती हैं. सो इट्स ओके. इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि आपको मेरी स्टोरी डरावनी लगे. So, as I mentioned, she did not doubt it. Not only she was open-minded about the possibility of aliens and UFOs, मरी ने एक्चुअली बचपन में भी मरी ने भी खुद भी कुछ ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस किया था, although she never talked about it. She was just disturbed by her experience. As a result, she held off running for a while. तो जेनी ने क्या सोचा कि you know what, I am going to stop running for a while. So she held off running for a while afterwards, and it would be a couple of weeks before she worked up the courage to head back out that way. But gradually, things did return to normal. Marie's husband, Roger, on the other hand, still did not believe her, but that mattered little to her. Their relationship was strong enough for them to be open and honest with one another, and in any case, she did not need other people to believe her. She knew what she had seen. Her only hope was that she would never see them again, and for a while, at least, that much was true. Then, at around 9:30 p.m. on 21st of October, Jenny and Abigail were sitting on the sofa watching TV when they heard a hard knock at their door. It was Murray. She was bent forwards and gasping for air. And उनके जो husband थे, Roger, he was standing behind her. Okay? And he had this disapproving look on his face, as if he was embarrassed to be at Jenny and Abigail's place at 9:30 p.m. And जब जेनी ने पूछा कि भाई क्या हुआ, what is wrong, he straight away apologized for bothering them so late, and then said in a rather dismissive tone that, his wife had been hallucinating again. Now, breathlessly, Murray told him to shut up. She was like, you know what? You shut up. And then she turned to Jenny, and said they were there again. It seemed the objects had returned. So this was the second time that Murray had seen that. She had been running next to the same field where she had seen them for the very first time, when they suddenly appeared out of nowhere, quite literally. One minute there was nothing, and the next moment she saw them again, hovering low to the ground over the field and moving slowly towards her. Again she stopped dead in her tracks, and just like the first time, she was too stunned to move. But eventually she was so scared that panic got the better of her, and वो भागने लगी. She ran to a nearby thicket of trees, dived into the brush, and ducked out of the sight. Now the objects continued to move in towards her direction. So वो भाग के उन पेड़ों के बीच में छुप तो गई, but she saw that the objects were moving towards her direction and they had reached the trees. But तो जैसे उसने देखा कि they had reached the trees where she was hiding, she was scared. But much to her relief, they passed directly over her head and disappeared from view. But even after their disappearance, she waited for at least an hour before leaving the Pedowala area, and she then she came back to home running, and she kept on running until she reached the front door of the house. And when she told Roger what had happened, he didn't believe that she has seen UFOs twice. So that started an argument, and that argument was now continuing on Jenny and Abigail's porch. Now, much to the couple's embarrassment, they didn't know whether to intervene or let the two of them have it out right there on their doorstep. Maybe it was just the adrenaline, but Jenny ने notice किया कि Marie was not frightened. जब उसने पहली बार उन UFOs को देखा था, she was scared. But this time, she was not frightened. It seems that she was curious now, because this was the second time she saw them, and it was she was very curious regarding the same thing. And she decided कि वो अगली रात भी running के लिए जाएगी, and she will see what is going on over there. She challenged her husband actually कि भाई तुम चलो मेरे साथ. But that guy Roger, he wholeheartedly rejected, saying कि भाई I have better things to do, and I'm not going to go with you and entertain this non UFO nonsense, right? So with that, he apologized and he was like, dude, I'm not going. Okay, and then he went back to his place. Now Jenny said, you know what? I'll go. Okay, I'll go with you, Murray. And in the next evening, Abigail was also, they also asked Abigail, who was Jenny's girlfriend, they were like, you know what, you can come with us. But Abigail was pushing her mid 50s and she actually didn't relish the idea of a run. And she just declined the idea, chuckling to herself that no, I can't go and everything. And so on the evening of the 22nd of October, Jenny left Abigail at home and headed out with a neighbor up to the field where she had seen the strange object. But she couldn't see anything. And this happened for the next few days. But they never appeared. They did not appear. And now, after a week or two, Abigail was like, dude, you are going every night with her for a run. You should spend time with me. We have come here to spend some time. So she decided. So she decided, you know what? Although I believe that whatever Murray was telling was truth, her girlfriend was beginning to feel a little neglected, and they asked her that stop spending. She asked her for stop spending so much time with their neighbor. Murray, of course, understood and was determined to prove her husband was wrong. So she was like, "Okay, fine, Jenny, you don't have to come with me, but I need to look forward to what it is, and let's see." She had challenged her husband, and she wanted to find out what it was. Now, this challenge of her, this decision of her, it was a course of action that would actually end in tragedy in the early morning hours of 30th of October. Jenny recalls it was 1:13 a.m. at the night. She precisely recalls. She and Abigail, they were awoken by a loud thumping on the front door. It was Roger, and he looked utterly distressed. Is Marie here? She asked. Jenny shook her head, saying that no, she wasn't, and come to think of it, neither she nor Abigail had seen her all evening. Roger told them that she had gone out for her usual run at 6 p.m., but she had not returned, and that he didn't know where she was. He fell asleep, and after 11 p.m., he woke up, but she was still not here. And after waiting for a while at 1 a.m., he realized that, okay, now this is serious. So he panicked at length. He said that he was going to drive to the roads where Murray had been running, and as he was not sure of the exact route she would have taken, he asked Jenny if she would go along with him. Now, even though it was late, both she and Abigail agreed to help. It took them about an hour to reach the field where Murray previously said she had seen the objects, mostly because Roger had been driving really slow. Okay? He was calling out her name. He was scared. He was crying. He was calling out her name and shining his torch into the fields, here and there in the hedges, among the trees. There was no sign of her whatsoever. Now, as it was getting on for 4 a.m., they had to abandon the search and drove back to town, hoping against hope that they would find Murray at home safe and sound. But as they reached home, they found that it was still dark. No one was in. And although Jenny tried to reassure Roger that there was probably some perfectly reasonable explanation as to why Murray had not come, he stayed up all night worrying and crying. And the next day, Jenny and Abigail woke up to find a police car sitting outside neighbor's door. Murray was still not back, and the whole day had gone. And by 8 p.m. on the next day, Mary was not back. That evening, a search was being coordinated, comprising of local police and volunteers from the town, and this eventually grew into a statewide search involving hundreds of state police officers, helicopters, and sniffer dogs. Now, signs were attached to lampposts and telephone poles in Watervale and in surrounding towns as well. Local news bulletins were asking anyone for information on Mary's whereabouts, but things remained eerily quiet. The search parties found nothing. The helicopter and the sniffer dogs found nothing. And although a few calls did come in from people who thought they saw Murray, these turned out to be cases of mistaken identity. Then, on the 11th of November, something happened. On 11th of November, police located a pair of running shoes with the socks still inside them, sitting casually behind a hedgerow, behind a few bushes at the side of the road. They were found in such a fashion that suggested the person wearing them had simply been pulled right off their shoes. ऐसा लगा था कि किसी ने उनके शूज से उस इंसान को खींच लिया और because laces were still tied and the socks were pushed inside as if किसी ने पहन रखा हो और वो अभी भी जूते के अंदर ही थे. The search was going on, and both Roger and Jenny identified those shoes as Murray's and were shocked to hear that they were located not too far from the field where she had first seen those UFOs. Now, the search was formally called off on 31st of November 2016. No trace of Mary Gillingham was ever found, and she has not been seen or heard from ever since. Her disappearance hit Watervale like a slap in the face. She was well known in the town and popular amongst amongst of the residents, and they all said it would have been highly unusual for her to just get up and leave without saying so much as goodbye. All of her belongings remained at home, and they still do to this day. So I would like to tell you guys that the investigation was, although formally called off, it is an open investigation as of yet. She left for her run with only the clothes on her back and her mobile phone, which was also never found. And telephone records indicate no outgoing activity in the form of texts or calls since she vanished. Earlier attempts to, triangulate her location using her phone also yielded nothing because there was no text, there was no call. Taking all of this into consideration, Mary just didn't have the means to run away. She was not working and had little money to herself, and she relied heavily on her husband's income. Roger himself was questioned over what kind of a relationship she shared with her wife, and although they argued just like any other couple, they were still very much in love and had a strong marriage. He was ruled out as a suspect fairly early on due to the lack of any evidence or a motive which could suggest, that he had been involved in a disappearance. And the fact that other people attested to his upstanding character and gentle nature in general, it showed that, he was not a criminal. So there were no signs of struggle. There were no traces of blood found, no bad odor of a decomposing dead body. No odor was picked up by the dogs, right? There were no tire tracks, which might show that she was kidnapped or something. The only tire tracks found in that area were Roger's car's tire tracks, using which he was looking for them. Yeah, so she basically disappeared without a trace. And as I mentioned, guys, the investigation is still going on, and many believe that only time will tell. Jenny, on the other hand, believes differently. She believes that no matter how much time passes, Mary or what possibly remains of her friend will never be found. She has no doubt that her neighbor was abducted. But the question is, she was abducted by who or abducted by what? She still lives in Watervale since 2016 with her girlfriend. Abigail's father passed away in May 2017, and they now have no reason to stay. Yet something is keeping her there. Maybe it is guilt. Maybe it's that she feels duty bound to stay and support Roger in his moment of need. Or maybe she just misses her friend. She did not realize how close she and Marie had become until after she was gone, and there is not an evening that goes by where she does not step out onto the porch before retiring to bed and looks across to her neighbor's house, hoping to see that familiar smiling face looking back at her, asking for a jog. So there goes my first story, guys. I can see most of you didn't. And another reason to smoke. Exactly, Abhay. So I could see that some of you might have found it boring, but that is totally fine, guys. I'm pretty sure you have a better story to tell, and that is the purpose of this event, okay? To tell stories. And stories, like any form of art, are subjective, okay? So I think somebody has raised a hand. Shobit, please go ahead.
Yeah, so hello guys, what's up?
Hello, Shobit.
Yeah, so uh, I want to go ahead and tell you guys a bit of a story. So by simple logic, I'm not gonna get into really into horrific things and stuff, but मेरे भाई कुछ stories तो ऐसी हैं जो मैं बता सकता हूँ, तो maybe you guys enjoy that. So firstly you need to understand who am I. So I am a bit of a person who really likes to get around with a lot of things. मैं बहुत इंजॉय करता हूँ भाई, कुछ भी म्यूजिक डांस वगैरह, कुछ भी ड्रामेटिक्स, कुछ भी होता है भाई। आई एम इनटू द स्पॉटलाइट होल्डर, जो भाई कुछ भी घुसता है किसी भी चीज़ में। तो भाई एक स्टोरी है मेरे पास, और मेरे भाई दोस्त की स्टोरी है, ठीक है? तो आराम से सुनना, मजा आएगा। So is this tone right, or you wanna get into some kind of इंटेलेक्टिक.
No, it's totally right. Go ahead.
या सो लाइक थोड़ा तो मजा भाई आएगा तुमको, मैं बता रहा हूँ. तो भाई द स्टोरी इज ऑफ लाइक my friend Shivang. You like he he should give me a shout out for telling his story out here. So like his story starts is that he is a completely a village person. मैं भाई उतना गांव वगैरह गया नहीं हूँ, मैं बहुत कम गांव वगैरह जाता हूँ, शहर वाला आदमी हूँ, बहुत ज़्यादा यहीं रहता हूँ. तो भाई क्या हुआ कि शिवांग एक लड़का है, बहुत अच्छा दोस्त है मेरा, बट ही कम्स फ्रॉम अ फैमिली जो कि भाई थोड़ी सी देसी टाइप की है, जो बहुत ज़्यादा शहर के माहौल को समझ नहीं पाती है. तो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि भाई शिवांग एंड आई बिकम टू गुड ऑफ अ फ्रेंड्स, बट स्टिल वी हैव सम डिफरेंसेस. तो व्हाट वी डू इज वो आज भी मेरा दोस्त है, ऐसा नहीं समझो कि ये स्टोरी बता रहा हूँ भाई, वो दोस्त नहीं है, दोस्त है मेरा. बट व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि उसने मेरे को स्टोरी बताई थी जो कि उसके साथ कभी बचपन में हुई थी, जो कि जिस वजह से वो गांव से इतना कट गया कि जैसे उसके पेरेंट्स वगैरह कोई भी जाता है गांव वगैरह, तो ही डोंट लाइक्स टू रियली पार्टिसिपेट इन दोज इवेंट्स और व्हाटएवर. तो भाई व्हाट हैपेंड वाज शिवांग वाज वेरी लाइक लाडला बच्चा घर घर का, मतलब कि बहुत पसंद है उसको, घर में कुछ भी हो रहा, उसका गांव का घर है, गांव में वैसे भी दादी नानी वगैरह सब रहते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग रहते हैं जिनको भाई गांव में जो भी रहता है उसको पता होगा भाई कि क्या मजे आते हैं गांव में भाई, गन्ने खाते हैं लोग, क्या क्या करते हैं. और भाई मैं यूपी में रहता हूँ, शिवांग यूपी का बंदा है भाई, यूपी में मजा अलग लेवल है गांव वगैरह में. तो भाई व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि शिवांग गांव गया एक बार. शिवांग की मॉम डैड कोई शादी पड़ी होगी गांव में, वैसे भी हर दिन शादी पड़ती रहती है, कोई ना कोई उन लोग के यहाँ शादी करता रहता है. तो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि शिवांग गया गाँव अपने मॉम डैड के साथ. वो लोग भाई बहुत ही पास रहते थे अपने गाँव के, गाँव उनका बहुत दूर नहीं था, बट स्टिल इतना दूर था कि मतलब वहाँ जाते-जाते उनको सुबह से शाम हो जाए. तो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज शिवांग गया अपने गाँव. शिवांग का गाँव जो कि यूपी ईस्ट में पड़ता, मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बता सकता बिकॉज़ इट्स अ बिट डार्क स्टोरी ऑल टुगेदर. तो शिवांग के गाँव वो गया, तो अ, शिवांग के गाँव में एक घर था. जैसे हर जगह की एक स्टोरी कॉमन होती है कि भाई एक घर होता है जो कि भाई हर जगह डर, जहाँ पे हर किसी को डर लगता है, तो वो घर था. और उस घर से स्टोरी ये थी कि भाई इस घर के आसपास बच्चे गायब हो जाते हैं. व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि लाइक कोई भी 5 साल 6 साल के जो बच्चे होते हैं, जो भी कोई छोटे बच्चे जो भी होते हैं, वो सब वहाँ गायब हो जाते हैं. तो क्या हुआ कि जब वो शादी के लिए वहां जा रहा था तो उसने वो घर देखा. उसे लगा भाई ये घर तो इतना कोई डरावना है नहीं, इसको कोई मैनेज कर रहा है, इसको कोई मेंटेन कर रहा है. क्यों मैनेज मेंटेन कर रहा है भाई, वो इतना गंदा नहीं लग रहा. जैसे घर में अगर ऐसी कोई स्टोरीज होती है कि भाई ये घर में भूत रहते हैं, इस घर में कोई आत्मा रहती है, तो भाई वो घर थोड़ा सा डरावना लगने लगता है. उस घर में जाले उग जाते हैं, पेड़ पौधे ज्यादा बड़े हो जाते हैं. सो द स्टोरी कंटिन्यूज इज कि भाई वो गया अपने घर. उसे लगा भाई कि ये घर इतना गंदा नहीं है, इसमें यार कोई तो इसको मेंटेन कर रहा है, कोई तो इस पे कंटिन्यूस ध्यान रख रहा है. तो उसने पूछा तो भाई उस घर के उस घर को, क्योंकि वो इतना डरावना था, तो उसको रखने के लिए एक भैया जो कि मतलब कि वहीं पास के कोई शहर से आए थे, वो पार्ट टाइम जॉब ढूंढ रहे थे, तो वो उस घर को मतलब कि उस घर को, क्योंकि उनके भी प्रॉब्लम रही होगी, कोई घर में पैसे वगैरह नहीं होंगे, तो वो उस घर को मैनेज करते थे. उनका नाम अभिजीत, हम मान लेते हैं अभिजीत नाम नहीं था, गॉड इट, कि भाई अभिजीत उनका नाम नहीं था, बट हम मान सकते हैं कि उनका नाम अभिजीत था. तो अभिजीत भैया जो थे वो उस घर को मैनेज करते थे. वो भाई देखते थे कि भाई कोई गंदगी वगैरह ना हो, ज्यादा कुछ इसमें प्रॉब्लम्स ना आए, एंड वो एकदम अच्छे से मेंटेन हो. तो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि अभिजीत भैया जो थे वो गांव में अक्सर आया जाया करते थे. वो कंप्लीटली वहां रहते नहीं थे, तो उस समय वो दिख नहीं रहे थे. तो अभिजीत भैया जो थे वो आते जाते रहते थे. देन शादी के टाइम पे खबर थी कि अभिजीत भैया आएंगे तो ये घर वगैरह थोड़ा सा संभालेंगे, क्योंकि डर तो था ही, सब लोग डरते तो थे ही उस घर से कि भाई कोई अगर आसपास ऐसा कोई घर हो तो भाई वहीं पे अगर शादी वगैरह है तो भाई डर तो लगेगा सबको, कोई भी डर लगेगा. तो अभिजीत भैया उस घर को साफ वगैरह करते थे। देन हम लोग के यहाँ शादी पड़ी, मतलब उसके यहाँ शादी पड़ी थी शिवांग के यहाँ। देन उसके भाई घर के पास जहाँ पे वो दादी नानी का घर होता है भाई, वो पूरा बना नहीं था घर। मतलब कि गांव में कैसा हिसाब होता है कि भाई एक ईंटा वगैरह का वो स्ट्रक्चर बना देते हैं, बट दे डोंट रियली प्लास्टर वगैरह नहीं करते हैं, वो उतने पे छोड़ देते हैं, वो फर्श वगैरह नहीं बनाते, वो ईंटा वगैरह का एक स्ट्रक्चर बना देते हैं। तो स्ट्रक्चर उनका बना था घर का, बढ़िया बना था, एकदम प्यारा घर था। देन वो घर में घुसे, शादी ब्याह का माहौल था भाई, बढ़िया लड्डू वड्डू आ रहे थे, बन रहे थे नए नए, वो खाने की तैयारी चल रही थी। और ये मतलब खबर चल रही थी कि भाई विलायत से आए हैं, साहब आए हैं, इनकी जरा खातिरदारी तमीज से होनी चाहिए। एक तो घर के बड़े बेटे हैं, इनकी इसकी क्या कहते हैं, खातिरदारी में कोई कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए। तो पूरी खातिरदारी से उसकी मॉम डैड की और उसकी पूरी की गई बढ़िया से, वो लोग कहे। फिर उसके यहाँ जो भी बड़ी दादी मामी रहती हैं, जो भी रहते हैं घर वाले, उन्होंने कहा कि आप खटिया वटिया डाल के यहीं सो जाओ बाहर, जो ये घर है खाली बना है, उस पे छत वगैरह कहाँ पड़ी होगी गांव में। गांव में यही होता है कि ईंट ईंट का बस एक स्ट्रक्चर बन जाता है, एक दो कमरे बना देते हैं, उसके बाद आगे का एरिया खाली छोड़ देते हैं। तो वो स्ट्रक्चर बना था उतना, उन्होंने क्या किया कि खटिया वटिया डाल दी, और आए थे कई लोग गांव के। एक तो गांव में ऐसा हिसाब होता है कि अगर आप लोग गांव में रहे हो कभी, तो गांव में जो घर वगैरह होते हैं वो बहुत ही ज्यादा एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड होते हैं, मतलब दूर दूर होते हैं, मगर मतलब परिवार कनेक्टेड होते हैं। जैसे कि कई जगह पे, जैसे मेरे भी गांव में होता है कि भाई मेरा गांव एक है, एक उसके बगल का घर है, उसके बगल के घर में कोई मर गया तो मेरे बाल मुंडवा दिए जाते हैं, ये बात है भाई। अगर तुम लोग गांव में रहे हो तो पता होगा ये सब चीजें। तो भाई ये सब होता है। तो इसकी वजह से हम लोग उसमें रहते, मतलब वो उसमें गया, उसके आसपास के भी आ गए होंगे कि भाई विलायत से साहब आए हैं, इनकी जरा खातिरदारी की जाए, तो देखा जाए कि कौन आया है। तो गांव में शहर वाले पहुंच जाते हैं, उनके वैसे खुशी बहुत होती है, पता नहीं किस बात की खुशी होती है, शहर वाले पता नहीं वहां जाके क्या करते हैं, उनके पेड़ पौधे काटते हैं और ज्यादा कुछ करते नहीं है, लेकिन वो तब भी बहुत खुश होते हैं कि पढ़े लिखे लोग आए हैं भाई। तो इसकी वजह से क्या होता है कि एक लेवल पे भाई वो इनइक्वालिटी बढ़ जाती है। ये भी हमको डिस्कस करना पड़ेगा, एक किसी और लिटरेरी सब्जेक्ट में डिस्कस करेंगे, मगर आज के स्टोरी के लिए इतना काफ़ी है। तो वो सब बैठे थे, खटिया वटिया डाले थे, रात का समय था, कोई बहुत ऐसा समय नहीं था कि भाई सभी लोग सोचें कि भाई कोई डरावनी चीज़ है। भाई शादी ब्याह का माहौल है भाई, थोड़ी बहुत लाइट वगैरह लगी रहती, झालर लगी रहती है, और आपके जो भी लोग वगैरह बाहर बैठे रहते हैं, कई लोग, औरतें जो भी घर की होती हैं, बड़ी बुजुर्ग होती हैं, वो सब अंदर बैठी रहती हैं, अपना काम करती हैं। तो उसके होते होते क्या होता है कि ये लोग बाहर बैठे थे। अब शिवांग जो था वो था थोड़ा सा चंचल आदमी, वो दोस्त बनाने में बहुत आगे था, कह रहा हूँ घर का लाडला बेटा था, मतलब कि उसको तो डर है नहीं किसी का, वो भाई घर का लाडला बेटा है, उसे किसी का खौफ डर थोड़ी है, उसको पता है भाई भूत है। अब भूत है तो भाई भूत को तो भाई भूत भगाना पड़ेगा हमको, भूत से क्या डर है। वो गांव के 3-4 लौंडे और लेके गया, 3-4 लड़के और उसने उठाए कि भाई चलो अब गांव पहुंच ही गया हूं तो यहाँ पे भी कुछ कांड तो करना पड़ेगा ना गांव में, वी नीड टू डू समथिंग कि भाई यहाँ पे भी वी वांट बी फेमस अलॉट। सो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि भाई वो 3-4 लोग और लेके गया बच्चे, और एक तो शहर के बच्चे का गांव में दोस्त बनाना इतना आसान है ना, अगर आपके दोस्त घर शहरों में नहीं बन रहे तो गांव भाग जाओ, तुरंत बन जाएंगे, कोई टेंशन नहीं लेने की बात है। तो क्या होता है कि वो अपने दोस्त बना के गया, और उसकी वजह से क्या होता है कि वो दोस्त वगैरह बना के गया, वो उस घर के पास गया, वो घर जो अब तक स्टोरी में नहीं आया था, अचानक आ गया, तो चलो कोई बात नहीं, वो घर के पास गया। वो घर में वो क्या देखता है कि भाई घर वो अच्छे से मेंटेन है, एकदम साफ सुथरा है, अभिजीत भैया काम अच्छा कर रहे हैं, और देखता है कि भाई क्या भूत वाला क्या हिसाब किताब है। तो भाई घर वो एकदम अच्छे से मेंटेन्ड है, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पंखे वगैरह सब अच्छे से चल रहे, लाइट वगैरह जल रही है। वो घर बस थोड़ा सा गंदा है इन द सेंस कि भाई वो घर में धूल अलग अलग जगह से आ जाती है, मतलब कि कोई खिड़की अगर खुली होगी तो वहां की धूल आ जा रही, और अगर कहीं से क्या कहते हैं कोई छोटा मोटा कोना खुला होगा तो वहां की धूल आ जा रही। तो वो धूल आते आते वहां पे एक जगह पे बहुत ज्यादा इकट्ठी हो रही है, एक कोना वाला एक कोना है, एक कॉर्नर ऑफ द हाउस है जहाँ पे वो धूल बहुत ज्यादा इकट्ठी हो रही है। तो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि भाई उस वजह से वहां पे धूल इतनी इकट्ठी हो गई कि भाई उन लोग, वो जो लोग जब घुसे घर में तो बहुत ज्यादा उनके कपड़ों पे धूल लग गई। वो धूल लग गई तो उन्होंने देखा कि भाई इतना धूल वगैरह हो गया है, अब अगर मैं घर जाऊंगा तो अम्मा डांटेगी। अम्मा क्यों डांटेगी भाई, कि तुम एक तो बिना बताए गए हो, उसके ऊपर से बिना बताए तो जा रहे हो, और लेकिन कपड़े भी गंदे करके आ गए हो, और अगर मैंने ये बता दिया कि कहीं मैं भूत वाले घर में गया हूँ तो मेरा घर से निकलना मुश्किल हो जाएगा, शादी में आया हूँ, कुछ मजा नहीं कर पाऊंगा। तो उसने अपने कपड़े वगैरह साफ किए और थोड़ा सा डर वगैरह गया, गांव वाले लड़के भी लेके गया था, तो गांव वाले लड़कों भी को भी खौफ था, क्योंकि भूत की कहानी तो सबने सुनी थी। तो भूत की कहानी, लेकिन बच्चे उतना डरते नहीं है, बच्चों के अंदर होता है बड़ा मतलब बहुत ब्रेव होते हैं बच्चे। तो वो बच्चे लेके गया, उसने देखा, घर की थोड़ी सी तहकीकात की कि भाई घर में क्या ऐसा है कि जिसकी वजह से कोई भी परेशानी लोगों को हो रही है। घर को उसने देखा, घर में ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था, घर में ऐसा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, लेकिन हाँ एक कमरा था ऊपर की तरफ जो कि पूरा बंद था, जो पूरा बंद था, जो कभी खुलता नहीं था, जिसके मतलब कि एक ताला लगा हुआ था, जो कि मतलब बहुत दिनों से मतलब कभी कोई खुला ही ना हो। वो कमरा अकेला गंदा लग रहा था बहुत ज्यादा। तो उन बच्चों ने कोशिश की कि वो कमरा अगर किसी तरह से वो खोल पाए, किसी तरह से उसमें वो घुस पाए, ताकि क्योंकि पता भी तो चले कि क्या है। अगर हम लोग इतनी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं बच्चों के हिसाब से, तो उसका कोई सोल्यूशन, मतलब कि उसका कोई निष्कर्ष कंक्लूजन निकलना चाहिए ना। तो उन्होंने वो कमरा खोलने की कोशिश की, कमरा नहीं खुल रहा, कमरा नहीं खुल रहा। फिर अचानक से पीछे से आवाज आती है कि भाई ये चीजें हैं, मतलब कि कौन है अंदर, कौन है, कहाँ कहाँ से आए हैं। तो भाई पीछे से देखते हैं, तो भाई वही अभिजीत भैया जो कि बहुत पॉपुलर थे पूरे गांव में, वो बहुत ही धीरे धीरे से मतलब कि अंदर आ रहे थे। वो पूछ रहे थे कौन है अंदर, कौन गया ये अंदर पहले, और क्यों आए हो तुम लोग यहाँ पे। उन्होंने इन बच्चों को देखा और पूछा कि क्यों आए हो तुम लोग का यहाँ पे कोई जगह तो है नहीं, ये कोई घूमने की जगह थोड़ी है। अ, तो वो क्या उसने बोला शिवांग ने कि भाई हम लोग आए हैं क्योंकि ये क्या कहते हैं कि घर में बड़ी कहानी चल रही है कि भूत वगैरह है, हमको तो ऐसा कुछ दिखा नहीं। तो वो अभिजीत भैया ने कहा कि भाई ये तो झूठ बोलते हैं सब गांव वाले, ऐसे ही अंधविश्वास फैलाते हैं। तो ऐसा अंधविश्वास फैला फैला के वो आपस में बस एक दूसरे को डराते रहते हैं। तो ये बच्चे ऐसे थे, ये लोग समझे, ये समझे ना समझे इनको पता ना चला, लेकिन ये सोचे कि भाई इससे ज्यादा यहाँ रुकेंगे तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी, मतलब घर वालों को पता चल जाएगा, कितनी देर तो हो गई हमको आए यहाँ पे। तो ये लोग वापस लौट गए। अब जैसे कि शादी का माहौल था, तो शादी भाई हो रही थी, अगले दिन हो गया। वहां पे रस्में वगैरह चल रही थी, गांव की रस्में जो भी होती हैं उनकी अलग अलग रस्में होती, शहर वालों को नहीं पता कि गांव में क्या क्या रस्में होती हैं क्या नहीं होती हैं। तो उसकी वजह से क्या होता है कि वो रस्में हो रही थी, तो उसके बीच में जब वो रस्में खत्म हुई तो दूसरे दिन की रात हो गई। दूसरे दिन की रात हुई तो क्या हुआ कि दूसरे दिन की रात में जो शादी में आए कुछ और बाराती थे, शादी में मतलब बाराती नहीं, जो उनके मायके वाले थे, वो लोग के कुछ बच्चे वहां खेल रहे थे, वो गायब हो गए। अब शादी के लोग आए हैं जो कि भाई वो भी कहीं और से आए होंगे, क्योंकि कहाँ कहाँ से लोग आते हैं। तो वो अगर गायब हो गए तो बहुत बड़ी दिक्कत की बात हो गई, क्योंकि अब शादी का घर है, उसमें प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी, तो बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी। तो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि भाई कुछ लोग उनको ढूंढने निकले, मशाल जला के लोग जाते हैं, और काफी हद तक बिहार, यूपी, यूपी, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, ये एरियाज जो हैं, दे आर नॉट दैट डेवलप्ड कि भाई यहाँ पे टॉर्च वगैरह इतनी हो। यहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का प्रॉब्लम बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है, तो यहाँ पे मशाल जला के जाते हैं कि भाई आओ तो ढूंढने चलते हैं। तो बच्चों को ढूंढने गए, इन्होंने पूरी रात ढूंढा, पूरा अगला दिन हो गया, इन्होंने ढूंढने की कोशिश की, लेकिन इनको बच्चे नहीं मिले। बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत हो गई, पूरे गांव में शादी वगैरह में बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो गई, और क्या कहते हैं कि रोका गया कि भाई क्या हो रहा है, अब इसका कुछ सोल्यूशन हो क्या हो। अब वो बच्चे ढूंढे गए, एफआईआर हुई वगैरह हुई। तो वो शादी क्योंकि इस वजह से हो नहीं पाई क्योंकि वो बच्चे वगैरह खो गए थे। तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि ये लोग जब वापिस आ गए, ये लोग आ गए वहां से, गांव से वापस, गांव से वापस आने के बाद, गांव से वापस आने के बाद एक खबर, खबर जो है शिवांग की मम्मी को पता चली। शिवांग की मम्मी को एक खबर पता चली जो सुन के वो हिल गई। लेकिन वो ऐसी खबर थी कि जो कि वो किसी उस समय पे शिवांग को नहीं बता सकती थी। वो खबर शिवांग ने जब मुझे कहानी बताई, उसके 2 से 3 दिन पहले उसकी मम्मी ने उसे बताई थी। तो वो खबर ऐसे थी कि जो जो उस गांव में अभिजीत भैया रहते थे, वो भैया बहुत ही खतरनाक उसके थे। वो कैनिबल थे एक टाइप से। वो कैनिबल थे, वो बच्चों को मार के खा जाते थे। तो ये मेन प्रॉब्लम थी कि वो बच्चों को मार के खाते थे, और उसके ऊपर काला जादू वगैरह करते थे कुछ। वो दिमागी तौर पे बहुत ही कमजोर थे और बहुत ही दिक्कत में थे। तो ये खबर उस समय सुन के बहुत लोग सहम गए। जब उस कमरे की तहकीकात की गई, जब उस कमरे को खोला गया और देखा गया कि इस कमरे में क्या है, तो उन्हें मिला कि भाई उस कमरे में कई बच्चों के हड्डियां वगैरह, पुराने काट काट के उनके हाथ वगैरह, पैर, जो भी कुछ होता है, बॉडी ऑर्गन्स, जेनिटल्स, सब कुछ अलग काट काट के रखे हुए हैं अलग अलग उसमें डब्बों में। कि भाई ये डब्बे में ये है। उसकी वो अलग अलग रेसिपीज बना के खाया करता था। उसकी वो अलग अलग टाइप से यूज किया करता था। तो इसके बाद जो भी उस घर में गया है, उस घर में कभी भी कोई, मतलब उस घर से कुछ भी अच्छा नहीं हुआ। उस घर को तोड़ के उसका मतलब खेत बना दिया गया कि वो जगह पे खेत हो। उस खेत में कभी आज तक कोई फसल वगैरह नहीं उग पाई, उसमें कोई भी कल्टीवेशन क्रॉप वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं होती है। और उसके साथ भी साथ अगर उस घर पे कोई भी कुछ भी प्लान करता है, कुछ उस घर को खरीदने का, कुछ भी करने का, तो वो किसी तरह कैंसिल हो जाता है, किसी ना किसी तरह उसमें प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है। और आखिर में क्या होता है, जब ये सब हो जाता है, तो मतलब कि वो घर जब एकदम खत्म हो जाता है, वो घर एकदम बंजर हो जाता है, वहां पे कुछ नहीं होता है। उसके बाद क्या होता है कि दो तीन लोग उस घर के आसपास से गुजरते हैं, और उसके घर के आसपास से उनको एक पेड़ दिखता है। वो घर के आसपास एक पेड़ दिखता है, जो कि पेड़ कभी हो नहीं सकता, जो पेड़ वहां उग ही नहीं सकता। मतलब वो इस प्रजाति का पेड़ है कि मतलब द पीपल हु आर इनटू ज्योग्राफी, उनको पता होगा कि भाई कुछ तरीके के पेड़ हर जगह नहीं उग सकते। जैसे ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट के पेड़ हैं, जैसे मैंग्रोव्स वगैरह हैं, जैसे कि डेसिडियस क्या कहते हैं, फॉरेस्ट के पेड़ होते हैं, तो वो सब उग नहीं सकते हर जगह पे। तो वहां पे एक मैंग्रोव टाइप का कुछ पेड़, जो कि मतलब उसकी जालियां लटकती हैं, वो वहां से उग रहा है। अब वो पेड़ क्या है, वो पेड़ हमेशा रात की समय में कुछ लोगों को दिखता हो। जिसको भी वो पेड़ दिखता है, वो ज्यादा दिन जिंदा नहीं रह पाता है। वो पेड़ जिसको दिख जाता है, वो ज्यादा दिन तक जी नहीं पाता। उसके कोई ना कोई प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है। मे बी उसको क्या कहते हैं, कोई उसमें शाप है या कुछ भी उसमें कर्स है, ऑफ द डेड चिल्ड्रन और वॉट एवर, कि भाई जो जिसको भी वो पेड़ दिखता, ही विल गेट वेरी अनलकी। उसका कुछ कार एक्सीडेंट वगैरह हो जाएगा, कुछ भी हो जाएगा, जिसकी वजह से वो मर जाएगा। सो ये स्टोरी बताने के बाद, उस दिन के बाद से उसका परिवार, शिवांका और उसके मॉम डैड कभी भी घर नहीं गए। वो गांव में कभी भी नहीं गए, क्योंकि उनको पता चल गया था कि ये सब होता है। और गांव में क्योंकि माहौल बहुत खराब हो गया था ये सब के बाद, इसकी वजह से वो लोग कभी घर पे नहीं लौट पाए। सो दैट्स माय स्टोरी गाइस।
I think Bhadra has raised her hand. Yeah, Bhadra, please go ahead.
Are you able to hear me properly, or I will continue after reaching home? Is my voice clear?
Yeah, Bhadra, yes.
The background voice to my
Bhadra, can you
Can you
continue
continue
after reaching
after
home?
reaching home? What?
You were saying
You were
that
saying
you
that
can
you
continue
can
after home
continue
as
after
after reaching
Okay,
home,
after reaching
right?
home? Yes, yes, we'll do that.
Because there is background noise. Okay.
Yes, yes, that was what I was saying. I will go home and see if I can reach.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for sharing the story. Let me catch your name, Sobhit, right? Okay. Uh,
I know it's
next,
a
I
bit
guess.
absurd to like do with, क्योंकि
No,
what
actually,
happened was ना कि भाई I really want to maintain that kind of an emotion, so like I kept to go with the like what's in the story itself. So like it's a bit like some people don't really get the story right, so I think it's okay sometimes.
yeah. Uh, yes, Angnadi. Hi, Angnadi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Long
Yeah,
time.
Yeah.
Last we
No,
talked, was
actually,
it the last
yeah,
week?
yeah. Yeah, I remember. No, actually, when I don't know his name. Actually, when he was narrating his story, ऐसा है कि uh, हम बहुत छोटे थे, ठीक है? तो तब ना कुछ ऐसा न्यूज में आया था. आई डोंट रिमेम्बर एग्जैक्टली द प्लेसेस नेम, बट आई डू रिमेम्बर कि वो कहीं ये नॉर्थ इंडिया या फिर नॉर्थ सेंट्रल इंडिया कहीं पे तो ऐसा एक न्यूज आया था. एंड उससे हम बहुत डरे हुए थे कि इफ शातकी, मे बी शातकी ऑल्सो नोज, वो इस टाइम पेपर में भी बहुत आया था कि एक वो नॉर्थ इंडिया कहीं पे ऐसा इंसान है जो ऐसे बच्चों को मार के खाता है. एंड सिमिलरली वैसा ही कुछ इंसान, लाइक आई डोंट रिमेम्बर एग्जैक्टली बंगाल में या फिर, बट समवेयर इन द ईस्ट ऑल्सो ऐसा ही कोई इंसान मिला था. मतलब उस दैट वाज अ टाइम जहाँ पे एक दो तीन ऐसा केसेस आ रहे थे, जहाँ पे लाइक and also as he mentioned the name was not Abhijit. I also don't remember the name,
It was
but
Nithari, I think. You were talking about Nithari Hatyakand, right?
yeah, exactly, that was, it was making
Hmm.
headlines. Do you
Yeah,
remember,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Huh.
But it's a
And that was
completely
pretty.
different case as well. It's like the same case as that as well. ये भी कुछ
या
मतलब
वही
पॉपुलर
हमने
नहीं था
बोला
उतना.
कि
हम्म.
नहीं, निथारी ये जो सातकी बोल रहा है दैट वाज लाइक मेकिंग हेडलाइंस, बट उसी टाइम और भी मतलब ऐसा कुछ कुछ और भी खबरों में आए थे कि ऐसा चीजें हो रहा है. एंड लाइक एट दैट टाइम आई रिमेम्बर कि आई वाज वेरी स्केयर्ड. तो वो डर, अब जब तुमने बोला ना, तो वो डर मुझे याद आया कि हाँ, ये हम, मतलब तब न्यूज़पेपर आई वाज लाइक a fan, not fan, like it was my hobby reading newspapers. Every morning I used to go through it. But ये न्यूज जब आया करते थे ना, तब मुझे याद है कि मैंने न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना छोड़ दिया था. इस मतलब आई वाज आल्सो किड एट दैट टाइम. तो ये मतलब वो न्यूज इतना विविडली लिखते थे. एंड आई कुड रिमेम्बर कि वहां पे तुम बोले ना हाथ पैर वहां पे थे, कि लीवर्स एंड ऑल इंटेस्टाइन्स दैट वाज आल्सो देयर, स्टोर्ड, केप्ट. So yeah, that was what I was talking about.
Right, that is definitely one relatable incident. I guess across the world we have. It is
Yeah, true.
Nithari Hatyakand Sai. If you Google
Yeah.
it, you will find Nithari Hatyakand. It was really gory. Definitely gory.
Yeah. Urban
Hmm.
legends. But सातकी, I do want, like, ये बच्चों वाला भूत वाला चीज शुरू हुआ, तो
Hmm.
प्लीज टेल दैट वो हाथ वाला स्टोरी जहाँ पे तुमने बोला ना कि there was fire and people were dancing, there was this thing.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll definitely share that one. That is, I think, one of the OG stories, and
exactly.
yeah, I'll definitely share that one. But pehle let's
हाँ.
move to, I think, Kushi. I'll come to guys who have raised their hands. I'll definitely come to you guys. Okay. But Kushi, I think she has been waiting for the longest time now. Kushi Gupta, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, hello everyone. पहले तो I just want to know if people would like me to be speaking in English or फिर Hindi. If any issues, I can do both. Okay, nothing. Okay. And am I audible to everyone? Got it. Okay, mixed. Fine. Okay. So, stemming from Satyaki, since he mentioned Australia is a land of mystery, Australia एक ऐसा जगह है because you know it's so distant from the rest of the world, इतना separated है. मेरा भी कुछ ऐसे बहुत weird experience था related to in real life and very well experienced by me. Um, Now, a very cozy time, a very regular winter time was going on in Delhi, and we're at college, and we have a system wherein a lot of times, what the college does is they would call in a regular professor and then sometimes just change up the professor a bit and call another one randomly, just to make people sort of used to new professors coming in from across from different places around. And एक ऐसा interesting सा normal चल रहा था. There's this one professor who teaches us psychology. His name was Hitman sir. He's teaching us, he's done, he leaves. And then normally we're just going on. Now, this one more professor comes up named Athota. So Mr. Athota, who hails from Australia, firstly, he seems to be somebody in the whole class is going on and talking about how he seems like somebody familiar, but none of us could really tell. And his classes are going on all fun every day, teaching us various psychological incidents, concepts, the Stanford experiments, and all of that. क्या होता है बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सी बात है he says that I'm also a psychologist and I have a lot of patients which I treat on an everyday basis, where I actually teach in my university at Notre Dame, which is in Australia. um, and he's getting patients every day. Now, firstly, it seems really, really interesting. हम सब कह रहे ओ ये तो बहुत अच्छे psychology professor है, right? Because he is bringing so many real life examples every day from his like real clinic that he's running, and he's teaching us those through theories, and we're really interested. But one day he does something very unfamiliar. He calls up this one student in one of my friends in class, and he says, "Oh, you seem to be somebody who has faced a lot of anxiety issues." And everyone's perplexed because nobody really knew. And he just randomly brings up stories from her childhood. You must have had something in your childhood which really disturbed you. Was it something related to whatever or your siblings? And firstly, people just think, okay, um, okay, maybe he can read into people's minds, and this is just a one-on-one coincidence, and that happens. Then eventually he starts talking about so many more instances, right? Um, and we're all thinking that who does this person exactly look like? Um, a couple of days in, we see him talking. So I'm going to this sports class with a couple of my friends, and I saw him speaking to one of the professors, जो कोई कभी बात नहीं करते हमसे. And that professor, particular one, lives across. Like he doesn't live on campus; he lives somewhere outside. And since this other Athoda, Professor Athoda, was an in faculty, it was an outside faculty. He's living on campus. So he was talking to him ऐसे आराम से कि oh, I've had a really good time talking to you. I've had a really good time just on discussing so many things. It's been such a fun time being, um, you know, and getting to know you. And we're all thinking that one professor who never talks to anybody, any student who even lives off campus, how has he been spending nights with that other professor, right? And he's talking, oh, that story that you told me. Okay, we get a little perplexed, but हम अपना life continue करते हैं, ऐसा चल रहा है. Then he starts off doing something weird in class, wherein he keeps on calling people in class. He tells, "Oh, you must be having this. Do you want to take up this experiment?" And then finally, what we find is him using some weird terminologies in class, like dreams to aate hain, if you're okay, everything is okay, and everything's going to heal in time. When he's just teaching about some prison experiment, like it wasn't even correlated, it's a very completely different theory. And that evening, when we come back to the hostel, we found out because all of us have been wondering that, he looks like a figure that we studied in history, and he has to be related in some or the other way. And he's also weird. A lot of people are finding him weird every day, all the statements that he's making in class. And he's supposed to be Australian, so why does he know so many Hindi terms? How is he, using at the same time being so anti Indian systems, always saying that why are you all doing this, why are you all doing something of that sort. But at the same time, he comes up and then does all of those weird things. Then finally, in the evening, we find out that this guy looks exactly like a very famous personality, and that person is Any guesses who could it be? It's a very famous assassin. I think we've all heard of. When we talk about the father of the nation who comes into our minds.
Nathuram Godse.
Exactly. And that guy looks exactly like Nathuram Godse. And you can keep two pictures together and you would never be able to tell the difference. You can just even Google him out if you want to, Mr. Athota, and you'll probably figure out. Then that's that. Then he starts on to sort of mention then he starts to mention all these terminologies, right? About how, magic is just only felt and it's not something that actually happens, how it is always about the viewer. So the class always used to go in chills. Another interesting thing, how professors are supposed to be like, um, let's just say sort of strict. That they're like, don't sleep in class, be more attentive. This guy used to say, oh, you all seem to be very, tired. This whole campus is so saddening. And he used to help us sleep in class, quite literally, right? He's like, and he used to come in. Also, another weird feature of him, he used to come in and he started switching off the lights in class and started teaching in the dark, right out to the dark. And it was so confusing to all of us that if you're teaching on slides, and why are you allowing people to sleep? And eventually it became a thing that more than half of the class is sleeping and it's all dark, and he's just going on with his absurd psychological theories, bringing up cases from his lives. Oh, I came up to this, I went to this place and I met this one person. They had this sort of a psychological element in them. They seem to not be normal. They seem to be whatever. And it's about how people's collective consciousness leads them to do something. So every single day people are chilled by them. And then one day he sort of points me out. He's like, oh, you seem to be not speaking that much. When I came in, you used to speak a lot in class. Why are you not being active anymore? Because I've seen you as a person, you used to speak up a lot. And I'm confused because I already have had very weird sort of notions of this guy, because and how he didn't even seem to feel how I am so different than the rest of the people, even though he probably should have realized it by now, right? Because he's doing all these, coming up with all these weird tactics. And I look into his eyes, like we're just looking in class, and he says, some knowledge can be very dangerous, my dear. Some knowledge is very dangerous to have, and that is the very beauty of psychology. It helps you look into that sort of knowledge. And I'm confused thinking about why is he somebody who's just, coming up with a statement like that. So I sit at our class and we're all discussing. Finally, it comes to all of this in the midst of so much question around this one professor coming up, how he's just going and talking to so many professors. Another instance, we're going back. Now, there is the campus is designed in a way that you come out of the acad block, and there are a couple of hostels, which are mostly the student block area, and then you move on, and there is like the more sports, the sports area, and then comes the professor and where the faculty lives. And there is a very indirect way of going which he shouldn't be knowing again, because he just, it was just his third day and he had never been to that place before. And he calls out a professor and he mentions to him, there is a way to go from here to that other place indirectly, like through the middle. And that is supposed to be through, like some of us do use that way, but that's supposed to be through a kids hostel, and professors are not really allowed through it. So we're all thinking, why is he discussing that sort of a pathway when nobody really, when he can't even use it, and how does he seem to know about it when it's just his second or third day here? So everything led into a lot of question around that person. a couple of days, I think the second or third day after he had that interaction in class with me, he calls me in class. He asked me to sort of stay by post the class is done, and he says, I had some questions regarding your midterm assessment. I looked at it, and it seems like there is a little bit of question. You talked about the rat experiment, which is this famous experiment in psychology on how conditional treatment works, and how if you condition something into a person, then they sort of psychologically are bent towards that sort of a mind way, and they keep on doing that. So he's like, it seems to be a little plunging, and like I said, some knowledge is dangerous to have. So that is the very beauty of psychology. But again, why would you want to study on a topic like that? Do you want people to be running the rat race? Do you want to be involved in black magic? And at that moment was when he's like, I have a book around this topic, and you should probably read it out. It was this one. He also somehow, when I had just submitted the assignment that way, seemed to have this book called The Upside Down Magic. I'm not sure if it's visible. This one, The Upside Down Magic. And he gives it to me. He's like, okay, you should maybe read it out. Your experiment that you've talked about is very widely sort of discussed in this book, and it follows a very similar story to it. And I'm like, I just submitted the assignment this morning. The library is all the way across. He has been here since morning. He went to the class, which is right again. So we're supposed to basically have four classes, four lectures a day, 2 hours each. And he had the first and the third lecture with us, and the second and the fourth lecture with the class right against us. So when did he even go to the library? Because he just calls me up in the third period. How did he even get through my assignment, if at all he did? How did he seem to have the exact same book which discusses my very experiment? And that leaves me very perplexed. But either way, and eventually it so happens um, that he starts to recommend these really weird movies, which also kind of sort of had a lot of these someone saying teleporting. Okay. Not really, not sure if books really have that sort of a power these days, but ho sakta hai ho. So again, this guy is weird, and everyone around him, all of us were questioning. And then I finally asked Sir that day, Sir, I was just going to ask you one thing. It left me very perplexed. You must have heard this from someone. No offenses to you at all, but you look exactly like Nathuram Godse, and you might have heard about that. You must have had somebody tell that to you, right? Because everybody was discussing that, and it's uncanny. And the amount that he knew about Indian history, the amount of times that he used to quote Gandhi, the amount of times he used to just use so many of these Urdu and Hindi terminologies, despite of him being an Australian, and despite of him being his first trip to India ever, in his whole lifetime. All of us were perplexed. And this goes on. And he looks at me, he's like, oh, I'm not really sure. What do you mean to say? And I show him the picture. I'm like, okay, sir, this is what it is. He's like very perplexed. He's looking at me like funnily. And I just show him the picture. He's like, oh, I'm not really sure if that really looks like me. And then randomly, he just tries to like avoid the situation altogether, and he leaves. And then I think we had a class or two. I ended up missing it, and then eventually, so he escaped before. Okay, okay. Anyway, so he left a little bit early on, and what happens generally is that all these professors, they go back and they just like term us on, or like they would grade us on our exams. But something uncanny happened with this guy. He went back after taking up all his lectures. We're writing the exam, we're done with it, and we get scores which were like, out, again, those scores are like out of 50. So we're getting scores like 36.317, 39.16 something. So it was all Australian. Yeah, he was I couldn't really understand because it couldn't be like an Australian way of testing people. But I'm still to this day confused whether he was like, he had some psychological issue, or I don't know how he perceived people. Because how do you even grade people? Oh yeah, Subrat's actually found this guy, I guess. Anyway, so I was really confused. What is this system? And then we later get to know we get a mail from our admin office which says a lot of people had issues with the exams because that it just showed zero on a lot of subjects, on a lot of their papers. So they wrote to the office, and the office just sent us a mail saying that due to some administrative issues, he won't be able to send in all our papers. And the grading again wasn't done altogether. It was just everybody got the same exact score. It was averaged out and given. But again, this is a mystery that stays with me. I'm still confused to this day whether it was some disorder of some sort, whether that guy was actually real or just a figment, or if these instances mentioned were even true. It's very confusing. That's my story.
Thank you, Kushi. That was indeed an interesting tale. That was indeed the best tale so far, including mine. And definitely, I mean, we were talking about a guy who is probably a time traveler. Maybe, possible. Who knows? The amount of knowledge he has, the amount of knowledge he has hoarded. But that is the fun part. Okay. So moving on, I can see that Ashwin and Anu have raised their hands. First, we'll go to Ashwin, and then we'll move on to Anu. Ashwin, please go ahead.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible, right? Fine, good,
Indeed, brother, you are. You are.
great. Thank you. So, okay, this story is incomplete actually for me because I heard this story from my grandfather, and he's almost 85 plus right now. And this was back in his young times, like in 20, 25 years of old age. I mean,
Ashwin,
this.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there's just one thing. Abhay Sharma mentioned a really interesting thing. He said time travel, nah, grandfather paradox. But I would just like to interrupt once and say that the grandfather paradox is not that high and mighty anymore, brother. Like right now, it is not considered to be a stream. It is considered to be a river, and any action that you do is akin to dropping a pebble in a river, so it is not going to change the flow of the river, right? So I'm really sorry, Ashwin, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that also makes sense. True enough. Okay. Yeah. So coming back, yeah, this is about my grandfather. He narrated me this story, and this was in a place, basically in my hometown only. Okay, it's my grandfather's. What do you say? The region consists of his house and his siblings' house, as well as his mother's family, his father's family. Basically, it's a group of related people living together. It's like this locality, not the same house. So basically, he has his relatives in and around his place, and he told me, about this time. I'll give you a brief background of how things work out. It's an incomplete story, but I'll still say some stuff from here and there so you can relate to it. So my grandfather, he was in army back then. Okay, he participated in India-Pakistan war and all. So he used to go there and he used to come back twice a year. And back then, he used to, I mean, he used when he was telling the story, he used to tell in between snippets. Like back then, money used to cost like 1 rupee, 2 rupee. His salary was 5 rupees, and then he used to get this thing. Petrol was like 0.00 something. I don't know. I think 1 or 2 paisa something. Back then it was Anas and all. So it was from that time. And this story goes by. Okay, before that, I'll give you a geographical idea also. So the house that my grandfather used to live was actually close to a temple. Okay, there's a temple right now at this point, and the temple is barely like what 60 to 70 steps away. Okay, steps or maybe feet. Yeah, 70 feet away. Okay, you can walk in like half a minute. If you run, you can reach it in 10 to 15 seconds. And beside that, as I said, no, a lot of houses are there, and there is a railway track to the back of this temple. And back then, there was this during his time, there was this no temple, houses were sparse, and very less people were there. And the story goes that he has his personal experiences with paranormal entities. Okay, so he had seen and heard a lot of happenings happen, and maybe who knows what he saw else. So the story goes by that back then, during his days, once when he came back from his military times to his house, there were reports of people going missing out there. Okay, so he had few relatives going missing every week and every month. It's like random people are going missing. That's it. You don't have any explanation to that. And eventually there has been reports of some people. Okay, you cannot be sure of that source of information because people can often go drunk or maybe hallucinating, that they have seen a lady going in white dress. Now you might have, again, you can think that it's literally cliche movie lines and stories, but could there be any basis to the so-called concept of ghosts and people coming out in white dresses, white saris, and all that? Maybe, who knows? But he said that there were some people that saw this lady here and there roaming, right? And everyone, as I think they were like, as shown in few movies we have in Bollywood, like the good horror ones, that there are curfews after night and you're not supposed to go out at night. You should stay at home. You might have to do something, do that, so that you don't get the wrath of the god or the pishach or whatever. So that was the case there. And yet some people used to venture out and they used to see the sky. I mean, see this so-called ghost. And one day, my grandfather was returning from the other side of the track to his home. So basically, you have to cross the track and reach home. And back then, he used to say that you can get atta for free, and the basic food was that the atta was rolled into form of a ball, and that is what you used to get for, I think, 5 paisa or something. That can stay for 1 month. You used to get whole ration, for very cheap. This and that, and then he said that he was taking that and coming back to the home, and it was uh, too light. Okay, it was almost very dark and all. So when he was coming, he saw that he saw something, an apparition kind of thing that was white. Okay, it was white. He couldn't say that it was a female or it was a ghost or anything. It was something white that was moving swiftly here and there. Okay. And trust me when I say that this was said by my grandfather, and I could say that he was not bluffing because the amount of facts that he said this, because I said the geography right now, right? And I said geography, and I'm pretty sure people most wouldn't have got it. But since I am living there and that's my locality, I understand that every point he's speaking, that's probably true because he's relating to every single point. Okay, since even then he is so old, he can remember almost everything. Literally, this is one of my favorite and astounding part of my grandfather, that he has a very good memory. Okay, it's crazy. I don't have that much memory that he has. He can literally recollect people's name from from long distance. I don't know, whatever. So the way he said, I'm pretty sure he was not bluffing, and it was pretty much real. Yeah. So he said that he saw something like that, and he came back home that day. The next day, okay, one more person went missing. That was 2 to 3 houses beside his house. Okay, and people were like, "Oh my God, this is crazy," because that specific person was close to my grandfather, very close relationship. The others were distant nevertheless, but yeah, people started going. They went missing, and this time people were going crazy that there has to be something done about this, and this is not something to be taken as a joke, because people have been seeing it, and my grandfather also saw it. Now, this now again sounds a little bit movie-ish, Bollywoodish something. So people decided that local, you know, uh, the pandit has to be brought and somehow it has to be done, and there has to be some other way to that. And then there was this specific Brahmin, okay, who was brought from Tamil Nadu. Okay, so it's not local. So the guy came from Tamil Nadu, and he just didn't come. He brought his whole family, and he got settled at like what, maybe 10 to 15 kilometers away from this location. Okay, and he was being the head priest of that specific temple there. And I know a little bit of Hinduism and mythology, that you know that we say that some stones do have that mythical part to it. We say that the goddess is in there. So there have been even instances of some specific stones in some specific temples in my different areas that are said to bleed when you rub it with something, if it hurts or something. So again, different stuff. So it is said that that specific goddess is very powerful. Okay, so the head priest comes there to the house, and they start doing puja, and they start understanding what's exactly is going on. And then this Pujari said that this is a case of little bhuta and pishachini and all. So what I said is that it's not any random ghost that you can find. This place is literally double quotes haunted. Okay, not exactly haunted, but it is again haunted, because haunted and ghost is a concept that is predominantly present in American or English areas, and not in our Hindu. I mean, not in our Indian context. So it's our Indian context, so-called. It's basically negative energy. You have this apparition. You have this bad events happening. You have people going missing. I mean, that kind of thing. So what he said is that we have to do something about this. And what he did was he broke the stone of the god that was present there, which was like super powerful, which is said to be the center of the Devis. Okay, so we have this concept in our location called as the Devi of Devis. Basically, it's like mother of mothers. So it's like we have this specific temple or specific goddess who rules over different goddesses of the local different localities. So it's like it has this power of controlling other goddesses of that region. So that kind of concept exists, and this guy had to break that stone of that temple. Can break that stone to our location, and then he placed this in that temple. Okay, and now present it's the temple. And with that temple, he said that it's so powerful that my grandfather said, with placing of that thing, it's so powerful that the people who live near the temple, as well as people who face the temple, feel its energy so much that people even today have cancers having them. Okay, they're facing with cancers. A lot of people died on that specific lane, even though the temple is there, because the temple is also equivalently powerful, and the negative energy is also equivalently mm, dominant. People are having health issues. Okay, there was even cases of uh, like one specific family living there who used to be fine enough. They came there and took a land because it was cheap, and the following week people went mad for no reason, and they had to leave the land and say what what do you say, sell it to some other people. Okay, nobody has bought that land, still there, like a jungle there. It's still okay. So people saying that near the temple is also crazy. And what my grandfather said is that his house, what he did was he again got this pujari come, and he did that puja. So he has made that specific yantra out of, I think, 5 or 6 dhatus and all, panchaloha kind of stuff, and then it has been kept under the staircase and all. I have no idea where it is kept, but he said that it's kept specifically, and just because it's there, okay, and the temple is so close, and all these things have been happening. We being non-vegetarians, okay, like it's very rare, but still, we being non-vegetarian, we are not supposed to have non-veg in that specific house, okay, in that grandfather's house, and nobody on that area is supposed to have anything, especially mutton and animals. Okay, fishes are also discouraged, but can be done like what, maybe once in a month or something. It's that they are very specific about it. And then he said that there has been reports of, if you go out at the night in that lane of the temple as well as the railway tracks and all, you'll hear sounds coming through that place. Okay, and feelings of people moving in and out. Okay, you'll feel these cold, a little chill, death like cold winds blowing. Okay, he said that there has been tales of people seeing bhutaganas. Okay, so he said that that path is the path where the bhutaganas move here and there. It's better not to venture at night and all. So these are basic small snippets that I remember, because I was maybe what in my fifth or sixth standard. But he said was so specific with different places, things all made sense, and it was like pretty much true that yeah, it could be something that happened, considering that even still we follow the belief and the temple and everything. So yeah, a small snippet into actual reality that happened. That was it. I know incomplete story, but yes, I hope you can pick up some horror elements here and there and stitch up that, it could be something real somewhere, somewhat the other way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwin. The fact is that whenever someone incorporates our mythology and regional mythology, of course, it depends, it varies, it's a function of region, right? So, whenever someone incorporates such a tale with regional mythology, it becomes eerie and spooky. And definitely, it is going to hit you hard when you're alone with the lights off. Thank you very much, Ashwin. And moving on from Ashwin, let us move to Anu. Anu, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, it's a little hard to talk with this, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we had a regional story, right? So I wanted to share something that was a little bit far from us. So this happens in Russia, basically. Okay, so this happened during the 1960s. It's a real incident that happened, and it was reported. But as of even today, there is no particular explanation as to why it happened or how it happened.
Anu, I'm really sorry, I'm interrupting you. Oh, yeah, exactly. Shreya, could you kindly turn the volume down a little bit for the crackling of the fire? It is a little bit disturbing. Yeah,
Okay, is
thank
it?
you.
Am I audible now? Loud
Yeah,
enough?
no. Yeah,
Okay.
I guess she's audible, everyone? She is, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. Cool, cool. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, so the story it's from Russia, and it's something that actually happened, and it happened during the 1960s, I think. And even today, there is no exact explanation about how or like why it happened. So the story is basically during this time, during the winter of that year, it's very freezing in Russia, right? The temperatures are very cold and it's very chilly. It's comfortable to sit by a fire, but some people prefer to go trekking. So in the same way, some sports enthusiasts they decided that they should go trekking to to a mountain range, right? So 10 people they decide to go, and these 10 people are they're a group of friends, right? So they go and they tell the people who are left behind. So it's during the 1960s, right? So communication is a bit hard. It's not as advanced as today, obviously. So these 10 people they tell them that they will be coming back in 3 weeks' time. So they head out. It's all very adventurous and everything. But time goes by. Okay, 3 weeks pass, 4 weeks, and people are getting concerned. So they send out search parties. So these search parties they go looking for people, and it's a very humongous task to go searching for people during that time, right? That too in a very wide mountain range kind of place. But they go searching and they do eventually find um, all these people, except that they're not alive. So, so among these 10 people, one of them actually came back mid trek because of some health issues, apparently. And but the nine of them, so when they went searching, um, they first found a body of a person who was not dressed for the season, to say the least. He was in his underwear and he was lying cold and dead in the snow. And when they searched his body, he had apparently bitten off his own flesh from his hand, and he died of hypothermia. Basically, it was too cold, right? But that sent a wave of panic in people because it was such a strange way to find a person. And then later they kept searching, and later they found the four more bodies of people. It was scattered around the area, very far from where they had set up tent. So these the four people, they had also apparently, the cause of death was thought to be hypothermia due to the extreme coldness. So, but there was still a lot of mystery. Four other people were still missing, and they don't know why these people were stranded out in the cold, so far away from where they had camped out. So they kept searching, and they still couldn't find the remaining four. And months passed by, and winter is slowly, you know, releasing its cold grips on Russia. So it's getting warmer, and the snow is slowly melting off. And someone who was a local, I presume, if I remember correctly, a local person was exploring the area, and he found a place where there was a little water creek, like a small stream of water, and he found four bodies there. So what is even more shocking is that these four bodies were found in a way that it the death couldn't have been a natural way, right? So the reason is one of them had their skull crushed in, like it was as if something had heavily hit his head. The skull was broken into pieces, and it was lodged in his brain of sorts. And another person, a woman, uh, she was lying there dead, and her eyes were missing. She did not have, her eyes were gouged out, and she did not have any eyes. Both of them were gouged out, and she did not have a tongue. Something had ripped her tongue out as well. So it was a very, reports say that it was a very gruesome sight to see someone like that. And in the same way, a third person also had their eyes ripped out, and they also didn't have any eyebrows. So it's all very peculiar things that even if it was an animal, um, why is it like there is no explanation? There is no, when they did the postmortem and stuff, there were no bite marks or anything as such. So it all seemed very eerie and mysterious. So people speculated that it might have been like a Yeti attack, or it could have been something or the other, right? So they kept looking into it. It was a huge phenomenon at the time, and people kept searching in. People kept looking into it, right? So when they checked the tent of the camp where they had set up, they checked all the insides, and apparently everything was neatly and well kept. All the clothes were all neatly piled into a corner. They had food out in plates, and so it seemed like they were about to have a meal. And um, they were all, and apparently the tent, it was torn open. So when some experts analyzed it, seems that it was torn open from the inside. And why would someone tear open their own tent from the inside and supposedly run out, right? So it was all very mysterious. So if you think about it, they had torn open the tent, they ran out, they apparently spread out, and a few people died of the cold, and a few people did not die of something, or some they died of something which was a lot more colder or a lot more meaner. So they, at the time, it was the Soviet Union that was occupying Russia, right? So they couldn't give a plausible explanation, and they said that it was probably a compelling force of nature that resulted in the death of that resulted in the mysterious death of these 9 people. And there was also like a few reports that said that some of their clothes were radioactive, like had traces of radioactive elements. So, in that regard, people say that it might have been a kind of a military operation or something that the Soviets are trying to hide, right? The Soviets had a lot to hide, apparently. So they thought that this was one of them, that the people were attacked because of it. But it's all very mysterious and it's all very inconclusive. So, uh, who are we to say if it was a natural death or if someone intentionally tried to kill them? Either way, no one knows what happened during those 3 weeks of the trekking or how these people came in reached this tragic demise. But even today, it's one of the unsolved mysteries. So, yeah, that is something that is there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anu. And your story was a concoction of so many things. A potential Yeti attack, so implications of an abominable snowman, and someone who has gnawed on their own flesh, and of course your makeup. Your makeup is probably the highlight of this evening. I'm pretty sure you have put a lot of time and hard work, and it surely pays off. So yeah, your makeup is amazing, Anu. I think it's the best. And the story implied a potential Yeti attack. That is definitely something that I find interesting. The abominable snowman, and I'm pretty sure many people here are interested in cryptids and cryptozoology. Abhay is saying Yeti. Nevertheless, thank you very much, Anu. So, I'll just, guys, I would like to share another story. Won't take much time. It's probably 5 to 6 minutes long. Okay, before moving on to the next person. So, it came to my mind because Anu mentioned something regarding a person gnawing on their own flesh, right? So, I think if you guys, anyone here is from Calcutta, they would remember this urban legend that was, circulated for the longest time. Okay. So this happened apparently in one of the most famous medical colleges in Calcutta, not due to the recent reasons, but this is something that happened a long time ago. Okay. Now, as you might know, that there was a time when in engineering colleges and in medical colleges, ragging was rampant. They didn't care. The seniors used to make you do the most inhuman things, right? At that point of time, there were no strict laws or regulations against such acts. So this story takes place in such an era. And this was told to me by one of my cousins, and the story goes something like this, okay? So in one of the famous and popular medical colleges in Calcutta, it was the night of freshers. Okay, and yeah, exactly, Abhay, probably worse than that. And it was the freshers' night, but apart from the area, far from the area where the people were dancing and singing and all the things were going on, a few seniors from one particular department actually cornered a fresher, a real girl, a fresher girl. Okay, she was a first year and she was very meek. Okay, very scared. She came from a rural area, and this was the first time. It was a cultural shock for her because she had visited a metropolitan city. And if any one of you who belongs to a rural area, you would know what it felt like when you first set foot in a huge city, right? Let alone a metropolitan. So she was scared. She don't know how it would go because these seniors were sort of rude to her. Okay. And eventually she was like, please let me go, I have to be with my friends and everything. And these bunch of girls and guys were like, you know what, we just want to be friends with you. So, and if you listen to us and if you do what we ask you to do, you'll be our friends. That is how friendships are built in medical colleges. That is what they claimed. Okay. And then, just like this, they lured her to the morgue. So you guys know what a morgue is, right? I hope most of you know, right? And they were like, so Shrikar, morgue is the place where dissection happens, okay, and where all the dead bodies are kept, okay. Now, uh, they just opened the door, Murdakar, exactly. They just opened the door to the morgue and they took her inside. All of them were there, okay? And they were like, see, this dead body looks like this actor, this one looks like this. Okay, so they were just, making fun of the corpses over there. And she was definitely scared because this was her first year. She was not expecting the same thing. And then all of a sudden, when she was standing a little bit far from the door, they just ran out. They just ran out of the room, turned the lights off, and locked her. So that poor first year girl, she was locked in the room, in the morgue, okay? And all the seniors, they locked her from outside. And this girl, she was crying and screaming, knocking on the door from the inside, okay? And just imagine, guys, she was how old? 18, 19 probably, and she was locked in a morgue, lights off, and she was scared. She came here because she wanted to get educated. She wanted to become a doctor. And here she was, locked in a room full of dead bodies. And eventually the seniors stopped laughing as well. And when they stopped laughing, she thought that they left. Okay? They left. And she started crying and begging, but since it was the freshers' night, nobody could hear her because all around her it was the sound of songs and music and all those things. Nobody could hear that this little girl was banging on the door from the inside. But the seniors were still standing outside, and they were stunned when, after a few minutes, after not exactly a few minutes, probably 10 to 15 minutes later, the crying stopped. The girl was not banging on the door anymore. She was not begging them to open the door. She was not crying for her mother. She was not begging that, leave me, let me go, and I'll straight away go to home. I'll not come here. And it stopped. And when it stopped, now the seniors were scared. They wanted to see what happened. And they unlocked the door, went inside, and turned the light on. And in the morgue, the light was very dim. Okay? And in the dim light, what they saw was something that not just us, but even they were not expecting to see. For them, it was just a ragging session, but when they turned the light on, they saw that that little girl was sitting next to a stretcher and she was chewing on the hand of a corpse. Tears were falling down her eyes, and she was chewing on the arm of a dead body. And that is how not only a young girl's career was destroyed, but so was her humanity. Moving on, after Anu, we have, let me see, the hands. I can see Himanshu. Himanshu was there. Himanshu, please go ahead and continue what we have started.
Yeah, I am there. Okay, just a second. I probably said this in the previous lesson. I don't have a new one, so let me decide this once again. I guess for the context, I share a picture in the evening in the launch. So you guys just remember that.
Yeah, before Himanshu starts his stories, for those who don't know Himanshu, This is I'm not sure if this is a legend, Shreyank, but this was told to me by my cousin, and I have heard about it by many people in Calcutta. So people who have grown up in Calcutta, me not being one of them, I have heard this myth. So this could be an urban legend, but that is the part of the fun. Let it be unknown. So, for guys who don't know Himanshu, Himanshu has been one of the oldest members of Sahityika, not in terms of age, but in terms of membership. Okay, he's also the boss of Spotify. So, if you guys know Spotify, you probably know Himanshu. Okay, and Himanshu comes from Rajasthan. Himanshu, which part exactly in Rajasthan?
I mean, if you guys remember Mahabharata, so there is one part that in the Mahabharata, Pandav stays in Viratnagar for their Agyatwas. So that was my area.
Right. So,
Viratnagar is one
So before
town.
Himanshu starts his story, I would just like to give one small piece of information. Himanshu lives in a very old house. It's like those typical Rajasthani Havelis you would see in television. Okay,
Not
not see, it is not a castle. It is not a castle. It was not inhabited by a king, but then again, Himanshu bhi hamara king se kam nahi hai. So Himanshu, please go ahead with your story.
yeah. So this is a story I will not say it's a real or fake, but I feel this, and this is my original story because I don't believe on others very much. So this story takes place in the winters around probably
Himanshu, your
I
voice
think
is
so.
breaking. Your voice is breaking in between.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, sorry.
yeah.
Let me this one. Okay. Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's definitely better than before. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so just remove my headphones. Is it fine now?
Yeah, yeah, Himanshu, please go ahead.
Okay. So this story takes place in the winters around 14 years ago, probably when I was a kid. Definitely, I was a kid. So I was just started going to school. Because when I grow up, in the initial days, there was a school. I just share a photo in the launch in the evening. So there was two buildings. The nearest one is the school at that time where I was going till my first class. So and then in for the second class I went to another school that was around 10 kilometers from here. So this is the first building was and this is very close to my house. So that इतना है कि 10-12 कदम पे है. शायद 10-12 कदम ही मैंने ज्यादा ही बोल दिया. इतना ही क्लोज है. एंड देयर वाज अनदर बिल्डिंग जो बहुत सालों से खाली है. कुछ नहीं है. And people said there was a ghost living in that building because the family stays there. उसी की वजह से वहां पे छोड़ के निकल गई. जो फैमिली वहां पे रहती थी वो बहुत सालों पहले निकल गई थी बिकॉज दे फील कि वहां पे कोई घोस्ट है, भूत वगैरह कुछ है. सो इन द विंटर्स अराउंड दिसंबर, सो हमारे ये है कि जैसे हमारा घर का स्ट्रक्चर है कि बाहर एक ड्राइंग रूम है, हम यहाँ पे बैठक बोलते हैं उसको, एंड अंदर एक कमरा है. सो मैं एंड मेरे दादाजी हम बाहर के कमरे में सोते थे एंड मम्मी पापा अंदर के कमरे में सोते थे. हम ये लोग हैं घर में. सो आफ्टर डिनर, जो कि राजस्थान में हम यूजुअली बहुत जल्दी कर लेते हैं, अराउंड 6 o'clock। सो डिनर करने के बाद में जस्ट मैं सोने आ गया। एंड एज ए किड आप जल्दी नहीं सोते हो, वो एक होता है कि नहीं अभी नहीं सो रहे, नींद नहीं आ रही। सो आई जस्ट केम टू माई बेड एंड ठीक है रजाई ओढ़ ली, लेकिन बस सो नहीं रहा हूँ, बस नींद नहीं आ रही है। तो मैंने उस टाइम गेट से बाहर, सो हमारा ये था कि दो बेड है, एक बेड पे दादाजी सो रहे हैं, एक पे मैं सो रहा हूँ। एंड वहां से एक कदम की दूरी पे जस्ट गेट है। एंड गेट आधा बंद है, आधा खुला हुआ है। वहां से ऐसी कि मम्मी खड़ी है एंड से टॉकिंग कि सो जाओ, ज्यादा देर तक जगते मत रहो, सो जाओ। एंड आई लाइक ओके, ठीक है सो जाते हैं, कुछ नहीं। आफ्टर 10 minutes, I don't know what comes up to my mind. I wake up and went to the room where my mother sleeps. So I was like, मम्मी आप आए थे? ऐसे ऐसे क्या बोल रहे हैं, मैं तो नहीं आई, हम तो सो चुके थे पहले से। And after that, I'm telling you honestly, I am not sleep in that room around for a month, because everyone was slept. I mean, in that हाउस वी स्टेड टू फैमिलीज। सो वो कजन्स वाला जो रहता है कि दादाजी के भाई वगैरह वैसे उस तरफ से रहते थे। तो हम थे जो लेट सोते थे, उसके अलावा कोई नहीं है। एवरीवन वाज स्लेप्ट एंड आई सो दैट समवन इज स्टैंडिंग देयर। एंड जब मैंने मम्मी को बोला इसके रिगार्डिंग, एंड दे सेड नहीं यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है, हम आधा घंटा पहले ही सो चुके हैं। सेम ऐसा ही इंसिडेंट टेक प्लेस हुआ था, दैट माय ग्रैंडफादर आल्सो फील्स द सेम, दैट वो बताते थे कई बार कि आफ्टर दैट इंसिडेंट, उस टाइम तक पता नहीं था, मेरे को भी रिसेंटली 1-2 साल पहले पता चला दैट इन दैट हाउस there was a lady who died. I mean after her marriage, or I don't know, before, not sure about that, but a lady died probably after her marriage, just after her marriage, around after 1 month। और उसके बाद में पीपल सी हर वॉकिंग देयर, कि जब रात को सोते थे लोग तो वहां पे आवाज आती थी। एंड हमारा घर ऐसे बीच में है, दैट एक मोहल्ला इधर है, एक मोहल्ला इधर है। सो दो रोड से हमारा घर बीच में है, 2-3 घर बीच में है, तो जस्ट वहां पे ही एक है। एंड पीपल सी कि रात को उसके कदमों की चलने की आवाज आती थी बहुत बार। एंड मैनी पीपल सेड दैट इस हवेली में भी ऐसा कुछ है जिसकी वजह से ये हवेली अभी तक खड़ी है। आई मीन बहुत बार भूकंप के आधी से ज्यादा हवेली गिर चुकी है, बट अभी भी वहां पे है। सो दैट वाज माय स्टोरी। आई गेस थोड़ा नींद में आने की वजह से प्रोबेबली नहीं है वो समझा पाए, बट यही थी। भैया आप तो नहीं सो गए?
She was like, भैया सो गए.
Uh, नहीं नहीं, can am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, you
yes.
are.
Okay, okay. So what I said is that if time and night permits, then we can definitely come back to Himanshu, because his story is just one from his artillery. Okay, he has a really creepy story, and let's see if he has got something creepier for us. Right? Thank you very much, Himanshu. This was definitely an interesting story. And knowing where you come from and the sort of house that you live in, I can imagine how spooky the environment would have been. Okay? So thank you very much for sharing the story with us, brother. Moving on, moving on. I would like to let me see who has their hands up. Okay,
Satyaki,
yeah,
before we move on, like, why don't we watch a horror short film right now?
sure, sure, Nija. That is
Yeah.
indeed a good idea. Okay,
Yeah.
so Nija, which one do you suggest we should watch from the list?
Anything would be fine.
Okay,
I think we
okay.
have a list of very good ones. We can't choose which one to watch.
Yes, indeed, indeed, indeed. So, in that case, Shreya, I hope you have the list of the uh, movies that we will be. Yeah, guys. So, just to make things clear, while doing the Satyaki voice, oh, thank you. That's really sweet of you, Abhay. That's really kind of you. My mother would disagree, but still, nevertheless. So, while we are telling stories, सुब्रत is भैया बहुत sexy. Okay, thank you. That's really really kind of you. I appreciate your vigor. Thank you. So yeah. So yeah, apart from the stories, there is another thing that we would be doing, watching some short movies, okay, really short horror films, which we will be watching amidst the stories, and if everything goes well, we might play a game or two, okay. So Shreya, I was thinking that maybe, just maybe, we can start with the good old movie that we all have been watching for a very long time. Maybe let's start with The Read, right? If you guys have joined Sahitika's reading session, and if you guys have joined any of the previous Spooktacular Nights, you would be knowing that we have watched The Read for the longest time now. And since I can see that there are many people here for whom this is the first Sahitika event, हाँ हिमांशु आपने बहुत बार देखी है, मैंने तो उससे ज्यादा बार देखी है, बट यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने अभी तक देखी नहीं है, तो लेट्स watch that and then we can probably start with that, right? Shreya, would you mind sharing
Satyaki,
this? Yeah.
yeah, I was saying, have bad internet. It's not loading.
Okay, okay,
Ahead
okay.
from that side.
Okay, fine, fine. So just guys, just give me a moment. Let me play the thing, okay? Thank you, Shreya. No problem at all. Just bear with me, guys. Meanwhile, the first story regarding the UFO story, I mean, you guys can actually Google it. The water whale missing runner, the missing water whale runner. Okay, the case is still open. And regarding the second story that I told about the girl gnawing on the dead body's hand, if you ask any friend of yours who's Bengali, and if you feel like, maybe I can ask something other than black magic, then they will definitely tell you about it. Read short film. Just a second, guys. Yeah, okay, I found it. Just give me a moment. I don't have an. Okay, yeah, cute. Let me just share it, okay? And I would request everyone to turn their mics off, okay? And keep their eyes open. Yeah. Mm, yeah, cool. I hope my screen is visible, people. Okay, sweet. So let me just mute myself, and anyone else who has their mic on, guys, I would request you to please turn it off, okay? That would be really kind of you. So I hope you liked that one. And this is one of the first short horror films that I had seen after getting an internet access. So yeah, pretty long, pretty old. Nevertheless, I guess myself Sainath in a row. Nevertheless, okay. So once we are done with this short film, we are definitely going to watch a few more short films, guys, down the line. Okay, it's just a few minutes past midnight. We have a lot of time to spend. So once we are done with this this short film, we will move on to the next story, which is going to be shared by Gaurav. Gaurav, the stage is yours.
So this is IIT Madras PhD Science Sahityika, and you are listening to RJ Gaurav Kumar Ghosh, and this is the Spooktacular Night. It's 12:28 a.m. sharp on my watch, and welcome to the wonderful session, which is already being so very scary. So आज हिंदी में बोला जाए, इंग्लिश में बोला जाए, आप कमेंट्स में लिख दीजिए, and then I'm gonna start. Yeah, so let's go. Hindi. Okay, okay, guys, nice time. Yeah, so let's start in Hindi. I think everybody's comfortable with that. तो मैं जिस स्टोरी के बारे में आपसे बात करने जा रहा हूँ, देवी और सज्जनों, ये स्टोरी बहुत ही अजीब है. द थिंग इज, ये कहानी का जो पूरा सेटिंग है, इट्स ऑब्वियसली इन अ विलेज, एक गांव में स्थित है. लेकिन उस गांव में चीज़ें आज जैसी नहीं है, क्योंकि वो गांव है ही बहुत पुराना. क्योंकि ये कहानी obviously is set in the times when there not were not many villages already lit by electricity. बहुत जगह बिजली नहीं थी, और जो कम्युनिकेशन था, जो मोबाइल फोन्स, टेलीफोन्स, ये सब भी ज़्यादा थे नहीं. So our protagonist of the story, for the sake of simplicity, let us name him maybe Abhay. So Abhay जी जो थे, वो शाम के ट्रेन से आ रहे थे उस गांव में, और वो पेशे से एक पेंटर थे, पेंटर, चित्रकार. एंड हिज फ्रेंड हैड इनवाइटेड हिम कि आप आइए, मैं उस गांव में रहता हूँ, मेरा पैतृक घर वहीं है, और आप आइए और हम लोग के साथ एक रात बिताइए. अब अभय जी जो थे, वो थे शहरी आदमी. कभी भी उन्होंने गांव देखा नहीं था. तो जब उन्हें एक मौका मिला, सो ही वाज लाइक, चलिए चलते हैं. एंड सो he took out his backpack and filled his canvas and everything, all set, और वो रवाना हुए. तो शाम की ट्रेन थी, शाम की ट्रेन से आए, वो उतरे. बहुत अजीब चीज़ उन्होंने पहले ही नोटिस की कि इस रेलवे स्टेशन पर जो ट्रेन है, उसके रुकते के साथ ही बहुत सारे लोग उतरे. लिटरली many people were in the train from a long time and everybody came out. लेकिन जब वो भीड़ को जाने के लिए वेट कर रहे थे कि हाँ जाओ जाओ जाओ, सब निकला, हम आराम से निकलेंगे क्योंकि मुझे और कोई जाना नहीं है. वो जब निकले, उन्होंने देखा स्टेशन फाँका, क्लियर, खाली, कुछ नहीं है, सन्नाटा, कुत्ते भौंक रहे हैं. इतने लोग गए कहाँ? एवरीबॉडी वाज शॉक्ड. भाई अभी तो इतने लोग उतरे, अरे कुछ लोग तो होंगे आसपास, भाई कहाँ गए सब? इतने सारे लोग थे, बहुत सारे लोग थे जो लेट्स से लेबरर्स थे, बहुत सारे थे जो काम से वापस आ रहे थे, या कुछ फार्मर्स लोग थे. लेकिन सब एक साथ अचानक, होता होगा शायद निकल गए हो, क्योंकि शाम का वक्त था. और माइंड यू, अगर आपको पता है, वो पोष का महीना था, पूस की रात जिसे कहते, पूस की जो महीना है हिंदू कैलेंडर्स में, तो वो पूस का महीना था, विच इज समवेयर अराउंड दिसंबर जनवरी टाइम। तो उस टाइम पे और संध्या हो चुकी थी, शाम का वक्त था। वो उतरे एंड ही वॉज कन्फ्यूज, लाइक उन्होंने बोला कि भाई मेरा दोस्त कहाँ है, बात तो थी उसे आने की, लेकिन ही वॉज नॉट देयर। सो ही लाइक वॉज थिंकिंग कि क्या करे, तो ही सिंपली अप्रोच टू द रेलवे स्टेशन मास्टर, क्योंकि एक स्टेशन मास्टर इज द मोस्ट रिलायबल पर्सन। He approached and said, excuse me, कोई है यहाँ पे? स्टेशन मास्टर जो थे अचानक ऐसे करके उठे, वो अपने काउंटर के उस साइड पे आराम से ऐसे सोए हुए थे, अचानक ऐसे उठे कि कौन कौन कहाँ से कौन, अच्छा आप क्या क्या आपको? एंड द स्टेशन मास्टर को हमारे अभय जी पूछते कि जी मेरा नाम अभय है, मैं अभी आया हूँ इस ट्रेन से, और मतलब क्या मुझे इस वक्त कोई रिक्शा ऑटो कुछ भी मिल पाएगा जिससे मुझे घर जाना है, मेरे दोस्त के यहाँ पे, उसका ठिकाना ये है। एंड ही टुक आउट पर्ची एंड गेव, ये ठिकाना है, मुझे यहाँ जाना है, क्या ये वक्त सही होगा, क्योंकि जाड़े की शाम है, जाया जा सकता है क्या? तो the station master looked at him and smiled कि नए हैं आप यहाँ पे, कभी आए नहीं है शायद। अभय भाई बोले कि हाँ नहीं आए हैं, क्या क्या दिक्कत है उससे? कोई दिक्कत है? इधर इस वक्त अभी कितना बज रहा है? कैजुअली लुक्ड और बोले अभय जी कि हाँ मेरी घड़ी में तो 6 बज रहे हैं शाम के। हाँ, तो 6 बजे के बाद इस गांव में कोई नहीं आता, क्योंकि ये ट्रेन जो आती है ये लास्ट ट्रेन है। इसके बाद जो लोग भीड़ में निकले इतने सारे, आपको लगा होगा कि ये सारे गए कहाँ? सब फटाफट स्टेशन के बाहर जो कुछ चुनिंदा 1-2 रिक्शा या ऑटो या ट्रेकर बाकी थे, उनमें भर के अपने अपने घर चले गए। अब आपको कोई नहीं मिलेगा, यू वोंट गेट अ सिंगल पर्सन, क्योंकि बस इतने ही लोग हैं जो हमेशा आते हैं और उन्हीं को लेके ऑटो 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 सब चले गए, इसलिए तो सब भागम भाग में निकल गए, विच एक्सप्लेन्ड कि हाँ भाई स्टेशन इतना जल्दी खाली क्यों हो गया। अब आप तो फंस गए हैं, अगर आपको जाना है तो पैदल जाना होगा। भाई क्या भला है, ये तो गजब भला है। वह भी लाइक कि भाई मतलब दोस्त बुलाया हमको ऐसे ऐसे, मतलब इसने बताया नहीं, हम भी दौड़ जाते हैं भीड़ के साथ। अब बंगाली आदमी बोले कि भाई कुछ भी हो जाए जाके रहूंगा, मुझे डर वर नहीं लगता, माँ काली का आशीर्वाद है, चल देंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। सो अभय बाबू बाबू मोशाय आराम से अपने कैनवास सूटकेस सब लेके चलते हैं और बस ऐसे ही चल पड़े। अब ये जो है स्टोरी इंटरेस्टिंग हो रही है। उसी रात को थी पूर्णमासी की रात, मतलब वेल मूनलिट नाइट, फुल मून। पूरे रास्ते में जो ताल के वृक्ष थे उनकी घनघोर छाया चरे चारों तरफ दिख रही थी, और खेत ही खेत, अंधेरे खेतों में उस पगडंडी से वो चले जा रहे थे। अब बात बहुत निराली ये थी कि अभय, एज द नेम सजेस्ट, सही में निडर थे। उन्हें किसी चीज से डर नहीं था, भूत वूत पे तो विश्वास ही नहीं था। क्या डर है, अरे चल देंगे, गाना गुनगुनाते गुनगुनाते सुहाना सफर और ये मौसम हंसी करते करते वो चलने लगे अपना। अब जैसे जैसे वो आगे बढ़े उन्हें ऐसा लगने लगा कि somebody has been following him। हाँ, तो ये तो एक हर वो स्टोरी में होता है कि कोई ना कोई पीछा करता है, लेकिन ये ऐसा नहीं है। इट वॉज समथिंग डिफरेंट। अभय जी चले, उन्हें लगा कोई है पीछे, ऐसे घूम के देखे, कोई नहीं, ऑब्वियसली कोई नहीं। उन्हें लगा कुछ वहम होगा, ऐसे ही होता होगा, चलते हैं। फिर गाना गन गया, ला 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 ला, धीरे धीरे बढ़े। फिर उन्हें लगा कुछ 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 कुछ, फिर ऐसे घूमते, कोई नहीं। फिर आगे गए, फिर लगा कोई, फिर 2-3 बार ऐसा हुआ एंड ही वाज लाइक कि भाई कुछ तो गड़बड़ है यहाँ, मतलब लग रहा है मुझे कोई फॉलो कर रहा है, मेरे मेरे 6 सेंसेस मुझे बता रहे हैं। सबसे ताज्जुब की बात यह है कि रास्ते पगडंडियों में कुत्ते जो थे वो भी उनको देख के भौंक नहीं रहे थे। हालाँकि स्ट्रीट डॉग्स आर नोन फॉर दैट कि भाई कोई भी अनजान आदमी चले तो कुत्ते भौंकते हैं। लेकिन कुत्तों को देख के अभय जी को ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो पता नहीं क्यों डरे डरे हुए हैं कि मतलब ऐसे करके मैं उनके तरफ आ रहा हूँ, वो भाग नहीं रहे हैं, बल्कि ऐसे करके देख रहे हैं कि मतलब भाई भौंकना नहीं है, कुछ भी हो जाए। भाई शी वाज़ फीलिंग स्ट्रेंज कि भाई क्या चल रहा है ये? एनीवेज़ चलते गए, चलते गए, चलते गए। अचानक उनको एक आवाज़ सुनाई दी, दूर कहीं से दूर से। ट्रिंग, ट्रिंग, ट्रिंग। लग रहा है कि कोई घंटी बजाते हुए जा रहा है। ऑब्वियसली एक साइकिल की घंटी है। अभय जी को लगा कि भाई शायद कोई आ रहा है, जा रहा है, पता नहीं। अंधेरी रात है, इतनी सारी रास्ते कवर करना है और मतलब चांदनी की रोशनी में इतनी स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई नहीं पड़ रही है, लेकिन एक छाया उसकी तरफ आ रही कि जा रही है पता नहीं। देखो, नाउ वी ऑल आर साइंस स्टूडेंट्स, वी वेरी वेल नो कि मोशन कैन नॉट बी ऑब्जर्व्ड इफ यू डू नॉट लुक एट इट्स बिहेवियर, द सराउंडिंग्स। कि इफ अ बॉडी इज मूविंग और आई एम नॉट ऑब्जर्विंग द सराउंडिंग्स, देन इट विल बी वेरी हार्ड टू नोट कि वो इज इट कमिंग टुवर्ड्स यू, इज इट गोइंग अवे फ्रॉम यू, like so, like in a bus, like you are sitting in a bus but you are stationary for the bus frame and for the outside frame you are moving. So same analogy यहाँ पे भी लागू होती है कि भाई अंधेरी रात में दो पेड़, ताल वृक्ष बड़े बड़े अंधेरे, उनमें एक साइकिल की छाया ऐसे है, वो इतनी दूर है मतलब आई साइड से कि वो आ रही है कि जा रही है बोलना मुश्किल है। लेकिन ही केप्ट ऑन वॉकिंग। अभय भाई एकदम भाई माय डियर आदमी, सिग्मा आदमी, बस लाइक कि भाई दोस्त के यहाँ तक पहुंच के रहेंगे, दोस्त ने प्रॉमिस किया मुर्गा भात खिलाएगा, भाई हम तो खा के रहेंगे। और भाई भुक्खल बंगाली भाते भात चल दिया भाई अपना आदमी। धीरे धीरे उसे लगने लगा कि भाई वो जो छाया जो दिख रही है मुझे कि हाँ भाई कुछ तो है, ट्रिंग ट्रिंग की आवाज बीच बीच में हो रही, वो आ रहा है आ रहा है आ रहा है। फिर वो साइकिलिस्ट जो था धीरे 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 आ ही रहा था कि भाई अचानक से उसे ऐसे टैप किया, ऐसे झटक के देखा अभय जी ने कि अरे। तो साइकिलिस्ट वाला जो आदमी था वो आके रुका था, वहां ब्रेक लगाया था उसने। लेकिन ताज्जुब की बात ये कि भाई उसको लगा कि भाई वो परछाई तो वहां थी, भाई हम 2 कदम क्या चले यहाँ पहुंच गए, चलो ठीक है तेज चलाया होगा साइकिल, क्या दिक्कत है। साइकिलिस्ट भाई जो थे उनकी मतलब छाया टाइप्स दिख रही थी, हेजी फिगर थी, सन जो मूनलाइट भी है वो भी ठीक से मुंह पे पड़ नहीं रही थी, तो इट वाज नॉट वेरी मच विजिबल कि भाई कौन है क्या है। एंड ही सिंपली सेड कि दादा अपनी एखाने नतून न की, विच मीन्स कि दादा क्या आप यहाँ पे नए आए हैं क्या। सो अभय भाई बोले कि जी हाँ मैं नया ही आया हूँ यहाँ पे, मुझे अपने घर फलाने के यहाँ पे जाना है, ये पता है। सो जो साइकिलिस्ट भाई थे बोले कि अच्छा दादा आप एक काम करिए, अभी तो बहुत रात हो चुकी है, मैं इसी रास्ते से जाऊँगा, मैं आपको ड्रॉप कर दूँगा। तो साइकिलिस्ट भाई के इस प्रस्ताव से बहुत खुश हो गए, भाई इतना भारी भरकम बोझ लेके चल रहे हैं भाई, थके हुए आदमी, ट्रेन में इतना सफ़र किया भाई, बोले कि हाँ भाई ठीक है, थैंक यू भाई। गैरेज पे बैठ गए, बोले आपको कोई भी दिक्कत हो हमको बताइएगा, हम धीरे-धीरे चलाएँगे, आपको मतलब अगर डिस्कम्फर्ट हो, स्पेशली आपके उस रीजन में, तो प्लीज़ बताइएगा, क्योंकि द पीपल हू हैव सैट बिहाइंड इन अ साइकिल दे नो, स्पेशली बॉयज़, द पेन। एनीवेज़, लेट्स बी सीरियस अगेन। तो अब वो चले वो चले साइकिल चलाते-चलाते, लेकिन उन्हें कुछ और लग रहा था अभय भाई को कि भाई क्या ये ज़्यादा ही तेज़ नहीं चला रहे हैं? साइकिल जो चल रही है और जो पेड़ ऐसे-ऐसे करके आर-पार जा रहे हैं, लग रहा है कि भाई हम साइकिल पे नहीं मोटरसाइकिल पे हैं। इतनी तेज़ साइकिल कौन चलाता है, और भाई मैं इतना भी तो दुबला-पतला हूँ नहीं कि मेरा भार नहीं है। बट एनीवेज़ ही इग्नोर्ड दिस एंड और साइकिलिस्ट वाले भैया पूरा बात कर रहे हैं उनसे कि बताइए आप कहाँ से हैं? आपके दोस्त यहाँ रहते हैं? अच्छा मैं उनसे जान-पहचान रखता हूँ, ये वो वगैरह, खाना खाया कि नहीं आपने, ये वो। साइकिलिस्ट भाई के साथ दोस्ती बन गई पक्की। उन्होंने पूछा, "भाई भाई कि आपका नाम क्या है?" ले अरे नाम में क्या रखा है जी, आप चलिए तो सही, हम आपको ये दोस्त को पहचानते हैं, बहुत अच्छी मुलाकात है उनसे, आप चलिए। इस भाई चले एकदम पूरा चले। और ऐसा करते करते दोस्त का जो घर था, फॉर्चुनेटली दोस्त का जो घर था, उस घर की जो फोटो थी वो जो अभय भाई है उनको दोस्त ने दे दी थी कि भाई ये मेरे घर का एक फोटो खिंचाया था हमने शादी में, और यही फोटो है मेरे घर की, तुम बस जब आना ना तो पूछते पूछते अगर किसी को ना मिले तो बस फोटो देख के मिला लेना, कहा यही है, हाँ यही है, यही रूम प्लेट है, यही नेम प्लेट है, जो भी है, हाँ यही है, यही इसका घर है, आ जाना और हम तुमको रिसीव करने के लिए गेट पे भी खड़े होंगे, तो नो इश्यूज। तो भाई जैसे ही उसका घर आया, उस घर के थोड़े डिस्टेंस में एक मतलब तार के वृक्ष के सामने जो साइकिलिस्ट जी थे बोले कि भाई अब हमको यहाँ से जो मोड़ है ना, दो मोहाना था वो बाय द वे, यहाँ से जो है राइट में आपके दोस्त का घर है, ज़्यादा नहीं बस 100 मीटर दूर है, और लेफ्ट में हमको जाना है, तो अब आशीर्वाद जय राम जी की, और अब हम निकलते हैं। तो साइकिलिस्ट भाई के साथ भाई बोले कि भाई बहुत धन्यवाद धन्यवाद, लेकिन हाथ मिलाने गए तो साइकिलिस्ट जी बोले कि नहीं नहीं हाथ नहीं, हम प्रणाम कर लिए, आप बड़े आदमी हैं, हैंडशेक वैंडशेक हम लोग को नहीं आता, हम चलते हैं, बोल के चल दिए। जब वो उतरे, ठीक है, जब वो उतरे तो उन्हें लगा कि भाई हम जैसे बैठे थे वैसे ही फील हो रहा है, मतलब वो जो फीलिंग आई टॉक्ड अबाउट सम टाइम अहेड कि भाई बहुत देर तक कैरेज में बैठने के बाद क्या हाल होता है, कुछ फील नहीं हुआ भाई, उन्हें कुछ फील नहीं हुआ, बोले कि भाई ये तो सही है भाई, साइकिल बहुत अच्छा चलाया भाई, हमको कुछ फील नहीं हुआ। अब भाई भाई अपना गए, और घर पहुंचने के बाद भाई उनका जो दोस्त है ऐसे ऐसे चल रहा था भाई, अचानक देखा, अरे अब भाई, अरे भाई तुम अभी आ गया भाई, इतना लेट कर दिया भाई, हम कब से वेट कर रहे तुम्हारा, भाई हमको लगा तुम आएगा नहीं। दोस्त बोला कि भाई, और बोला क्या बे, सुनो भाई इधर इधर सुनो, आपको पता है क्यों नहीं भाई, वहाँ पे खत्म हो जाता है सब भाई, इतना इतना हरामी कैसे हो सकता है भाई तुम, मतलब अरे कोई नहीं चलो ठीक है आ जाओ तुम, हाथ पैर धो लो, खाना लगा हुआ है तुम खा लो भाई। फिर उसके बाद पूरा खातिरदारी मतलब एकदम एक क्लास लेवल उसको खिलाया पूरा एकदम, देसी मुर्गा और भात पूरा एकदम गर्मा गर्म भाई, मजा आ गया एकदम। भाई उसके बाद फिर बोले कि भाई तुम्हारे लिए ऊपर में जो रूम है ना वहाँ पे हम सेट कर दिए, वहाँ पे चल जाओ, वहाँ पे तुम मतलब मस्त अपना सो। तो भाई अभय भाई ऊपर गए, सोने के पहले उनका एक शौक था कि भाई अभय भाई जो पेंटर थे वो रात को सोने के पहले ऐसे ही कैजुअली थोड़ा मोड़ा पेंट कर देते, ड्रॉ कर देते, फिर नींद जैसी आती थी सो जाते थे। अभय भाई गए अपना पूरा सेटअप लगाया, चूंकि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कम थी इसलिए वो जो लैंटर्न आता है मरकरी वाला, उस लैंटर्न में उन्होंने जला के दे दिया था, बढ़िया लाइट उसकी अच्छी आती है। सो उन्होंने लैंटर्न को ऐसे जलाया और जला के विंडो के पास ऐसे देखा, विंडो से पूरा व्यू आ रहा है, क्योंकि 2 मंजिला मकान था, तो भाई विंडो से जो व्यू आ रहा है पूरा का पूरा गांव दिख रहा है नियरली, ठीक है, और पूरी पगडंडी ये सब कुछ दिख रहा है, एक तालाब है बीच में, और जो चांद की रोशनी है उसमें सब कुछ दिख रहा है, सब कुछ नियरली क्लियर है भाई, हाँ ठीक है भैया। अब उस रिफ्लेक्शन में वो देख रहे हैं और उन्हें लगा कि भाई आज का चांद माशाल्लाह, आहा क्या बना है भाई, आज आज तो भाई मतलब मूड में हम पूरा बनाएंगे, चांद बनाएंगे। कैनवस, ये पेन उठाए या जो भी उनका है पेंट ब्रश उठाया, कैनवस पे धीरे धीरे शुरू किया बनाना, धीरे धीरे पूरा का पूरा जो भी दिख रहा है विंडो से कि हाँ भाई ये क्लियर है, ये क्लियर है, पेड़ बना रहे हैं, तालाब बना रहे हैं, सब कुछ बना रहे हैं, बना लिया। और उसके बाद बना के वो ऐसे मैच कर रहे थे, मैच किए, अचानक उन्हें लगा कि भाई वहां पे कोई तो है, दूर कहीं पे एक छोटी सी परछाई ऐसे करके चल रही है, उन्हें लगा ये क्या है भाई। उसके बाद उन्होंने ऐसे पेंट ब्रश उठाया, अपना कैनवस पे देखा, हाय एक मिनट यहाँ पे भी वही सेम परछाई, ये एक मिनट, यहाँ पे हम तो कुछ बनाए भी नहीं किए थे, रोड तो हम खाली बनाए थे भाई, इधर तो कुछ चल रहा है, उधर भी कुछ चल रहा है भाई, यहाँ पे लाइव लाइव टेलीकास्ट कैसे चल रहा है, एक मिनट, ये क्या चल रहा है, यहाँ पे लाइव टेलीकास्ट चल रहा है, मेरा पेंटिंग भाई पेंटिंग कुछ चल रहा है, उधर से भी ऐसे 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 धीरे 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 आ रहा है। अचानक उन्हें क्लियर हुआ भाई ये जो मेरे पेंटिंग में, क्योंकि पेंटिंग में तो वो पास से देख रहे हैं ना और पता चल रहा है कि क्या चल रहा है, पेंटिंग में वो देखते कि भाई छोटा सा एक साइकिल जैसा कुछ ड्राइंग ऐसे 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 आगे आ रहा है, आ रहा है, आ रहा है, रोड रोड के आगे आके ऐसे करके सट से उधर से निकल लिया। उनके जो बनाए हुए रास्ता था उस रास्ते में से एक छोटा सा साइकिलिस्ट ऐसे करके निकल गया। और जैसे ही पेंटिंग में वो देखे वैसे मुड़ के वो देखते वहां पे भी कोई नहीं, बाहर कोई नहीं। भाई वो उन्हें लगा कि भाई 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 ये कुछ हो गया भाई, हमको हमको हम ज्यादा खा लिया भाई, गैस एसिडिटी हो गया, इनो विनो मिलेगा नहीं यहाँ पे, सो जाते हैं भाई। होम्योपैथी रखते थे अपने साथ, एंटीम क्रूड लिए, एंटीम क्रूड खुराक खा लिए भाई। बोले कि भाई आई हैव इटन अ लॉट, सो जा, सो गए। लाइट बंद की और सो गए। अब अगली सुबह कुछ नहीं बोला उन्होंने, कुछ नहीं, ये इंसिडेंट उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बोला। सुबह उठ के उन्होंने कैनवास को देखा, कैनवास में भी कोई साइकिल वाइकल कुछ नहीं। ठीक है, जो कैनवास उन्होंने बनाया था, जो मूनलाइट है, जो भी है, रास्ता है, पेड़ है, कुछ नहीं। उसके बाद अगली रात, अगले रात वो फिर आए अपना मतलब खा पी के बनाने बैठे हैं। इस बार ही प्लान कि भाई कल रात हम मतलब ज़्यादा ही होश में मतलब नहीं बना पाए थे, आज रात अच्छे से बनाएंगे। दूसरा पेंटिंग पलटा, फिर से पेन लेके बनाना शुरू किए। इस बार वो क्या करना शुरू किए कि उन्होंने जो रेलवे स्टेशन देखा था ना, रेलवे स्टेशन से जो वो रास्ता ऐसे जा रहा है, और वो रास्ते में उन्होंने जो जो देखा था उसको विजुअलाइज करके वो एक कंटिन्यूअस ऐसे डायग्राम टाइप का बना रहे थे। इसके घर तक, क्या कहते हैं, उनके जो दोस्त के घर तक है उनका एक रास्ता ऐसे इमेजिन करके बना रहे थे। अब वो रास्ता बनाने के बाद व्हाट ही नोटिस्ड वाज कि भाई यहाँ पे भी कुछ तो दिख रहा है भाई, कुछ तो ऐसे ऐसे जा रहा है। एंड ही वाज शॉक्ड, लिटरली ही वाज पर्सपायरिंग, एंड उसके उसका गला सूख गया कि भाई हम ये बना ही नहीं रहे। भाई वो उसको ऐसे करके पेंट ब्रश से पोंछने का कोशिश करे, कुछ भी कोशिश करे, वो डॉट जो है ऐसे 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 जा रहा है। अचानक एक और डॉट आया, जो डॉट ऐसे करके वहां पे रुक गया। फिर वो दो डॉट में ऐसे इंटरेक्शन हुआ, फिर वो दोनों डॉट एक साथ एक ही स्पीड में चलने लगे। और जस्ट लाइक द डे, कि जब वो जो मतलब घर आ रहे थे और मोड़ पे जैसे रुके थे, वैसे ही दो डॉट वहां पे जाके रुका। और भाई वो अपने रास्ते चला गया, एक डॉट अपने रास्ते चला गया, एक इसके दोस्त के घर गया और एक उधर चला गया। उसके बाद वो इतना घबरा गया भाई भाई कि वो हड़बड़ी में अपना पेंटिंग ऐसे खोले, और पेंटिंग का जो पहला वाला जो पिछले रात का बनाया था वो पेंटिंग देखे। उस पेंटिंग में भाई वो जो इस रास्ते से लेफ्ट टर्न लिया था, वो जो डॉट था, वो डॉट फिर अब ये नया वाला जो पहला वाला पेंटिंग था उस पेंटिंग में आने लगा। आके ऐसे करके सर से निकल गया। वो हड़बड़ा के ऐसे करके विंडो से छलांग टाइप का मार के देखते कि भाई भाई कोई तो गया, कोई तो गया, दूर में दिख रहा है मुझे कोई एक डॉट टाइप का। और उन्हें सुनाई दिया ट्रिंग 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 ट्रिंग, चला गया। इतना डर गया भाई जी कि भाई क्या हो गया भाई, क्या था भाई। उसके बाद दोनों पेंटिंग देख रहे, कोई डॉट नहीं, कोई डॉट नहीं, देयर इज नॉट अ सिंगल डॉट इन द पेंटिंग। वो जो दो डॉट थे भाई कहाँ गए। भाई इतना डर गया वो, एकदम चिल्ला गए, भाई होरी होरी भाई सुनचो भाई, होरी कोথায় भाई, मतलब हरी जो उसके दोस्त का नाम था, कहाँ हो भाई, इधर आओ, जल्दी आओ भाई, जल्दी आओ। हड़बड़ा के हरी आया भाई ऊपर कि भाई क्या हो गया भाई, तुम इसे चिल्ला क्यों रहे हो। वो देखा कि भाई ये तो ऐसे बैठे हुए ऐसे बेड पे ऐसे एकदम पूरा, भाई कोई बुरा सपना देख लिया क्या भाई। ऐसा ऐसा हुआ, ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है, पूरा एकदम वो तारक मेहता में जो नहीं होता है रिकैप टाइम पे, तरक दिन दिन तरक दिन तरक दिन दिन तरक दिन, पूरा रिकैप में पूरा का पूरा स्टोरी समझाया। पूरा रिकैप में स्टोरी समझाने के बाद हरी बोला भाई तू फंस गया। हरी कैसे, क्या क्या बक रहे हो भाई, क्या बक रहे हो भाई, ये क्या बोल रहे हो। तो भाई हरी बोला कि भाई देखो, शांत शांत पानी पियो। देखो इस गांव में एक हमारे बहुत पुराने दोस्त रहा करते थे, जो मतलब मेरे बचपन के दोस्त थे। उनका नाम था राधा बाबू। राधा उनका पूरा नाम नहीं था, लेकिन लोग उन्हें राधा ही बुलाते थे। असल में उनका नाम राधा कृष्ण बाबू था, लेकिन राधा बाबू कह के ही बुलाते थे। तो जो राधा बाबू थे, उन वो यहाँ के जो स्टेशन है, उस स्टेशन में वो अखबार ऐसे सप्लाई करते थे कि जो मतलब क्या कहते हैं, जो स्टेशन मास्टर उनको सुबह अखबार देना, फिर गांव के हर लोगों को अखबार देना, अखबार देने का काम करते थे। और अखबार देने के लिए वो इतने ज़्यादा, मतलब क्या कहते हैं, एफिशिएंट थे कि वो एकदम सुबह-सुबह भोर रात को नियरली 2-3 बजे से उठ के एकदम पहुँच जाते थे स्टेशन, क्योंकि स्टेशन पे जो ट्रेन है वो रुकती नहीं थी। वो अखबार का पेटी ऐसे फेंक देती थी। रात के 2 ढाई बजे से फेंक देती थी ताकि समेट-उमेट के 4 बजे तक में सबको अखबार मिल जाए। तो राधा बाबू जो थे, ऐसे ही एक रात वो साइकिल लेके ऑब्वियसली करते थे, तो ऐसे ही एक रात राधा बाबू जो थे, वो ट्रेन का वेट कर रहे थे। उन्होंने देखा कि भाई ट्रेन जो ऐसे जा रही है, उस ट्रेन से कोई भी न्यूज़पेपर गिरा नहीं रहा है। तो भाई अचानक लास्ट मोमेंट में जब ट्रेन एकदम प्लेटफ़ॉर्म से निकलने वाली थी, तब जो मतलब ये जो फेंकने वाला था, वो ऐसे गेट खोला, बोला, "राधा बाबू पकड़िए", ऐसे करके फेंका और वो राधा बाबू दौड़ते-दौड़ते से पहाड़ स्लिप किए और जो ट्रैक से जो स्टेशन का जो प्लेटफ़ॉर्म खत्म होता है, वहाँ से ऐसे करके गिर गए और उनका माथा फट के वो वहीं मर गए। लेकिन लेकिन भाई उसके बाद उस रात से स्टेशन में हर रात को ये भूत है कि भाई जो भी उस ट्रेन से रात को आता है, उस ट्रेन से उनका धर्म होता है कि वो उन्हें लिफ्ट दे और सेफ़ली डेस्टिनेशन तक ले जाए, और वो पूरे गाँव का गोल-गोल हमेशा चक्कर काटते रहते सुबह तक। ये है उस साइक्लिस्ट की कहानी। और तुम्हारे जो पेंटिंग में वो जो डॉट दिख रहे हैं, वो डॉट सिर्फ़ इसीलिए दिख रहे हैं बिकॉज़ ही वाज़ एन आर्ट एंथुसियास्ट। उन्हें पेंटिंग, आर्ट ये सब से बहुत शौक था। भले कभी खुद बना नहीं पाए, लेकिन हाँ, उनका ये शौक था। और भाई वो जल्दी किसी को लिफ्ट देते भी नहीं, तुमको दे दिए मतलब तुम बहुत अच्छा आदमी हो। ये सुन के अभय बाबू इतने भयभीत हुए और चकित भी हुए कि भाई ही वॉज़ नॉट एबल टू प्रोसेस इट। अगले दिन ट्रेन थी उनकी, उन्होंने बोला भाई दिन में भेज दे भाई, फिर हमको साइकिल-वाइकिल के पीछे मत बैठा। चुपचाप हरी बाबू ने उनको स्टेशन ले गया, उनको विदा किया और चले गए। So this was Spooky Night story from my side, The Cyclist. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gaurav. And I must say, what a performance it was. It was not just a storytelling, it was like a theatrical performance. It was, as Shreyang mentioned, it was indeed, it was really theatrical, and the narration was next to none. And I'm pretty sure everyone loved it. And yeah, guys, if you loved Gaurav's story, which I'm pretty sure you did, do show him some love, okay? So, yeah, thank you very much, Gaurav. So, before we move on to our next short film or the games I was talking about, let's move on to another person, okay, who would like to share their story. I can see, Shobhit, that you have your hands up, but brother, since you have already narrated once, we'll definitely come back to you. But before that, we would like to go to people who are yet to tell a story. Okay, so we'll definitely come back to you, Shobhit. But before that, the people who are yet to tell a story, we'll go to them. So I can see Kavya. Kavya's hand is raised. Kavya, would you like to go ahead?
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hmm, fine. Okay, we are here now. So I don't know the exact setting of this story, but this is about a couple, more like a husband's worst nightmare. तो थोड़ा सोचो क्या हो सकता है अब. So this is about Ben and his wife, Lynn. They had been together for 6 years, married for about 11 months. Now, this Lynn lady, she was very gentle woman, very sophisticated, very serious. She did not like any horror stuff, creepy stuff, unlike Ben, who absolutely loved it. Now, in their entire history together, everything was very normal. No red flags, no complicated behaviors. सब कुछ एकदम बढ़िया चल रहा था. And of course, everything had to go down one day. Like everything has to go down one day. You, me, your life, which you cannot handle at this point. everything. So, yeah, coming back to the story, one day Ben was in the kitchen making himself some coffee before leaving for work. While his coffee brewed, he checked his phone, checking for any important emails, texts, whatever. He took a sip of the coffee and rushed to the living room, only to notice something shift from the corner of his eyes. He turned to see Lynn, and she was there staring at him from the corner, her long hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was hidden behind that wall, separating the passage and वो living room का area. Naturally, he was stunned and nearly spilled his coffee. He asked her what she was up to because ऐसा कौन करता है अचानक से सुबह सुबह. She immediately popped out of view like a little kid and disappeared before he could catch her. Since he was getting late for work, he just thought कि ये prank होगा. It was funny, playful thing, totally out of character for her, but okay. And it was nothing very concerning because हो सकता है कुछ मज़े आ रहे होंगे. And he ignored it क्योंकि हम तो पूरे अंधे हैं, यूनिवर्स के साइंस तो ऐसे इग्नोर कर देते हैं. Anyways, the next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 3 a.m. when he woke up to have a drink. He was sitting at the table with that glass of water and he felt this strong feeling of being watched. Now, for some reason, he looked down to find his wife's smiling face staring at him from under the table. Wide eyes and a wide grin. He screamed, as any sane person would. At that sound, his wife Lynn crawled out of that table and ran out of that kitchen on all fours. He did not go after her because he was too stunned, frozen. Now, he thought कि थोड़ी देर रुक जाते हैं, अभी क्या ही कर सकते हैं, उसका क्या चल रहा है उसको ही समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. And eventually he mustered up some courage, went upstairs, and he found her sleeping peacefully. कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, वो उठी नहीं, or at least she was pretending to be asleep. For whatever reason, he just stood there staring at her, and she was breathing very softly, peacefully, मतलब सोई हुई है आराम से. And he was questioning his choices, whatever he was doing with his life. But ठीक है. हाँ, कॉकरोच की तरह वैसे ही. So he just slept there carefully, looking at her time and again कि उठी तो नहीं ना. So yeah, that's how the night went. कुछ और हुआ नहीं. सुबह उठते हैं and he asks her about it कि what were you doing? Why were you peeking at me? And she laughed. She looked at him dead serious and said, now we are equal. You used to prank me all the time. Now here I am pranking you. अभी ठीक है, उसको खुशी हुई कि she is, taking part in his favorite genre sort of thing. Days went by, weeks went by, and he noticed her peeking at him more and more from behind the couch, behind the curtains, but only her face was visible all this time. मतलब एकदम creepy grin, wide eyes, no blinking at all. He was definitely terrified, but thought that she was just being playful and would get bored of it after a while. 2 weeks go by and he did not notice anything unusual anymore. उसको लगा खत्म हो गए pranks. He asked her if she got tired of it, and what she said was, maybe I got better at it. Practice makes a man perfect को literally ले लिया शायद. अभी Ben was paranoid. क्या मजा आ रहा है इस मोहतरमा को इस सब से? He was thinking like, why would a wife stalk her husband this way? Few days went by, and Lynn left to go to a friend's place for a sleepover, like a stay or something. He came back from work, went for a shower, and like you must have guessed, इसने जैसे ही सोप धो लिया, आंखें खोली, he saw Lynn peeking at him from behind the shower curtain. Her entire head was stretched into the shower, leaving her body outside. Her long dark hair over her face, her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, and eyes wide and red. He screamed, jumped back against the wall, a string of curse leaving his mouth. Naturally. Now they stood there looking at each other, confused. Both of them she wasn't confused, I think, but he was definitely confused कि क्या मतलब क्या हो रहा है इसको क्या नशे चढ़ गए. And after a while she backed away and she left. He could hear that door slamming close and he thought she left. Now he stepped out, catching his breath, waiting for a while. He was scared of his own wife. He did not want to face her, confront her. He was thinking what to do, and before he could open the door, he heard a whisper, and he knew exactly where it came from. या शायद उसे लगा उसको पता होगा. Now this Ben guy, he went on his knees and peered under the door. Guess कर लिया ही होगा कि वो वाइफ देख रही होगी उसको नीचे से. But no, she wasn't there. He was relieved. He got up and he was waiting. And before he could open the door, he heard the whisper again. He turned back and saw her peeking from the closet inside the bathroom. She never left that bathroom. She only made him believe that. Now he ran. He ran for his life. He grabbed his keys and drove 40 minutes to his brother's place. His brother and his wife were definitely surprised कि मतलब he was just in his boxers and he came at the middle of the night ऐसे भाग के उनके घर पे, and he couldn't tell them the exact reason. उनको से बताया कि we just had a terrible fight and could he stay over, and they of course allowed him as long as he wanted. Now he couldn't sleep all night. He was tossing and turning, and his brother was named Chris. He gave him a sleeping pill, and even in his sleep, he could only imagine his wife's smiling face, not sleeping face. Smiling face. Abhi, he was very scared as to what is happening with her and all of that. He woke up in the morning. He was staring up at the ceiling, and for some reason, he heard a knock on the window. He turned to see her peeking at him from the window. A gaping smile, wide eyes, drool dripping down the lips because she had her face pressed against that wall for he doesn't know how long, but definitely all night. And he was too stunned to even shout at it. Now, before he could say anything, his brother and his wife, मतलब वो भाई की wife, they started coming down, and maybe she heard it. And before he turned to look at Lynn again, she had disappeared. The only sign was that drool dripping down the window, and he thought what was wrong with her. He told his brother कि I thought I saw Lynn outside. They went outside and they couldn't find her, of course, because she had disappeared. Abhi, the only sign was that drool, and they thought maybe it's just an animal or something. And they told Ben to calm down. Maybe he's imagining all this stuff and he's overworked. Zyada kaam kar liya. He called off work that day. He stayed at home. He was scared. He didn't know what to do because he really loved his wife. He wanted her back. So he was just waiting. He waited for another day. And the next day, he was having breakfast with Chris's wife. And she asked him that, can this fight be resolved if y'all talk, if y'all just, come together, talk about it, we'll be there. And he thought, I don't think so. She has gotten very weird and I don't feel like talking to her right now. And she told him that she looked very miserable. She clearly misses you. And he was shocked. He asked her, did Lynn come here? Did you see her? And that wife said, yeah, she was here in the morning. Now, Ben was shocked. He asked her, did she come in? And she said, no, she did not come in. She just asked if you were awake, and I told her you were sleeping. And I even asked her to stay over till you woke up. and she said that she can't wait, so she just left. Now, when all of this happened, he decided that he'll finally confront her, and he asked his brother to accompany him. They went to Ben's house, and when he opened the door, everything was dark. The entire house was dark. The curtains were closed, and there was a foul smell coming as well. They thought maybe she is very miserable and she's just crying in her room or something. They walked upstairs, and there was the wedding photo frame which was broken into pieces. And Ben was just staring at it, wondering what is happening. Is she angry, or is she, something is happening to her, because there was no sign of any mental health illness, and it did not even run in her family. They went inside the bedroom, and the first thing he thought was checking the bathroom again, and he was very scared. So his brother offered to do it for him. He opened the door, checked, there was nothing in the bathroom closet as well. And his brother suggested him to pack some clothes, come back, maybe they'll try to find her again, call her, tell her to come over. And Ben thought that was a great idea. And he opened his closet to take out his clothes. But what he found was something which he never expected. There was a dozen pair of eyeballs all lined up in different shapes, small, big, some very big. And that was where that smell was coming from as well. And this Chris, the brother, he was so shocked. He was like, I thought my wife's makeup collection was weird, and here your wife is collecting eyeballs. Man, you should get her checked. Now, even though Ben was scared for his entire life, thinking, why did he even marry her? It was his wife ultimately. He wanted to help her. And he turned around to call her out. He was calling her out, Lynn, where are you? And just when they were about to leave the room, he heard a sound coming out from the bed, under the bed. And he turned. He waited for a while and he peeked. There he saw Lynn with her smiling face propped up on her chin, with a pool of blood around her. And he asked her to come out. He was very calm, he was very sweet, though he was scared, but he thought maybe that she's suffering from some illness and he'll try to help her. Now, she did not stop smiling, she did not stop glaring at him. So he pulled her out, and he saw a piece of glass from the photo frame in her hand, with her fingers severed on one hand, the other hand holding the glass, and the blood was dripping out from her fingers. And his brother Chris shouted, screamed, while Ben was completely terrified at what was happening. And Lynn noticed that he had brought his brother along, and she looked at him. She became very angry, and Ben asked his brother to run from there, because she was in a killer mode now for some reason. And they both ran. She was They somehow managed to escape that room, and Chris went back home. Ben booked a motel, and he was staying there over there. And for a while he was wondering what is to be done. Iske baad, the only thing that happened was he got a message on his phone which said, I am watching you. And he got an attachment, and it was the eyes of his wife cut out inside the closet in front of all the dozen eyeballs. And till now, we do not know what happened with Ben. That's my story for the night.
Wow, wow, Kavya, when you told me that, you would like to share a story, I was definitely not expecting something which tastes similar to something straight out of a manga written by Junji Ito. Like, it was really good, especially that extended neck thing. It reminds me of these Japanese creatures called yokais. So amazing tale, amazing story, Kavya. I'm pretty sure this story has been etched into many people's hearts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That was indeed a great story, and I can assure you, and I can suppose that Kavya added to the list of the great stories which were shared in this session. Thank you very much, Kavya. And yeah, indeed, Uzumaki, as some people are mentioning in the chat box, Uzumaki is a milestone by Junji Ito. But apart from that, there are certain short stories also written by the same phenomenal author or mangaka per se, and Kavya's tale, reminds me of certain creatures and the flavor that you receive while reading Junji Ito's work. And for those who are not familiar to Junji Ito, do give a shot to Uzumaki, Hellstar Remina, and Gyo. Okay, and then move on to Gyome, not Gyome, not the Demon Slayers, but Tomei. Okay, Tomie. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Subrat. It is Tomie. Especially girls, if you are not into mangas, start with Tomie. I'm pretty sure you'll fall in love with the character, and no matter how despicable she is the embodiment of women empowerment. Okay, nevertheless, so let's move on and do something new. Okay, do a little bit of a trivia quiz, probably. Okay, you guys don't have to turn your mics on, rather you can use the chat box. Okay, so just give me a moment and let me share my screen, and do let me know if it is being shared properly. Okay. Hmm, just a second. It's not visible, right? Could someone turn their mic on and let me know if it is visible or
No,
not?
it's not visible yet.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Let me see. What can I do about it? Uh, Horror movies, brother. रुको रुको बताता हूँ मैं chat box में बताता हूँ. Just a second.
यस भी, और एक बात, आप जो सजेशन देते हो ना सारा चैट बॉक्स में देना ताकि स्क्रीनशॉट करता है उसको, मतलब
Absolutely,
फॉर एग्जांपल
absolutely.
जो एनिमे.
I'll do the same. I'll do the same. I'll do the same. Okay, so I don't know, guys, if I'm presenting it in the right way, but sorry.
Yeah, but it's visible.
This is visible, right? Just a second.
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I usually don't use Canva, but can't do anything about it. So, guys, simple, really simple. Guess this movie. Please don't turn your mics on. That will be sounding like a railway station. I would request all of you to use the chat box. Okay, that would be much, much easier to do, and I'm pretty sure we can come to a common consensus. Okay. So, guys, which movie is it? I can see that somebody was spamming it. I realized. Okay, okay, calm down, guys. Okay, 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 okay. It was very simple, right? It was a simple one. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Let's see. The answer is it. Okay, that is nice. Pretty simple it was. Okay. Let's see. What about this one? This one should be known by people who are really into horror. I can see Subrat has responded, and Subrat is the only one, followed by Aniket, then Shrikar, then Chhatrapal, Aisha, Shobhit. Okay, okay, okay. Anyone else would like to go ahead? And if not, then we'll move on to. Oh, Aniket, now, okay, Aniket, you have my respect. Now that you have mentioned Paimon, but the thing is, you are calling Paimon a god, although Paimon belongs to the pantheon of biblical demons. Okay, but indeed, some sects and some cults indeed worship him, but that doesn't make him a god. But then again, the term god itself is subjective. Your god could be my demon, right? Or mine could be yours. So yeah, this is definitely hereditary. And okay, let's move on to the third one, and after that we will again move up to stories because Aisha has a few great stories stored for us. Okay, It was indeed hereditary. Pat your back because you have nothing better to do. And let's move on to this one. Ooh, okay. That this again reminds me of Kavya's story. Kavya, you have definitely given a lot of people sleepless nights. Thank you very much, brother. Okay, Chhatrapa. Okay, Shobit is okay. Sahil's. Oh no no no. Wait. Uh, okay, cool. Aniket is saying Meri Farjati. Okay, that is more power to you, Aniket. Subrat is saying Evil Dead Rise. Shrikar is saying Ouija. Sahil is again Evil Dead. Shobit says the same. Shrikar is putting a question mark. He is confused. Chhatrapal Singh is saying evil. Okay. That could be Origin of Evil or Evil Dead. What do you say, Chhatrapal? What are you looking for? Aniket is saying Ouija. Sushant is saying EDR. Bruh, keyboard. Okay. Shreya is saying The Conjuring. Okay. Subrat saying Evil Dead Rise. Chhatrapal is again moving on to EDR. Okay. Enough of my commentary and let's just move on because even I don't know which movie it is. Okay. I'll pretend I knew it. It's EDR indeed, guys. EDR indeed. Ash Williams, chainsaw attached to his hands, killing these undeads. Legendary, legendary indeed. Okay. Sushant is in a train, and the image is scaring me. Oh, nice. The fun fact is, in trains, when everyone goes to sleep and only that blue light is on, it does look like a morgue, as if a lot of dead bodies are lying down, right? So yeah, that could be really fun. A really fun journey for you, nevertheless. Okay. Moving on. Aisha, are you there? Aisha. I'm not sure if Aisha is there.
Yes. Oh, okay. Am I audible?
Indeed, Aisha, you are.
Okay, guys. So the story I want to share is actually not a story, but something that I've been thinking about for quite some time. And I thought all of you guys would be the best audience to share the ideas that I've had with, and I think you guys will be able to add more to it. So I think it was around 1.5 years ago that I found out a very small piece of information that humans have been existing way before the first and the second ice age happened. That means Homo sapiens, as we know our species, has survived both the ice ages. Now, there are many theories that say that humans were able to discover fire and they were able to make clothes and a lot of other tools to help their survival. But around, I think, the last December, I found a page that was talking about the unconventional ways in which humans used to survive during difficult times. Like if you look at human body, even though we are quite a large animal, the way we would stand in front of another animal or like a wild animal, we would be very weak compared to them. Like if you see a bear or even a deer, they have kind of like inbuilt talent to survive in the wild. While we don't have any much inbuilt talent. Like we have to rely on fire, tools, etc. So a lot of humans used to either eat really small animals or forage in the forest or rely on agriculture. But during Ice Age, this case was even more difficult. Being able to find edible plants or small animals was very difficult, and the climate was harsh enough that many would not be able to even hunt the larger animals because the herds that we hunt for, like cattle or different other animals, would rely on grasses, which would be rare in Ice Age, especially because if you would know about what happened during Ice Age, most of the plants would die because of the cold, and very few animals, including mostly birds and other large, heavy animals, would survive. And it was a difficult time for everyone, like everyone in the sense that all species, but still humans were able to survive. And somebody, I think it was a YouTuber or someone, suggested that it was during this time that humans started to think that a good option for survival would be consuming the meat of another human. And now this idea wouldn't seem too like impossible because considering how humans are quite fragile in case of other in front of other wild animals, we would definitely have to stay hidden, especially at the night, because we can't definitely compare ourselves to the kind of nocturnal animals that exist even right now. So humans were quite weak, and the idea that we can hunt others, other humans, wouldn't be something that is too impossible. That means we definitely did try something like that, and it started. According to me, it started in Ice Age. Now, after years went on, this idea of relying on another human for meat would become quite unconventional, and it would be inconvenient as well. But still, the humans who survived definitely had ancestors who thought of doing the kind of cannibalism that I'm talking about. So we have this kind of ancestral instinct that humans can think of other human being as a source of food. Now, the thing that gets to me is that all humans, like regardless of where you come from, what age you are, we have this almost all present fear of a being that looks similar to humans. Okay, like think about it. If you are walking down the road and you see a shadow of something that looks like an animal, you wouldn't be scared out of your wits. Or if you are in your room alone and you see a shadow of something that looks like a cat or dog, you would be weirded out, but it won't scare you too much. But if you see a shadow or a silhouette of a person, someone that looks like a man or a woman, that would be very scary. In fact, if we look at our horror movies and our depiction of scary beings, mostly all of those scary beings are very humanoid. Like they have arms and legs that resemble human, they have eyes and they have faces that are like human. And all of us, I think I am assuming all of you would agree that we are scared of beings that are very close to humans instead of those who are completely animalistic. That means we have this instinctual fear of beings or people who look like humans. And in that fear, there is also fear of being bitten by them. That's why in most of jump scares in movies, you see this being who looks like human and their mouth is often open with blood on it. And like all every time we see them opening their mouths wide, and that is like the scary part. Like as if when we think of something scary, a human-like figure opening their mouth to bite us is something that scares us the most. And I think that fear is not completely imaginary. It's something that used to exist. It's something that all of us, especially our ancestors, have faced at one point of history. And it wasn't something that happened once or twice. I think it was something that went on for centuries and centuries, especially for as long as the Ice Age lasted, and even afterwards, it enough that in some places there are long standing lores of people who were very much human, but they turned in some way that they started feeding on human flesh. They left their all humanity and all the ideas that are related to humanity and indulged in stuff like this. And this fear is there in all of us. Now, that is one part. Another part is that even now humans have this tendency to be very strong physically. Like if we talk about our own physical prowess, we are not a very weak kind of animal. Thinking of our body and the way our body weight is, we are quite strong. And I think it was years ago while I was reading an article called The Marvels of Human Body, the psychiatrist or the doctor who wrote the paper mentioned that our actual strength, the strength we have in our body, and the strength that we have in our jaw is more than the normal dogs and cats that we know of. The dogs and cats that we are scared of being bitten by. They're actually not as strong as our own hands and as our own as our own biting strength. But we don't do that because of social conditioning, because of how human are very emotional beings, how we are very emotional and we don't hurt each other generally. But if that emotional and social conditioning part is erased, we can become quite lethal to even the beings who are as our own selves. And that's why in most of the lores, when Rakshas or a ghoul is depicted, they're human-like, but they are crazy strong. They're strong enough that they can bite off somebody's arm, that they can break bones with just their hands. And this whole thing is not something of complete supernatural being, but it's rather a feature that we already have. Like our body is capable of doing that. And another example of it that at least we Indians can see is the existence of Aghori Babas. You must have known about them. I think a lot of you already know who they are. These Babas, they are very thin, they barely eat anything, but in our country at least, they are the only group of people for whom cannibalism is legal. They can eat humans and they can get away with it. They are very strong. They are known to be very strong. And there is a historical and cultural aspect to it. From my theory crafting thing, it is that after humans realized that cannibalism can no longer survive, or they can not form societies where cannibalism is allowed, since humans are able to live in a good civilization and society only because we have this tendency to help each other. That we can go out of our way to build stuff that will help somebody else. That's why we are sitting in a house made by somebody else. We are eating food grown by somebody else. And it is very crucial for a human civilization to have that kind of help from others. But if somebody can think of other human as just a source of food, that whole structure our society is built on, the whole emotional part where we help each other would disappear. So years ago, societies decided that they would do everything to ban this, to make sure that all kinds of things that humans do, eating crocodiles, eating monkeys, eating whatever, would be allowed. But no way in hell they would allow any sort of cannibalism. And it is available in almost all different religions that any sort of consumption of human meat is banned. It's seen as horrific and not allowed. But if we see certain cultures or certain ways where the food was not as abundant, the cannibalistic aspects of human is still present. Like in some tribes, till now we know that there is some sort of cannibalization that is permitted there. But mostly over where civilization began and spread widely, this was completely banned. And now speaking about going back to the Aghori part, The Aghuris were looking for a way to become strong, a way to become strong and to be able to go past the human idea of nature and human idea of living. And for them, being strong and being knowing was equally important. To become strong, you have to be able to tap into the actual strength the human body already has. And to become knowing, you have to get rid of the pre existing attachments that you have. As a human, the most attachment we have is from other humans. We are attached to different humans. So, the shortcut for both to become knowing and to become physically strong becomes the idea of being able to consume other humans. Because that way you are getting rid of all the emotional attachment. Like how we see in vegetarian people and non-vegetarian people. I know this discussion or debate is completely of a different kind, but one thing is for sure. The people who are non-vegetarian have very little emotional attachment to the animals they eat. Like you won't feel any kind of remorse about a chicken. Like we see vegetarian people saying that don't you feel bad? While we can very easily say like it's just tasty food. The same way, if somebody indulges in cannibalism, they can get rid of all the human attachment. They can stop feeling the human emotions. And at the same time, they would be able to tap into the already existing strength that we have, strength to break woods, to break bones, to like rip somebody apart. That strength is there and it can be achieved. So the Aghoris are able to do that, and that's why they're so scary. That's why we hear people saying that they can't even seem to be able to walk near an Aghori because the Aghoris, even though they're only skin and bone, they have this strength that can scare even somebody a foot taller than them. And this comes from the idea of being able to eat a human's flesh without any remorse. Now, when we talk about a lot of other ideas that exist in legends, like the ideas of ghouls and the ideas of Dayan and the idea of Judel or the idea of all other kind of skinwalkers who kind of look like hunting humans or they look like humans but they don't behave or they have a kind of monstrous aura to them that their behavior is very different to that of a human. According to me, I think these are the people who were overridden by the old existing instinct and they were able to let go of the emotional and the long existing human societal ideas that we have. Like we're supposed to care for humans are family and all of that. And what is left is this weird, absurd monstrous existence where they are not able to behave as a human, nor do they have another being that they can behave as. So they become this unexplainable, human looking, inhuman monster that can convert into any time, like they can convert into this being anytime. And it is something that you would see in like the existing cannibals as well. Like they are human, and oftentimes when we listen to their talks or their videos and we watch their videos, they have this behavior that you would think that not any normal human would behave into. Yet they look very normal. Like you would often see them in normal body types. They are not overly fat, nor they are overly thin. They look very normal, like human type. But yet the acts they do, the things they say is completely abnormal. So the scary part from this whole thing that I said is that the idea of such monsters is not out of the imagination of human. It's something that has existed years ago, literally thousands of years ago, and we all have the fear of such beings, such people among us, turning into these monstrous beings anytime. And all of this is real. It is not imagination, it is not legends built by somebody, or it is not a lost lore. It is an existing fact that we can do this, we have done this, and any of us can be living with somebody who would turn into that monster, who would turn into that instinctual idea or instinctual being that all of us are still scared of. It could be any of us, anytime, that we can simply be messed up enough that we would go back into the idea of seeing another human as just a source of food, and or we could just try to achieve this to gain power or gain something else, like how Aghuris do, or how the people who try to look for slow or shortcuts to gain power through black magic or stuff like that do. And it is real, it is something that actually happens. And to add to it, the last thing is I saw a Reddit post by a biology teacher who said that it is a commonplace occurring in their lab that students would become hungry when they see, like, when they do dissections of animals like frogs or lizards or especially earthworms. They would say that whenever any student would spend 1 or 2 hours dissecting an animal, they would definitely feel hungry afterwards. It and in that Reddit post, under it, some student who were, I think they are called forensic students, or doing someone practicing forensic science. What are they called? I don't know. Like they're scientists. They do the job of autopsy and dissecting human bodies. And the scientists there said that whenever we perform autopsy, we always keep a frozen sandwich with meat in it, because whenever we perform that job, we get hungry. So we definitely need to eat something then and there. And it often happens at least once a year that a certain part, like a finger or a toe, would go missing from the body and they don't say anything about it. And they're like, we think it is somebody among us who was not able to get any food, and when they got hungry, they decided to eat the part of the dead body they were operating on. And it is a common occurrence. Even now, even students, even kids, when they are exposed to raw meat, they would get hungry, even if they don't know where it is from, even if they know it is wrong, they would still feel the hunger. And that is the end point of it. It is present in all of us un- undividedly, or it is present in all of us, regardless of what we say. We are omnivores, and it is present in us, and it can change our mind anytime. Yeah, what do you think about it? Do you think that it is truly there in all of us, or do you think that I have extended it too much?
Okay, before anyone chimes in, there's one thing that I would like to mention. That was a great factual. We cannot call it a story. We cannot call it an anecdote, but that was some great factual information. And indeed, it was creepy to understand or to realize and even acknowledge to till some extent that we by nature are monstrous. Sushant, please go ahead. I think you wanted to say something. Okay, okay. I thought you wanted to because you turned your mic on. Nobody. No, no problem. No problem. But guys, what Aisha talked about is sort of it. It's sort of just a creepy voice. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. I hope that woke up a few people who probably fell asleep. Okay. But what Aisha said, the factual description that she gave, that lies in close quarters to something that is known as cosmic horror. How many of you have heard this term, cosmic horror? I can see that Shriyank has. I suppose that Shriyank also knows about H.P. Lovecraft, right? And I won't go and blabber about H.P. Lovecraft, but yeah, he does. Okay, nice. So, what Aisha mentioned does raise a significant existential question, and in close quarters to what she said, in a recent interview, if you guys follow Joe Rogan's podcast, there was a guy, I totally forgot his name and his occupation, but he was talking about a scientific theory behind the existence of vampires and what kind of an apex predator that creature would be. We are used to see that vampires live in ancient castles. They are scared of the sunlight and garlic and cross and whatnot. But what if it was purely biological? What if their fear of cross was not actually a fear but a weakness because of some architectural weakness, right? So, definitely, what Aisha said, it reminds me of another small story before moving on to Shreyank. Shreyank, after this, I'll come to you, okay? So, a very small story in the middle I would like to share, and then we can continue with what Aisha asked, and then we'll move on to Shreyank. Okay. So I remember my nani. Okay. For those who don't understand Hindi properly, nani means my maternal grandmother. Okay. So she grew up in a very rocky environment, not in terms of geographical rocky, a rocky environment in terms of domestic chaos. Okay. So, of course, uh, having said that, she couldn't receive optimum amount of education. Okay, but she was indeed very much into folklore and all those things. And I still remember when I was a kid, she used to tell me an incident from her life, and she used to say that, and she used to call me Golu. Okay, and she was like, Golu, pata hai, when I was a kid, I had seen a Rakshas, something that Aisha mentioned during her narration. She said that I had seen a Rakshas when I was a kid, and everyone around us in my Nanihal, they used to say, "अरे नानी ये सब तो ऐसा है ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है and all." People raised questions कि अरे नहीं वो तो इतनी पढ़ी लिखी नहीं है, कुछ देखा होगा सर्कस में या कुछ, उसको ये राक्षस समझ रही है। क्योंकि सर्कस में हमने अक्सर देखा है लोग, people tend to do different kind of tricks, right? They will be performing, so they are considered to be performance and everything. But that old lady, God bless her soul, she has passed away in 2017. That old lady used to stand by her words, and she said that what, I have seen a Rakshas. And she told me that when she was a little girl, उनके गांव में ना एक आदमी आया था. A man had come who was apparently a showman. Okay, he used to call himself a showman, and he had a caravan with him. And in that caravan, there was a man who was very tall, exceptionally well built. Okay, and my nanny said that he didn't look like human. He was tall, Nitya. He had the showman. He had a caravan. You know a caravan, right? So he had a caravan, makeshift caravan, not the modern ones. Okay, it was towed by a horse, and in that caravan, apparently the showman had kept what my nani called a rakshas. Okay, and that rakshas, that guy was very tall. He had red hair. He was well built, and my nanny said that he was fair. His skin was as bright as the pale moonlight. Okay, and he had sun-like red hair, and he had long limbs, long legs, and he never spoke. He just used to make grunting sounds. And in that performance, the performance that he used to do, he used to eat live animals. He used to eat piglets. He used to eat pigeons and everything. Okay, and people were scared. People were awestruck that this man, quote unquote man, was eating live animals, right? And it was scary for people. It was scary for children. So the showman was barred to enter the village ever again. But after a few days, a nearby village had an incident. So after leaving my Nani's village, the showman had gone to a nearby village, and one day, one fateful night, somehow he escaped that caravan. And believe me, guys, this is what my Nani told me. He ate two children, couldn't eat the second one completely, but he was caught and he was shot on sight, okay, by the police. He eventually, I don't know if he died or what, I don't remember exactly, but that man escaped and he ate two kids. And yeah, that is where the story ends, technically. But this is what, Aisha's narration reminded me that we, by nature, biologically, we have name of the. So my village is Chandrakona Road, brother. You can Google it, Chandrakona Road. Okay, and I don't remember there are many villages nearby. My village is the biggest one. So if you can somehow Google the peripheral villages of Chandrakona Road, you might find somewhere hidden in the internet this particular incident. I never bothered looking for it. Okay, and but yeah, this is what my nani used to tell me. Nobody believed her. I maybe I'm a skeptic by nature, so maybe I didn't as well. But now when Aisha told this thing, this is something that hit me. And truly, guys, I mean, before, yeah, Aisha, please go ahead.
You know, this story that I was telling about, there was another incident, not an incident, but like an anecdote from historical figures that was found in Bengal. Like a book was found in Bengal. It was supposedly a historic book that talked about weird practices during war. And that one practice was collecting a group of people. And they were in some cases, they were called something else and there are different names. The only name I remember is Raktabali. They were the people who would drink the human blood and also consume human meat. And these people would often be held captive by kings and they would be used during wars. And multiple kings knew about the existence of such people and they knew like these people were not born different. If you leave a few children with these people, like the children they are not allowed to eat somehow, those children would become like these Raktabadi people and they would be used as a group that would be left on or would be like left in between a war zone and they would eat both the soldiers of their own side and the other side. And there were many such practices in which these people were used. Some of them were like torture, torture punishments or some executions. And many Indian kings knew about it and they also practiced it. And the Mahavir that we know of, the founder of Jainism, he also knew about it. And for him, that knowledge that human can turn into this kind of being was the epitome of brutality a human can achieve. And that's why he eventually decided that the only way we can achieve moksha is by completely giving up on eating any kind of living being. If possible, we should not even eat. That's why in Jainism, it is believed the best way to die is to die of hunger so that we never, even once in our life, are able to come close to the original nature that these Raktabali were able to achieve, which we can as well. And that was his ultimate fear, and that's why in Jainism, the idea of moksha and the idea of becoming good is attached to what we eat. So, yeah, that was also something that came to my mind when I heard your story. And there are still people like that. I'm quite sure they are there.
That's another piece of interesting information. I think, every person who has narrated a single story in today's session and today in this year's Spectacular Night has brought a different dimension to the event. People have talked about ghosts, people have talked about folklores, people have talked about, uh, you know, loved ones being really, 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 really beyond incomprehensible. And then Aisha comes and boom, something so factual, something so close to our physiology, our anatomy, our anthropology, that I'm pretty sure thinking about it in a dark room would give you a few chills, to say the least. Thank you very much, Aisha. We'll definitely come back to you because I'm pretty sure you have a few more stories to tell. Moving on, we will go to Shriyank. Shriyank, I'm really sorry. I know you have been up there. I mean, you have raised your hand for a very long time now. Please, brother, go ahead and tell us your story.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Indeed, you are.
First of all, it has been a very great night, and I will start by saying that my story is not that horrifying or that good at any level that my previous friends and elder brothers and sisters have told, but it spooked me for life. So I'd like to share it. When I was around 9 or 12, 9 or 10, it was summer vacation and my family was visiting. We usually go to my nani's house and then to my bua's house and then to my dadi's house because one is in Bihar, other is in Jharkhand, and my dadi's house is in Odisha. So the train journey through my bua's house to my dadi's house, it goes from Dhanbad, Jharkhand to Raurkela, Odisha. So it's a very hilly terrain area, very heavily forested. The railway tracks there are single line. At the time, it was single line. I don't know what's going on now, but at that time, it was only a single line, and mostly it was between the valleys of hills. And they meet at the ground level. There are tracks, and as at that time there was no electronic media, and I was a child. My the best thing I want at a train journey is the window seat. It's like मम्मी मम्मी मेरे को विंडो सीट पे बैठना है और अब मैं नज़ारे देखूंगा पूरे रास्ते. So I was doing that for the journey. It was daytime, and suddenly the tracks changed, and we were going on an uphill. And there is a parallel hill range at my right side. Just I can see towards it through the window, and we were raising and we were raising, and at some point the elevation of the tracks were like I think we were also on a hilltop and alongside going, so we were elevated enough so that I can see the hilltop that was parallel to us. And while seeing, I noticed on a hilltop there is a white rectangle rhombus shaped, there was a rhombus shaped thing that was very out of the ordinary there, and it was completely white in the greenery of the hilltop. And it gauged my curiosity, and I was looking towards it. And I thought it was some sort of pollutant that humans did to the hilltop. It was some kind of stick and clothes, and then suddenly it turned, and when it turned, it had two black spots like an eye, no other facial features, nothing, just a rhombus, white rhombus, hidden behind greenery and trees and everything, with two black spots. And that was very spooking. And as the train was going, it at first it didn't saw me. I was seeing it, but then suddenly it made a eye contact with me, with his black two dots, and I was watching it. It turned that way. That's how I remember it. And the train was going, moving along, and it was tracking the window, tracking me.
And that was the incident. At that time I was spooked, and I asked my mother to for her phone to take a picture, but the keypad feature phone Nokia C1 didn't have the capability to capture that so far from the window. I remember I took three pics, all were smudgy. And when I reached home, so that was the main event. Train passed, hill went by, and I reached my dadi's home, and there was my cousin brother there also. And I told him the whole story. He didn't believe me. I showed him the smudgy pictures. He didn't believe me, but that thing really spooked me and made me curious about the extraterrestrial life or some things, because it didn't look like an organism of our Earth. I know there are very weird and very evolution have made very types of organisms here, but it didn't look to me like this worldly to me. I have seen some very uh, horror and horrifying creatures in deep sea, and if you are curious, I would really recommend to you that as soon as the sunlight stop, the creatures are evolved in so many ways and so horrifying ways to get the nutrition they need. But back to the topic. So I have conspired about it for many years since now. Every time I remember it, sometimes yeah, I go like, "Ki, if there were alien presence, extraterrestrial presence on Earth, we would have known. We have satellites on the orbit. We are monitoring many meteorites, uh, and the propulsion system needed to get light years across to Earth, specifically to investigate humans or the life on Earth, is something that if someone do it, we would have known. And on the other hand, there is this child, the 9, 10th year old, that remember it vividly, that the eyes turned and traced him, and an inanimate object would not have been able to do it. And it doesn't look something from Earth. Maybe it was something from Earth that have not been discovered yet from the biologist and the ones who take trace of the species on Earth, because every year there's many new species discovered that have been living on Earth for thousands of years. So yeah, that's all. Thank you for listening. Um, this have really made me curious about the extraterrestrials and other organismic life forms on Earth. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Shreyank. Thank you very much. And that is indeed something that has kept our eyes up in the sky for the longest times, right, guys? I think there's this quote that, in this vast universe, either we are alone or we are not. And both the thoughts are equally scary, right? And without any further ado, I think Shreyank told a great story. Many a times we tend to equate scary and spooky things to ghosts and vampires and such cryptids. But we often forget that in this vast universe, this infinite universe with infinite possibilities, we can possibly not be alone, right? And what if there is someone, or there is someone out there who is looking at us, and they are just out there and waiting for us to take a wrong step. In the story where Marie, she was never found. So if you think about it, that girl, she had a full life, a loving husband and everything. All she was doing was going out for a jog at night, and one day she didn't come back. So thank you, Shreya. That is indeed scary. Moving on, I can see Anganadi has also raised her hand. So without any further ado, I'll move on to Kirtana because she is in the queue. Okay, Kirtana, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to share this one experience that I had. It was quite a while ago. I hope I am audible to everyone, and is it okay if I speak in English?
Absolutely, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, got it. So this happened quite a while ago, but I remember it very, very vividly. So it's just an experience for me. My parents had gone out for like a house party of one of their friends, and it was just me and my younger sister at at home. and she usually sleeps by 10 p.m. So I put her to bed and I did all the chores that my parents had asked me to do and my night routine and all that stuff. Then I checked on her before I went to sleep. But when I went into her room, I saw a drawing that she had made. It had her in the center, me holding her right hand, and holding her left hand was another girl who looked just like me, same height as me, wearing the same clothes as me, same hair as me, but her eyes were completely darkened. And I didn't think much about it because children, very young age, they draw random stuff. So I just put the drawing back and I went back to my room and I slept. And then I woke up in the middle of the night. I saw the clock. It was exactly 2:53 a.m. I'd gotten up to drink a glass of water. That time I saw a hand on the window trying to open it from the outside. And I got scared. I couldn't move. Then the hand opened the window. A figure crawled in from the outside into my room, and that was the exact figure I saw in my sister's drawing. That was very scary. She looked exactly like me, wearing the same clothes as me, the same body structure as me, the same hair as me, and she crawled on all fours and she came near my bed. She crawled onto the bed, and suddenly I woke up. It was a nightmare. I was sitting on my bed and I was panting, just thinking about what I just dreamt of. Then I smelled some fragrance coming from right behind me, and I slowly turned around because I was very scared. And then I saw her behind me. Her hair was left fully open, and she was smiling. Her eyes were wide open. She was smiling from ear to ear. I was almost paralyzed. I was shaking, and suddenly I heard a glass shatter, as in like a window. And then I woke up again. It was another night. It was another nightmare that I had. So then I went to check where the sound came from. I realized everything that I was seeing was only in my dreams, but the sound that I heard was real. So I went to check where the sound came from. It didn't come from any of the rooms, which was in the same floor as my room. So I went downstairs. I went to the kitchen, and then I saw the window was completely shattered, and there was glass all over there, and the air is just blowing in like the curtains and all, glass all around in the kitchen. And then I heard giggling behind me. I had carried my steel bottle down with me for just in case if I happen to see anything, if I happen to hear anything, feel anything. So I heard giggling behind me in the kitchen. I turned back, saw the same figure. I smacked the bottle right at her head. I just let out a sigh of relief. Okay, fine, everything's settled now. Then I looked down. It was my sister. I started crying. There were tears in my eyes. I didn't know what to do. I was just holding her. My hands are shaking, and I was just crying. Then my sister woke up slowly. She looked at me, and then she smiled at me. I got scared because I just smacked this girl in her head with a steel bottle, and she's smiling at me. And then she turned and looked at the fridge. I looked there to see what she was looking at, but there's nothing over there. Nobody, nothing moving, anything of that sort. Then I looked back at her, and it was actually the figure that I was seeing in my dream. I was crying at that figure. It was smiling back at me. And then I heard people talking. I'm just staring into her face, and I heard people talking. She was holding my arms. That figure was holding my arms and shaking me. I'm staring at her face, and I'm able to hear people talking. And then I woke up again. It was a nightmare. And my parents were at home, and they were the ones who were waking me up. It was 1 a.m. I'm shaking. I'm trying to process everything that just happened. Sweating. I'm panting. Before I could say anything to them, I just ran out of my room. I went and checked on my sister. She was in her room sleeping peacefully. I went down to the kitchen and I checked there. Nothing had happened. The window was as it is. It was all just a nightmare. Yep, that's it.
Wow. Now that was definitely something that we all could come across in our lifetime. I mean, it is terrifying. And as she mentioned, and I think someone also mentioned about Inception, right? So yeah, it was indeed a dream within a dream within a dream. So it was like that. But if any of you have heard of this, uh, if this term called, there's this one thing I forgot the term, lucid dreaming. Okay, if you have heard of lucid dreaming, you might know that there are actually practices done by people who want to experience lucid dreaming. Okay, and it is not exactly sleep paralysis, Berlin. So, in lucid dreamings, you are aware of your surroundings. Usually, when we are dreaming, we tend to we don't usually remember the beginning of a dream, right? But when we are in lucid dreaming, you have, yeah, exactly what Shushant mentioned. You have to know that you are in a dream. Dreams are so real and surreal at the same time that we don't realize that it's a dream. But when you practice the concept of lucid dreaming, you actually know that you are in a dream, and you can do anything you want to in that dream if you have a will strong enough. But many a times, this thing, by the way, this thing is not easy to execute, and many a times, if you fail to do so, there have been instances when people kept on waking up from a dream into another dream, just like what happened to Kirtana. So they woke up from a dream thinking, "Oh my God, this was a nightmare." But if they wake up to another nightmare, and this cycle, this vicious cycle goes on for an hour or two, in which they are just waking up and waking up and waking up, and when, yeah, recursive dreaming, exactly, Shashank. And when this happens, when you finally wake up to the reality, you are so scared. You are so scared that you can't even believe if this is real or not. And eventually, you lose all control over your reality. You can't trust people, you can't trust your surroundings, you can't trust the fabric of space and time. So, what Kirtana mentioned, what Kirtana narrated, is genuinely spine chilling. Just a second, guys. I need to have a sip of water or two. So, yeah, I can see a few people are talking about the same thing in the chat box. Shushant is saying, "What happens with me is when I am dreaming. I remember all my previous dreams, but nothing while I'm awake." Okay, a continuation. Then, bro, I must say that that could be a bane as well as a boon. Okay. Aisha mentioned, "I have tried lucid dreaming. There was success and there was failure. That made me." So, Aisha, you do realize how scary the concept of lucid dreaming could be, right?
Yeah, like if you mess up, it could show you something that you just can't even imagine. Like it has happened with me. I've tried it for like 15 days. It is like I will explain how it's done. So if you want to try it, you can go ahead. The idea behind lucid dreaming is that you need to be as conscious as possible while you're dreaming. And one way to do that is not be tired while you're sleeping. You have to sleep extra to be able to lucid dream. So if you need 8 hours of sleep, you'll have to sleep for 10 to 12 hours, and the last 4 hours, the extra 4 hours that you sleep, it is during that time that you will be able to lucidly dream. You'll be able to control what you see, what you feel, and everything. You mess up, like if you try to force yourself to wake up, that is when things go wrong. Like it is often the procedure is that after you have done sleeping, you are awake, you go back to sleep. You make yourself lie down and you don't move for 30 minutes. During that time, your body would think that you're already asleep, while your brain is fresh enough to know that you're awake, and your subconscious mind would start playing the dream. It is when the dream starts and you're conscious that, okay, now I am dreaming, that phase is very uncomfortable. Like if the dream is something very simple, like something you see in your daily life, then it is no issue. But if the dream starts with something out of the ordinary, like you're in a place you have never seen, or a place that is a mixture of some real things and some imaginary things, it can like scare you. Like you'd be like, what is happening? And if in that phase you try to wake up, the idea of reality and what you're seeing in the dream would mix. And what you're seeing in the dream would mix into something horrific, something literally bone chilling. And you would see that in reality. But you won't be able to tell if it's the dream or if it's the reality. And while I had like multiple successful lucid dreams, it happened on one day while I randomly thought that I've slept too much. Let's try to lucid dream in the afternoon. So I went down, I got to my bed and I lied down and I tried dreaming. And some weird thing happened, like a house that we used to live in like years ago suddenly appeared, and I got scared that moment. Like I was like, okay, this is not something I want to see. And I tried to open my eyes. When I opened my eyes, I saw a girl standing in front of me in like a room that was completely empty, and her head was detached from her body. Like her head was floating on her neck, and it was like spinning like how you would spin a like fidget spinner that fast. And I saw that face for like 2 seconds, and I was so scared that I literally pinched myself to wake myself up. And that was like the end of it. Not the scary part was not just what I saw, because like I've seen a lot of horror movies, these kind of views are not that scary. The scary part was like how I felt in that dream was like I was detached from my body, and the area was way too bright to be real or imaginary. Like it was like I was in a different realm. It was that weird. So I woke myself up, and from there on, I have not tried lucid dreaming at all. Like the face, what I saw, and how it felt was so unsettling that I don't want to try it again anymore. Yeah, that was the story of it.
Thank you very much, Aisha.
The
And
fact
yeah,
that you could tell, okay, somebody asked that how you can tell if you're dreaming or not. The thing is, there are certain things you can check to see if you're dreaming or not. Mostly, there is a simple exercise that you consciously do. You look for something in on your body, like you look for a mark if you have on your skin. Mostly when we dream, how we appear in our dream, like how we ourselves appear, is not very constant. Like you would often see that in dreams, you can see stuff from different perspective. Like your brain remembers how your vision looked, how your perspective looked when you were 8 years old, when you were shorter. Or your brain can imagine how the world would appear if you were one head taller. So the hint is to look at your own body and try to touch and feel how you yourself feel. Like if you pinch your finger, how it feels right now. If you remember how it feels when you're awake, you would be able to tell if you are sleeping or not. So that is the trick about it.
Thank you, Aisha. That was indeed some really informative narration by Aisha. And for the past few stories, if we think about it, Shreyank talked about extraterrestrial life, Kirtana talked about lucid dreaming, and I think we and Aisha talked about our existentialism, right? So, if you look at everything and connect these things together, it is the proper recipe for cosmic horror, for something that brings in the fear of existentialism, right? Our place in the universe, how we exist, and if there is something outside, if we are important at all. And I wouldn't take much time. I'll definitely move on to Berlin after that, after this. But there is one thing that we often discuss in our reading sessions, in Sahitika's reading session, and that is gods. Okay. Now, I'm not talking about religion per se. I'm talking about deities that we worship in today's day and age, right? There are so many religion out there in the planet, on this planet, and so many religions, so many pantheons, okay? So many different type of deities, right? What if the latest religion that we are a part of, okay, or our families are part of, these are really modern religions, right, per se? So, uh, I think somebody has their. Okay, I'll just mute her for now. I'm sorry. So, yeah. So, what if the gods that we worship today, the image of a god that we have in our mind, is totally different from the beings who were the part of ancient earth? Ancient tribes and cavemen who lived in the caves, as the name suggests, the gods that they drew on the walls of the caves, they were totally different. And today we feel okay, maybe they were just made up. Maybe that was their first attempt to explain the nature, right? Maybe that was their first attempt at philosophy. But what if we are wrong? What if those old ancient men, they knew the real gods? The gods whom we don't remember anymore. The gods who are still out there, lurking in the shadows, sleeping in the deepest depths of this universe, waiting for us to worship them again and forget these new neon gods that we have been worshipping for a few centuries, maybe. Having said that, before moving to Berlin, let's watch a short film that was actually suggested by Berlin. Okay? And the title of that movie is Portrait of God. Just give me a moment. Let's watch this thing. It's not a movie, but it's a short film. Okay. Sweet. So I hope my screen is visible. Yeah.
What does God look like? I'm going to show you a painting or rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it. What do you see? If the answer is nothing, if it just looks black to you, don't worry, that's what I see too. But that's not what everyone sees. The painting I've chosen for this project is titled Portrait of God. While most viewers see nothing, some insist they see a person in the darkness, one that they can describe and draw out with consistent details.
It's a man, or close to a man. Wrinkled, skinny. Really skinny. He looks skinny. He's smiling.
He's grinning. He smiles down at us.
Almost looks like the corners of his mouth got smudged. Well, he's wearing a mask. It's too wide. His eyes.
Looking down with eyes. His eyes are big.
They're big. They've got this glint in them.
This speckle of light in them. Honestly, it's unsettling. Of course it's frightening. That kind of power should be.
I don't like looking at it. I don't like it.
It's beautiful.
Maybe it's just a trick of the light. Maybe they're seeing something they want to see. But how are their descriptions so consistent? Maybe they really are having a religious experience. And why does God appear to them and not us? What does God look like? I'm going to show you a painting, or rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it. What do you see?
Right. So that was Portrait of God, and I saw that Sushant was talking about gore doesn't affect him, and that is really true. Gore is, I think, the most juvenile form of horror. And speaking of this film, before moving on to Berlin, if you think about it, guys, we as a species we can't comprehend beyond three dimensions. I mean, yeah, we do consider time as the fourth one, but can you comprehend time? Similarly, if we can't comprehend beyond three dimensions, here we are as a species collectively looking for God, right? Asking him or her to bless us. What will you do if God does answer? And what are you going to do if he shows up at night? And what will you do if the God that you were looking for doesn't look like the way you expected? I mean, this girl definitely got her enlightenment, right? So, yeah, next time when you pray, be careful. Without further ado, let us move to Berlin. Berlin, the stage is yours.
Yeah, hi everyone. As you said, brother, that I think we talked about in previous meeting also that if suddenly imagine Ganesha, Ganeshji with the head of an elephant appears in front of us, that what would be our first reaction? Would that be, is that a god, or would that be if a demon has appeared in front of me? So yeah, it does vary. And where my story is actually a little bit different. It consists of some orthodox horror. It was actually told to me by a very close friend of mine, whom I meet every day. He told me one incident, and when
Berlin, I'm really sorry I'm
yeah,
interrupting you. Could you
yeah,
once, if you are using a microphone, maybe एक बार आप ट्राई करिए उसको निकाल के फिर बोलने का. I mean, you don't have to use the mic. Maybe उसको
okay,
अनप्लग करके बोलिए, शायद आपकी आवाज़ बेटर है.
okay. Yeah, is that better now?
Yeah, it is definitely more clear. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I was saying that this story was actually told to me by a very close friend of mine, whom I meet every day, and he actually told a part of it before I asked him the details for Spooktacular Night itself. So this incident happened with him when he was about 12 to 13 years of age, and I would say like the series of incidents that happened. So let's call him Jaggu for the story. So Jaggu lost his grandfather, who was terminally ill, and his mother used to be the one who always took care of his father or of her father-in-law. But yeah, now he passed away. No one can stop the ultimate truth. Now, in many religions, when a person dies and is cremated, their ash is usually flown in river and or well or of sacred significance. And now, because Jagu's father was not home, they lived in abroad. He was the only man in the house who did all the rituals, and he was the one who did all the cremation rituals for his grandfather. And before the ashes actually, flown in the river, it was kept in the at their house for some time, for like a day, and they were kept in a certain room. Now they perform the rituals, they are done with everything, and they are back home. 2 days pass, and him, Jaggu, with his mother and his Masi, is sleeping in that room, and there is no one else in the house, only the three of them. Now he is in the middle, his mother and Masi on both sides. He suddenly wakes up from his sleep due to the snoring of his Masi. And snoring could be very annoying usually whenever we are trying to sleep. But this snoring has something different in it. It was not humanly, it was not humane. The snoring got even more and more louder and demonic as the time passed. And Jaggu lied there, getting scared, old and scared because of this. Now, what happens next is what adds to the horror. Now, the room next to the room they were sleeping, the light turns on automatically, but there was no one there. Now, he sees the door was open. The door has its room. The room has its door open. Now he could see the light, and other than light, he could also see shadow coming towards the room. The shadow is coming towards the room and it stops at the doorway. Now he sees the shadow, but it is not human again. It doesn't have its head. It is a headless shadow that he's seen which is falling in the wall in front of him. He doesn't move. He believed that if he moved, that thing that came would know that he is awake and that might kill him. And this all happens while the Masi continues. The Masi is actually maternal aunt. She continues to snore loudly and loudly. They become more demonic as you can't even imagine. Now, he doesn't move. He can't move. It could be that whenever if he even kept hands on his ear to cover his ear from to because he's hearing very loud sound very next to him. He doesn't even do that because he believed that if he covered his ears, he would die. And at this point, you expect, you are covered by your loved ones. He had his mother beside him, but she was far, and he got more and more older because she was far, and he would crave to move closer to her, but she was actually not aware of whatever was happening at all. Now he closes his eyes, expecting and wishing that the figure would just go away, and it does. The snoring becomes slower and eventually stops. He has his eyes closed. He doesn't know whether the person there leaves or not, but as the snoring slows down and stops, he gradually falls asleep. And when the next day he wakes up, he doesn't like to see Tamasi's face. He doesn't tell her mother what exactly happened. He was not able to, but he couldn't speak or utter the word, but he could tell that he doesn't want Tamasi around. But he considered, because he considered that it was actually the Masi that was the reason of everything that is happening. But it was actually not, because there are many more incidents that follows this. Now few days pass and strange things start to happen in the house. The windows of the same room they were sleeping start rattling violently every day with no wind blowing, and it the sounds come like someone is striking hammer loudly. And the thing is, before one day it happened, 2 day it happened, they everyone tend to ignore that, of course they knew it was something strange, but they knew that they're not able to do anything about it. They just live in terror for those few days. Now, because of these incidents happening, they do what they can, at a normal family would do at their level. They do havans, they do different ritual, sacred practices, but nothing would stop. It would continue to happen, and the situations worsened when Jagu's mother falls sick. She didn't just fall sick, but she started experiencing some visions. She started seeing some visions. She could hear some voices in her ears, and one voice that she could hear clearly that was saying that I will take you with me. That was that was Jagu's grandfather's voice, which she could clearly recognize. She experienced this for like months. She could hear that voice in her head, and eventually, when she had a breaking point. They tried doctors, they tried the the ritual practices, but nothing seemed to work. And one such day, Jagu tells that they were sleeping in another room. All four of them, the family members that were actually Jagu, his sister, his grandmother, and mother. The mother situation was really, really terrible. And that day, they were sleeping. They used to sleep on the same bed because of the things that were happening. Now, the her grandmother used to keep a check on Jagu's mother because she might need something. She might, she because she couldn't speak at that point. Her condition was really she couldn't shout or she couldn't loudly ask for help. So she used to check on her every night. Now, one such night when they are sleeping, Jagu's grandmother wakes up to check on her daughter-in-law, and she finds her lying on the doorway. And she then picks her up, and they ask her that, how did you when like what happened? And she says that someone pulled my legs and they threw me off the bed. And not just threw me off the bed, they that thing pulled my legs and was taking me away when you woke up, and that is when it left. And this incident was seen by all of this. The dragging was not seen by them, but they could see her lying on in between the doorway. Now, such events, such visions that she would see things, she would claim she'd see things. This would continue for a long time while they were doing everything they can, and nothing would actually help. Now, without taking the particular name of what sort they went to, what sort of practice they went to, but I could tell that they even did physical, they even tortured her physically to get something out of her, because as I said, this happened for months, and they would do different resorts to somehow just get her all right. And at one point, when nothing seemed to work, the Jagu tells that the Bhua, the paternal aunt, actually calls. She was in England, and she asked that, you have tried everything. Why don't you listen to me? I have something here. They would read some mantras or something, but the condition is you guys have to leave her in the house and you guys have to go somewhere else. You have to leave her alone. And this was really tough because she was really on deathbed at that time. And they do not agree, obviously, but when she persisted that, this might be the last resort to save her, they agree. And they go to the neighbor's house with with her mother on phone call, and and they went to the neighbor's house. Now they could hear screams, scream not of one person, but about 20 different kinds of screams they heard that day. The screams that were the devious, they were not humanly. And when the screams stopped, they went inside to see that the mother now is talking to the Bua. Like they were able to now when were at a point when she was not even able to pick the phone herself, she was sitting and she was talking with her Bua. And at that moment, they felt that they could see or they could realize that the aura of the house has also changed and they could feel the difference. Now I don't know, he don't know what happened there, what happened inside, but and he would say that my mother won't tell me what happened because she says it was something they should not ask about or they should just forget. This phase that happened with them, they should just forget. His mother remembers everything, but she doesn't really tells it to everyone, except few incidents that were also supported and seen by the family members. How this is the incident that happened, and he told, and I was even shocked to know that is this even real? You're telling me, and he said that I can swear on my mother that this happened, and this not only the family but even the whole neighborhood know that what is happening there, and this was something terrible that they experienced, and he was just 12 to 13 years of old age that at that time, and he can actually remember things that he had that he was conscious enough to remember what happened, and he would say that these are just a few incidents I have told you. There are much more incidents that happened, the subtle things that happen around every day in the house, and how it was a terror and it was a literal horror to live at that place. But eventually, thankfully, they are doing better now. Yeah, that's the story.
That was indeed an interesting tale, Berlin. I can't deny the fact that what Berlin narrated is something that is often suppressed, often talked about in hush hush voice, right? I'll just give a small example before moving on to Batra, okay? And Shriyank, indeed, it is good to know that they are doing better now, okay? So the point is, it doesn't matter if we believe in these things or not. It is true that irrespective of our beliefs, a family suffered, right? So you can imagine that whatever is out there, if it is comprehensible or something beyond that, it affected a whole family, right? And often, us being quote unquote educated, quote unquote rational, we tend to disbelieve things, right? Because we cannot wrap our heads around it. But imagine that you are suffering from something that is affecting your whole family, but you cannot let your hand reach out for help because nobody is going to believe you. Do you really, I mean, be honest, guys. How many of you, if you were to encounter or undergo a paranormal or supernatural incidents, how many of you can actually talk about it in the open? I know I cannot. I am personally a non believer, I'm an atheist, but at the same time, I do respect people's opinion and I don't judge them, on the basis of what they have faced. I mean, what and Berlin, great narration, by the way. That mic feedback, it added to the beauty, it added to the rawness. Okay. So the thing is that none of us can actually go out and speak about it. Right. Yeah, Sushant. I mean, if even if you were an agnostic, I mean, you understand where I'm coming from, right? People won't help you. Rather, they will ridicule you. Most of the people will do that. And at the end of the day, it will be just you suffering, and your suffering will increase because now you know that nobody out there is willing to help you, right? So thank you, Berlin, for bringing this part of the society out, bringing this part of the suffering out when somebody is undergoing quote unquote a paranormal experience, right? That was indeed a very touching story, spine chilling but touching at the same time. And at the last point, when you mentioned that you asked him if this really happened, and your friend was like, "Dude, I swear on my mother." I mean, he's your friend. He has no reason to lie to you. This is something that we often come across, that we hear such things from people who have no reasons to lie. It's not like they are not selling their story for money or something, right? So,
Yeah.
right.
Well, he told me I still was. I mean, I didn't even want to say that. Are you sure this happened with you? Because I might hurt them. They have went through so much, and he doesn't have a reason to lie. here at this point actually. While I still believe there might be some reasons and explanations, but when you are experiencing it firsthand, I don't think you would be giving it any scientific or any logic. You just know it happened and how horrible it was.
Right, absolutely, absolutely. And this again is a callback to why we conduct spectacular nights. At the very beginning, we always mention that we are not here to explain, we are not here to provide a scientific explanation, we are just here to listen. Okay, and maybe, just maybe, Puneet, thank you for joining. So Puneet has joined us late, but
Yeah.
he's here. No problem, buddy. I'm pretty sure you're in for a few more great stories. Okay.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So, as I was mentioning, we don't explain, we don't elaborate. We are here just to listen, and that is how this has been going. And I think if more and more people are willing to listen rather than trying to provide a logical solution, the world would be a better place. Be it a paranormal incident or be it something else. Nevertheless, let's move on to Bhadra. Bhadra, please go ahead, brother. The stage is yours. Yeah, we will definitely watch another short film, Shushant. Once we are done with Bhadra and Anganadi, then we'll watch another short film. Okay, Pakka. Okay. Bhadra, please go ahead. I am not sure, but maybe, just maybe, Bhadra has fallen asleep. Probably. I could be wrong. Bhadra had a long day, guys. She had some dance performances, and I'm not sure if you guys remember, but in the earliest part of today's event, she had her camera on and she was traveling actually, all dressed up in the dance costume and everything. So, probably this little girl has fallen asleep. No problem, no problem. Bhadra, if you have not fallen asleep and you are willing to tell the story, do let us know, okay? So we will move on to yeah, I hope she's asleep. uh, let's move on to Anganadi. Anganadi, and by the way, guys, before Anganadi starts, Anganadi has been a prominent member of our society and especially a prominent participant of all the editions of Spectacular Nights. Her stories are really organic, and the way she tells you, it is really sweet. It is really adorable, and do listen to her stories carefully. There are many dimensions to them, but they are amazing. Anganadi, the stage is yours. Oh my goodness. Did Anganadi sleep as well? I think we have proved to be ASMR for many people tonight, and that's a good thing, no problem at all. Let me just text her once if she's asleep or not. And if not, then I will tell another story, a very small story, and then we'll move on to the short film. Okay, just give me a moment. Keethana is sleeping. Okay, Keethana, sleep tight. And that was a really nice story, the lucid dreaming one. Sleep tight, brother.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone. Bye.
Hi, Kirtana.
Okay.
I don't know, but I was very scared of Kirtana's story. I'm scared to sleep now.
It's okay. It's already it's almost 3,
I
so
have
at least
I
you
have
can.
kind of decided that I'm not gonna sleep right now. So yeah.
Oh, Aisha is also leaving. Aisha, you're going. No, you're going to sleep or what? Too sleepy now. Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
No
Yeah,
problem,
it's about 3. I mean, we are kind of done with 5 hours of the event.
Aisha. Yeah. Let me, I would like to make up for that boring story I shared at the beginning, but let me tell you guys, that story for me, when I first heard it, it was definitely spooky. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to share this with you. I understand didn't work out. That shows that you guys have a bad taste, okay? But nevertheless, yeah. I let me see what the chat box is saying. Aisha is saying good night, and I can't fandom anymore stories. Okay, okay, okay. Sure, 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 Aisha. भाई बोलते रहो मैं ना सो रहा. Okay, sure, Aniket, sure. Rahul is saying there's think it is a game where people telling stories. Ah, right. There have been movies around this particular topic that you mentioned, Rahul. Sushant said, "Wait, what? Oh no." Aisha is saying, "If I wake up and after a nap, I'll rejoin." Okay, Aisha, that would be really sweet. I hope we are here. I think we'll be here. Sushant, not a movie though. Ah, okay, got your point. Okay. So, this particular story won't take much time, okay? And I think is it has got something to do with lucid dreaming. Well, not exactly lucid dreaming, but something that is a little bit unsettling. I think Shrikar and Berlin Shrikar and Berlin know this story. Guys, I'm talking about the dimensional displacement one. If you guys remember that one, right? Yeah. So yeah, that is the story I'm going to recite again. And this story is divided into three parts. Okay, guys? Don't worry, won't take much time. Okay, there are no Jennys, no Abigail, no Roger, no Murray. Nevertheless, so I'm such a sport. Definitely not an egoistic person. So yeah, the story began a few where people seek paranormality and regret it. Yeah, Shushant, speaking of what you mentioned, there was a show. Okay, guys. So let me clarify something. I'm 28 years old. Okay, so much older than you guys. So I don't know how old were you when the show called A Haunting was telecasted in this on Discovery Channel. Okay, so yeah, why would Discovery telecast a haunting, right? I mean, come on, History Channel is a whole day showing you porn stars and aliens. So why not Discovery showing ghosts? Okay, so they used to telecast this show at 10 p.m. every day, every weekday, and this is not the story. This is something related to what Sushant mentioned just now. And each episode was about a house where some sort of a paranormal thing would happen, and then the investigators will solve it. And those fake devices they use, right? Magnetic field, they'll say. That is not how magnetic fields work, okay? I mean, they will be going to an old German village which is desolate, and they'll talk to the old German ghosts in English. Really? I mean, do you expect an old German ghost to speak in English? That is never going to happen. But then again, I was a kid, and that was entertainment, much better than the other channels were showing, right? So, in one of the episodes, which was actually an episode which stands far from the crowd, was related to what Shushant just mentioned. There was this lady who was paranoid, who was scared of everything. And when they moved into a new house, she thought her house was haunted, right? She used to bother her husband, her son, and everything. She was an old lady. And, you know, eventually, when the investigators came and started to investigate, they told, I mean, investigate, quote unquote, investigate, right? So they told the husband that the entity that has come, that has been summoned in your house, was not here at the beginning. Your wife, her paranoia, her belief that something is here, her belief that if I turn the light off and then go to bed, something will catch up to me. That fear itself has solidified into a ghost. So, according to that episode, that lady ended up creating a ghost just by the help of her psyche. Nevertheless, I'll move on to my story. It was just something, it was a small segue because of what Sushant said, I remembered it. Nevertheless, so my story, and this is a three-part story, and the first part is something that happened to me. and I'm not at all lying. Okay. Okay, so first of all, a little bit about me. I'm probably the most rational person you'll ever encounter. Okay, but at the same time, this thing I don't know how to explain. So I live in Calcutta. Your air is hurting my ears. My air? What? Okay, I don't know what he's talking about, but okay, nevertheless. Acha, the wind. Okay, okay. I'm really sorry. Is it better now, guys? Is it better? The sounds. Is it better now? Okay, cool, sweet. So, I live with my parents in Calcutta, and a few days back they decided to. They had to go to. Don't eat the mic. I'm not. I'm not. Definitely. This is an expensive earphone. I'm broke now. Definitely not going to eat it. Okay. So, like a few days back, my parents went to a wedding. So my parents have a mutual friend, and that auntie, her younger son was getting married, and they were like, "Tu bhi chala hamare saath, go come along with us." And I was like, "Never, not happening." Right? I mean, that is what we all will do. You won't go to your parents' friends' son's marriage, right? You won't. Be honest about it. Now, I did the same thing. I'm no better than you, right? So I was at home ordering from outside, eating, chilling, doing my work. Now, I have this habit of roaming around, okay? So why I roam around? I try to find new ways, okay? So like wherever I live, I'll try to explore the area so that I can find new paths from like a new path to go from point A to point B, but using a new way. So that is a habit. That is a bad habit. I spend a lot of time in that, but nevertheless. So when I go out for a walk, of course, I have this bad habit of using this deo thing. Okay, squish squish, right? So I remember that. So I can still see those two bottles here. I have two bottles, two deo cans over here. I am definitely not going to turn the whole thing and show you, but they are here. Okay, and I knew that my mother has taken one can and another one was left at home for me to use. Okay, while I was getting ready, I had put my t-shirt on and everything, and when I went for the deo, it was not there. Okay, it was not there. Now I was not bothered by it. I thought, okay, maybe my mother has taken both the cans. But I remember that uh, I had seen it. I had seen the other can of the deo, but I never paid too much of an attention, and I just left. Okay, went out and walked around and came back. Right, and when I came back and after freshening up, I again started uh, doing something on my laptop and everything. Somehow I looked at the dressing table and I saw that the deodorant can was exactly there. Okay, and now guys, if I look like the deo cans are here, I can literally see them. There is no chance that I would ever, and that is the very place where I was combing my hair, right? And there is no chance that I would have missed the deo can. It was right there. When I was going out, it was not there, and after coming back, it was again there. Okay, now this might not seem really scary or something, but this is something that happened. Like, this is the first part of the story. Okay, now I was not bothered by it at the beginning, but eventually something hit me, something struck me, and that was a story that was told to me by a friend of mine from my college. So if any one of you is from Calcutta, there's this place called Chetla. Okay, There's this place called Chetla in the central part of Calcutta, and the society there is pretty old. Okay, the buildings and all those things. It is considered to be central to North Calcutta, and the buildings are pretty old over there. The people who live there, they are the original inhabitants of Calcutta before it became Calcutta. Okay, so their family line goes that back. So I had a friend there, and he had told me a story once. So when he was young, and let me turn my camera off, I guess that would be easy. I'm becoming conscious. So yeah, uh, once he told me a story where he, when he was a kid, he was basically he had got a new Costco ball. So all of you who have played tennis ball cricket, you know how the Costco ball looks like, right? It's a green ball, a little bit furry, and with a white marking in between, right? And it was a brand new ball, and he was very excited because back in those days, people used to get excited and people used to get happy for such little things, right? Now he wanted to play with it, but it was late. Okay, so so his father had brought the ball while coming from office, so they were like, okay, you know what, it's late now, you can play with it tomorrow, you can go out and play with your friends tomorrow. Okay, uh, I'm talking about the Costco ball, if you are doubting. And then what happened is that he was like, okay, fine, I'll play with my friends tomorrow, so why shouldn't I play right now, right? So I'm pretty sure you guys know the another way to play with any cricket ball is to throw it at the wall and it bounces back and you catch it, right? That is one way to do time pass with a cricket ball. And that is what he started. Yeah, solo catching, yeah. So he started doing that. And it was evening. His mother was like, dude, you need to. Of course, she didn't call him dude, but she was like, Babu, you need to study. You should start studying now. It's evening. And he was like, 2 more minutes, mom. I'll just play and I'll then come back. Okay. And he was doing that solo catching, throwing the thing at the wall, then again catching it back. And all of a sudden, it was load shedding. So, you guys know what load shedding is? Does anyone know what load shedding is? So load shedding is basically power cut. Yeah,
In the sense of,
a power cut, सुशांत. तो पूरे एरिया की पावर जो है वो चली जाएगी, लाइट चली
yeah,
जाएगी.
yeah, got it. Yeah,
Right, right,
over consumption.
right, right. So back in those days, when electricity was still a luxury and not everybody could afford an AC, load sheddings in the old Calcutta region was very common. Okay, and not only Calcutta, even in the district areas of West Bengal, load shedding was really common. Okay, now what happened that so let me tell you something. Let me tell you something very important because it happened instantaneously. When he had thrown the ball, at that very moment, the light went off. Okay, everything went dark when he had thrown the ball. Okay, and the ball hit the wall, it dropped, it bounced, and the thing that he held in his hand, it was a cricket ball indeed. It was indeed a cricket ball, but by that time, the light was gone. Okay, and by that time, he realized that it is a Costco ball, but it is not his brand new cricket ball that his father had brought. Because if you remember buying a new cricket ball, the fur of that cricket ball was more protruded. You could feel it, right? But this one, it felt, if this was used, okay, it felt as if it was used, and as if, it was an old one. And he could he could feel that this particular cricket ball was definitely an old Costco one, but it felt as if he was holding flesh. It had the structure and consistency of raw flesh, right? So if you take अगर आप मांस का टुकड़ा, if you take a piece of flesh and just make a ball out of it, it felt like that. It bounced off the wall when the light went off, and when he caught it, it was basically a piece of flesh, and he was scared, and he just he dropped it. And at that very moment, light came, and he saw that yes, indeed, it was a cricket ball, it was a Costco ball, but it was not the one that his father had brought for him, right? So this was the second part of the story. I was looking for the Dio can, couldn't find it at first. After coming back, it was there. This friend of mine, when he was a little boy, he was doing solo catching, and the thing that came to his hand was definitely not his property. Now, the third part, okay, and the spookiest part of the story. This one time, I had visited a distant relative of mine, and there was some marriage or something, okay. I think it was in 2017 or 2018. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, Rahul, you are not actually far from the thing. It is indeed something related to. Uh, okay, I'll elaborate on that later on. So, this relative of mine, they had a kid. They had a little boy, and they seemed very, very, very meek. They seemed very, very, I don't know, conscious and weirded out, and avoided a lot of crowd despite being in a wedding, right? So we were there at night. We were talking to that guy, me and a few cousins of mine, and damn, Sushant, damn. And then you know what happened? Uh, so we were just talking, and I told him about. I remember we were talking about, because many a times when you gather together at night, you tend to discuss ghost stories and all those things, right? So this brother of mine, he told me about his experience, which actually comprises the third part of the story. Okay, let me see something. Yeah, okay. So when he was a new father, so father of a newly born child, right? It was a little baby boy, and he was very happy. Knowing this cousin, he had spent a wild life, and like after becoming a father, he had changed a lot. He had become responsible, he had become mature and everything, right? And he loved his boy like any father would do. Now, um, you know what happened? This one time, he was playing with his boy. That baby was just lying down on the bed. His wife had come from office, and she was about to bring the dinner in. Okay, and she was like, you take care of the baby for a while, I'll just freshen up and get the dinner. We don't have to eat at the dining room, we can just have it in our room. Okay, that is what she said. And this baby was there playing with his father, and the mother went to the washroom to freshen up. At that very moment, you know the lights went, because लाइट जाना बहुत आम बात है, राइट? लाइट तो हर जगह जाती है, या फिर जाती थी एक टाइम तक, वो लाइट चली गई. And at that very moment, this cousin of mine, he heard that the baby started choking, and that as if the baby was choking all of a sudden, okay? And of course, he could hear that the baby is making a sound that he has never heard of, and it seemed as if the little boy was choking. So he just jumped towards the little boy, toward the little baby. And when he tried to pick up the boy, there was no one on that particular area where the baby was lying. There was no one. There was no baby over there. And at that very moment, he heard a spine-chilling scream. His little boy was crying like anything, but the sound was coming from that very room, but he could not find his boy. And he was so scared that and because he didn't have the time to look for a candle or turn the flashlight of his phone on. He In the darkness he was thoroughly searching on the bed for his baby. And then again he heard his baby was screaming, and the scream again came from the same room. He could he was sure that the baby was in this room only. He couldn't find the baby, but the baby was in this room. But this second scream, it felt as if the baby was at a distance, in the very same room, but at a distance. It was a distant cry. And somehow, some sort of a fatherly instinct kicked in, and he just turned around and he felt that his baby was there. He literally, like what he told me, he literally threw his hand in the air in that dark room, and it felt as if he conjured his baby from thin air. Okay, the baby, which was lying down on the bed, when the light went, he couldn't find it on the bed. And after scuffling through the darkness for the next 2-3 minutes, surprisingly, he picked up his baby from thin air. Okay, and this actually happened when the baby was a little bit older. Like at that point of time, it was not a newborn baby, it was a toddler, more or less. Okay, so like when the baby was screaming, he was screaming for his daddy. He was calling Baba. In Bengali we call Baba, right? So the baby had started speaking out words, and the only few amongst the few words he could speak, Baba was one. So he was actually calling for his father. And when he got his baby back, the light came, and surprisingly, the mother had not heard a single thing. No crying, nothing. Okay? And she was like, "What happened? Come, we'll eat." And the man was so bewildered that he could not tell his wife anything. But there was one thing that he saw, that अगर आप किसी छोटे बच्चे को बहुत जोर से पकड़ोगे ना, किसी छोटे बच्चे का हाथ, you will see that if you hold a baby very tight, if you hold their arms, you can see finger marks, right? There were finger marks on that baby's arm, on that toddler's arm, right? And at that point, the baby was really crying. He was like, he was sobbing, he was like doing this, right? Of course the baby was scared, and so was the father. They didn't say anything to the wife. And when the baby grew up a little bit, he told his father that like this actually scarred the boy and the father. And what his father, I mean my cousin, told me that when the boy grew up a little bit, he was very scared of darkness. He could not even sleep in a dark room. And he told his father that, "Papa, when I was little," he could not remember that his father was there in the room. He just tells him that, "Papa, when I was little, I remember having this dream where I was there in the room. Mama was not there, it was just you and me. And then the light went off, and a few people grabbed me and started taking me through a tunnel. It was a dark tunnel. It was airy. There was wind passing through that tunnel, but it was dark. And I was screaming for you. And when I woke up, I saw that you were holding me." Okay, this is what the baby told his father after growing up. Of course, his father never explained or elaborated what he had faced, but it was a suggestion, an indirect corroborative evidence that the baby, when he grew up, what he was thinking of as a dream probably coincides with the strange incident that happened to his father when his father actually pulled him out of thin air, right? And he saw those marks in his palm, in his arms, right, on his arms. And the baby said that a few men, black as in, they were silhouettes, they were shadows. They were taking him through a black tunnel, and there was wind over there. So it provides a corroborative evidence. So on that particular day, when I couldn't find my Dio bottle, maybe I was overthinking, maybe I'm overestimating, maybe the can was there. It was my ignorance that I was not able to see it. But guys, think about it. In your whole life, how many things have you lost that were there before you lost them? That one eraser, maybe, which was really dear to you, or that one pen that was given to you by a friend whom you never met, or that one pencil which had a eraser at its butt, right? There are many things that we have lost in our lifetime despite us being careful. Where did they go? I remember reading about this one thing called dimensional displacement. There are things which often displace through space and time. I don't know if there's any truth to it. I don't know the math behind it. I mean, I know a little bit of math behind it, but I'm not sure, concrete about it. So, this story of mine was about dimensional displacement. Three things happened. My Dio can, I couldn't see. My friend lost his cricket ball and found a new one. And the third one was the scariest, where a father somehow saved his little boy. So, you never know what is out there, what is out there waiting for you. So the next time when you meet a loved one, next time when you meet a friend who's acting a little bit different, do question yourself. Do ask yourself if you really know them. Do ask yourself if they are actually your friend. Because it could be the case that the last time your friend had any consciousness, he was traveling through a black tunnel taken by a few shadow like people facing nothing but wind. Moving on, I think most of the people who had their hand, okay, I can see that Shrikar has his hand up. Please, Shrikar, go ahead.
You can hear me all right now.
What, Shrikar? What?
Bro, you can hear me now.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. The story was told to me by my mother and her sisters. It was the time of their seventh class, I guess. Yeah, it is the whole day. So in seventh class, they have public exams, and it was the lab exam, I guess. Chemistry lab exam. My mother's classmate, who is a topper and also a sports athlete, she is from another village, so she would come to the school at morning 4 o'clock. Okay, and she was the only one present in that school, and she was sitting in the balcony and studying about the chemistry equations and all. And suddenly at 5 o'clock, maybe she heard a noise from the music room, like a symphony playing on the piano. Okay, so she went to the music room to check what is happening. She saw a girl playing the piano. So she thought she was also another classmate of her or something. So she went to near her and touched her something on the shoulder. Suddenly, her head revolved around 360 degrees. The girl playing piano, and this girl who went to touch the girl playing piano got fits and all, and she was even suffering no fits and all, something like that. This was real story. That's what my mom told. And that school is also now somewhat old and eerie kind of vibes. When we play cricket and all in that ground, somebody used to daily we we get the balls into the school, and I am the only one to get the balls back. It was so
He
scary.
started laughing and
Yeah,
gave the
yeah.
laughing
And
emoji
emoting.
himself. Yeah.
I am laughing at that, yeah.
Exactly. He started using the laughing emoji. I was actually not able to process why he did that. Shrikar, come on, brother. Okay, you know
I
what,
should
Shrikar?
not really laugh that loud. I'm in a train.
But Shrikar, why don't you please? Why? Yeah, exactly. What Subrat is. Shrikar, you know what? Why don't you share the story once again? But this time, don't give the laughing emoji for yourself. Okay? Please go ahead.
Okay, you want once again?
Yes, I definitely want once again because the last time it was not. I couldn't wrap my head around it.
Okay, bro. So listen. It was the time when my mother and all was seventh class. So at that whole time, seventh class used to have practical exams and public exams, na. So at the time of the lab exams of chemistry, my mother's classmate, who is a topper and also a sports athlete, came to the school at the morning 6 o'clock. So because she was a another, she was from another village. Okay, so she came at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Then she was studying in the balcony, sitting for and preparing for the chemistry exam. All of a sudden, she heard a musical symphony from the piano room, musical room. So she went to the musical room to check what is happening, and she saw a girl playing the piano. So she went near her and touched her shoulder suddenly. And the girl playing the piano turned her head like 360 degrees back to her, like seeing what who is touched me like that. Damn. Suddenly she got
Wow.
fits and all, and she was suffering with fits until my mother and her some of friends went to the school at morning 7:30 it seems. Then they immediately took her to the hospital. She was mentally damaged and something and all, and she now even also sorry mentally disabled person.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm actually feeling bad for laughing now. I don't know why you started laughing last time. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I am telling why I am laughing because
yeah.
of this incident of having a girl in the piano, like ghost in the piano room.
Mhm.
After something, okay. Now we play cricket right in the ground,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the players used to hit the ball into the school, same musical room which has been renovated now, but nobody used to get that because of the ghost and all. And I am the only one who always goes into the piano room to get the ball. So that's why I laugh. Yes.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Now that makes sense. And that is indeed a good story. And guys, what Shrikar brought out from his world is something that I think all of us we all have studied in school, I hope, right? And I think we all have at least heard once that, this place or this part of the school is haunted. Okay. I remember when I was in Punjab, was in school, there was this rumor of this chudel whose name for some reason was June July because she apparently haunted the premises of the school only through the month of June and July. Okay, I have no clue why that happened, but I was, eventually I never thought about it and started spreading the rumor कि हाँ भाई हाँ ऐसी एक है चुड़ैल भाई आती है. And I was in third standard. I think when I was in Punjab I studied from second to sixth standard. Okay, so I was like that. Oh हाँ जून जुलाई ये क्या ना जून जुलाई है आती है वो. And I remember एक बार जनवरी में, and you guys know Punjab gets a really beautiful frost, right? बहुत सुंदर विंटर है वहाँ की. डरावनी काफी खतरनाक बट ब्यूटीफुल nonetheless. एंड देयर आई रिमेम्बर एक बार जनवरी के दिन प्रेयर लाइन में अचानक से काफी धुंध आ गई. ठीक है, काफी सारा फॉग आ गया. पहले धूप खिली हुई थी बट बादल आ गया एंड देन फॉग आ गया. ठीक है, और सारे बच्चे चीखने लगे जून जुलाई जून. सो यू कैन इमेजिन दैट इन द मंथ ऑफ जनवरी ऑल्सो दे वर थिंकिंग कि जून जुलाई आ गई, राइट? सो या, I mean, every school has its own myths and its own rumors and stories, and I think that is a good part of what do you call it, a school life. So thank you, Shrikar. That was indeed a creepy story, a short and sweet and creepy story indeed. Thank you, brother, for sharing. And guys, a lot of applause for Shrikar, because this boy was really reluctant to speak in front of so many people, and it takes a lot to speak up, even on a Google Meet. So thank you very much, Shrikar. I think you actually showed a lot of bravery on Spectacular Nights, so in one way or the other. So thank you, brother. Okay, so I guess we can wrap up. Okay, we have a few I do have a few more stories.
Satman, you missed my message again.
I missed your message. I'm really sorry. Let me check. What have you said? Yeah, I forgot to tell. We call that ghost three-nosed ghost. Okay, okay. So this piano girl, her name was Three-Nosed Ghost. Okay, that is definitely an interesting name. Like she has three nose. Oh, she has three nostrils. Okay, nice. I mean, I won't judge her. That might be a beauty statement. You never know, right? I mean, okay, three nostrils. What can I say? Hello, Satyaki. Give movie recommendations, please. Left in middle. Okay, okay. I'm really sorry. So I'm rizzing all. No, how is that riz? I'm just accepting her for what she is. Oh, that rhymed. Nice. Okay, so movie suggestions. Okay, Subrat, if you are looking for something really scary and disturbing, I think you should watch this movie starring Ryan Reynolds. I've sent the name in chat box. Okay, it's not a ghost story. It's not a supernatural story, but it is indeed a scary tale. Okay, and it will definitely make you feel claustrophobic. Uh, do let me know if once you are done watching it. And guys, if you are not a part of Sahitika, join us. Okay. And I'm not imposing. If you want to, it's the Literary Society of the BS degree. We have been active for 4 years now. As you can tell, this is the fourth edition of Spooktacular Nights. We read, we write, we read together, we write together, we discuss together, and all those things. So do join us if you are interested. I need some recommendations from Aishadi. Oh, nice. I'll definitely, Rahul, if you are there in the society, I will definitely ask Aisha to list down a few movies that, if you are talking about movie recommendations, I'll definitely ask her to share. Okay. And what else? What else? What else? What else? Sushant is saying, Satyaki bhaiya, I need to stay awake through the night. Let's continue. Okay, fine. Maybe if everyone is cool with it, I have a few more stories which I have shared in the previous editions of Spectacular Nights. Maybe I can share a two. One or two from there. Okay, so maybe we can do that. Shrikar is saying, bro, you rizzing all. Definitely not, brother. I won't. I don't have any riz. I can assure you. I mean, I'm telling ghost stories. Do you think I have riz? Nevertheless, then Sushant is saying also short film screening. Yeah, okay, maybe we can watch a short film now before moving on to the next story. Sushant is saying acceptance riz. Okay, Sushant. I mean, if that is what you would like to call it, okay. I said buried. Subrat was like, okay. Shreya said that, and one of my friend whose father works in the school, who lives in the staff colony, went in the boys' hostel with his friends from the colony in summer vacation, and there were door shut-ins and boulders breaking and lying pathways while returning. Okay, okay, that is something I would never want to come across, especially that boulder part. Sushant is saying also. Shriyank is saying I filled the form. Okay, guys. So if you have filled the form today, I'll tomorrow. Okay, day after tomorrow or by tomorrow night, I'll add you guys to the G space, the official G space of Sahitika, and from there you can find the link for our WhatsApp community if you are interested. Okay. I need some recommendations from Aishadi. I'll definitely ask her, brother. Sushant Shah said unfriended. Okay. I have no clue what you're talking about, brother. Unfriended. Okay, it's a movie. Okay. Cool. Shrikar has shared the link to join the society, guys. Thank you, Shrikar. Thank you very much. You will find the registration form in this link. A short film screening when Abhi brother. Shrikar is saying Ghost Riz Pagal Ladka. Subrat is saying bro start your ASMR channel. Oh, okay, that's really sweet of you. That's really kind of you, Subrat. If time is kind enough to me, I will definitely look into it. AMSR, okay. I thought I misread it as ASMR. There is more above. Yeah, I was reading that. You actually have a calming voice. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sushant. That's really sweet of you. Yeah, okay. Enough about my voice, guys. Okay. Stop objectifying me. Let's watch a short film, okay? Done. So, the next film that we will be watching. Uh, so,
Agnati just texted. Agnati there?
oh,
Did you
Anganadi, are you
sleep?
there? Are you there, Anganadi?
She's
Oh my
sleepy, I
goodness.
guess.
She's sleepy.
अरे मैं थी, मैं बीच में सो गई थी.
We were calling you, Anganadi. We were calling
Yeah,
you.
now I realized.
Yeah.
Jyotin, actually मेरा तबीयत थोड़ा सही नहीं है तो मैं सो गई थी बीच में.
Oh.
फिर से उठ
कोई नहीं
गई.
दीदी.
Anganadi, would you like to share a story if your tabiyat allows?
Oh,
Then
she is sleepy, right? And she isn't well. Let her
स्टोरी
rest.
का देखो, वैसे तो स्टोरी का कुछ खास नहीं है. उस वक्त मैं जब मतलब मुझे जहाँ तक याद है वो गॉड्स लेके हम बात कर रहे थे, देन देयर वाज दिस शॉर्ट मूवी एंड ऑल ना.
yeah.
तो मैं बस वही एक एक्सपीरियंस नहीं, बस ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ था. हम गए थे, तमिलनाडु का ही कहानी है कि वी वेंट टू द लार्जेस्ट वर्किंग टेम्पल कॉल्ड Srirangam, and since we were new locals and we didn't know that, like तब IIT नहीं हुआ था. Okay, so my cousin studies there for the others, and we actually I went to visit her. So the plan बना कि श्रीरंगम टेम्पल चलते हैं. एंड बाय द टाइम कि वो भी बहुत नहीं थी, उसकी तबीयत सही नहीं था, इसलिए हम गए थे उससे मिलने. तो like when we reached the temple, it was just like around 2:45 or something, and we didn't know that the temple would close at 3. Like it closes at 3 and reopens at 5. So, and by the time we managed the language and got to know, it had already like past 3 o'clock. So, alas, we were lying down, and like it was very hot at that time. It was April, May, and it was scorching hot. We just unknowingly took shelter in one of like the क्या कहते हैं उसको, लाइक टेम्पल के सामने जो छोटू सा जगह रहता है उसके ऊपर रूफ रहता है. सो मी, माय 2 cousins and my masi, we were just sitting there. We had a train for like Rameshwaram and how to manage, because the time was really short, and waiting till 5 would have been like messed up all the plans. So, and like with a deep sigh, I just like and हम बोले कि हे भगवान, अब हम मतलब देखने तो आए थे, देख नहीं पाए, तो अब क्या ही कर सकते हैं, आप ही दिखा दो. ऐसे ही मजाक मजाक में हम तीन वे चैटरिंग विथ ईच अदर एंड बात कर रहे थे एक दूसरे से. सो सडनली क्या हुआ, हमने ये बोला और उसके बाद हम ऐसे लाइक वी आर फेसिंग टुवर्ड्स द ग्राउंड. ठीक है, ऐसे ऐसे सो रहे थे. वी आर लाइंग ऑन, नॉट ऑन आवर बैक्स. तो और ऐसे ही बात करते करते हमने देखा सामने, तो हमको दिखा कि देयर वाज समथिंग वाइट स्टैंडिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस. और हम ना थोड़े देर के लिए ऊपर नहीं देखे, एंड वी वर लाइक quite terrified also. The place where we were resting, it was like quite lonely. वो एक कोने में था कहीं पे, तो छाव दिखा था उतना बड़ा टेम्पल में कहीं पे, तो हम लोग बैठ गए थे। तो हम पहले ऊपर देखे नहीं, हम ऐसे ही मतलब चुप हो गए थे। फिर थोड़े देर मतलब कुछ एक एक 1 मिनट बाद होगा, तो हमने ऊपर देखा। जब ऊपर देखा, so there was a very tall man. He was completely dressed in white, completely white hair, white mustache, everything. He was standing there and he was smiling, and it was a very serene smile. So, and we smiled back, and he was, and it was unexpected because that, if anyone have been to Srirangam, so it's in Tiruchirappalli. So, matlab you have to go through Tiruchirappalli, and Tiruchirappalli, that is quite interior place. So, and when we went, at the time, it happened that most of the people who had come to visit, they had left because they knew. So most of the people we met during coming to that place were speaking in the local language, which hardly we figured out. So when and the best part was his smile, and he said in proper without any accent or anything. He said कि what are you doing here? So we were like, अरे मंदिर बंद हो गया है, and how could we go? We thought like we were blabbering like, by that time that no, the mandir is closed and our train is there. How can we go? That's why we're sitting here. What can we do? No, we just ranted. So he was like, who said the mandir is closed? Come with me, I'll show you. And you know, like at that time I was in my universities. Okay, I was not a kid that I don't know anything. That in an unknown place, you shouldn't, and in such a big temple, you shouldn't just go after a stranger and like 3 4 girls. But still, there was something. We all were like going behind him without uttering anything. So we went, and like at that time, our I would say that now I would say that might be our brain had stopped working or something, because the very temple we were lying, it was actually, there was a door of a temple, and it's a big temple with so many small mandirs. So actually we went with him. We went straight through the door. We had seen the door being closed. Till the time we were lying there, it was opened. We went inside. Nobody was inside. The door, I don't know how did it open. We entered, and I just remember something. It's a story from long back, and that take three rounds of this mandir. Come with me. And believe me, Srirangam, if you go there, it's a huge temple, okay? And there are so many temples, small temples there. So many other places to visit, like within that temple only. And it takes quite a long time if you're going there to visit all the temples. But I tell you something, that we went to places, there are like temples within that Srirangam temple where you would go, uh, the stairs are of gold, okay, gold plated or gold, I don't know, but that is gold only. The doors and everything are of gold and silver. So, and literally we could see people waiting in लाइन ओके वीआईपी वाला लाइन, फिर नॉर्मल लाइन का, देवर लोग खड़े हुए हैं लाइन में. एंड believe me, it was like we four were invisible. We were going in through those doors, and the door opened. The guard was like as if we didn't existed. That person entered, we entered before him. We offered pujas also. There was some priest standing there, we offered. And फिर एक जगह गए, there was a very old brahmin. He was clearing up the prasad, थोड़ा सा ही पड़ा हुआ था. एंड दिस ओल्ड मैन सेड कि मतलब वो हिंदी में भी बात कर रहे थे एंड प्रॉपर शुद्ध हिंदी, एंड आई वाज quite stunned because there was not a single accent of that person. एंड ही वाज लाइक कि प्रसाद लेना है तो ये लो, अब बचा ऐसा, मैं लाइक आप भी ले लो, आप हमारे साथ घूम रहे हो। बट ही वाज लाइक नो नो, मैं प्रसाद क्या करूंगा, आई एम ऑलरेडी लाइक मेरा पेट भरा हुआ है, आप तीन चार ही ले लो। एंड बिलीव मी दैट प्रसाद that Brahmin gave us, it exactly fitted the four of us, like me, my two cousins, and my mose. And after that, it was empty. So, and like this, a lot of like small incidents happened, and so it was not that this was the only temple. We were roaming other places also. He said, ki, "Okay, come here, see if this happens or not." And there were certain temples. This person didn't enter. He said, "Ki, uh, I don't enter his." At first, we thought whether he's like he is not a Hindu, that's why he's not. But then it was like, okay, if he is telling so many other temples he's entering, he's telling so many things, like he knows the place in and out, he knows everything. Uh, so it's not the case. But then also that went out of our mind. We were roaming. We were very happy. And then suddenly he started saying that now I have to go back to my home. I have to eat. I'm an old man now. I feel hungry. I need to rest. And uh, there is a place that the main pandir ends. There is like field like space, like not a field. There is no grass, but a field, a square area, and you have to walk to go to the other side. There are like sculptures, like architectural innovation marvels. There, some things are there like that. So what he said, ki, let me sit here. I'll just take some rest. You guys go and see. Believe me, like I couldn't believe myself even today that we had taken only a few steps. Okay, we didn't go far. It was hardly like 2 3 seconds, not even that. Like we were trying to go there, then we were like कि okay चलो काफी देर हो गया है, अ, इतना अब नहीं जाते हैं हम तो, मंदिर पूरा मतलब जो देख लिया, ये तो आउटर एक्स्ट्रा पार्ट है, बाद में बना हुआ है, उतना खास भी कुछ नहीं है, चलो चलो दूर से थोड़ा देख लिया चलो. And we turned back. Believe me, that person was not there. That person was not there. We looked at our watch. It was exactly 5 p.m. And we were like asking the people who were there, like it's like उसको क्या बोलते हैं हम बंगाली में रोआक बोलते हैं, मतलब there is a rectangular cemented or stone structure where people can sit, and here it had roof also, that place. So we there were a lot of people also, the place where this person was sitting. We were asking like so many people, like 2 minutes 2 seconds before there was this and he had a figure that anyone would notice. Okay, so because he was quite tall and he had a grace in him, like that grace, even today I remember, that is not very common. So we asked so many people that have you seen someone? There was an old man with us. He just came. He was sitting here. He was saying he needs some rest. He was tall enough. He was wearing complete white clothes. But white clothes come and chalo South India mein pehante hai log. But he was like anyone would notice if he was standing nearby. तो बस 1 2 सेकंड में वो बंदा पूरा गायब हो गया. हमने इतना पूछा आसपास. Even the door through which we entered, it had guards or some people. They even couldn't. They were like, when we said, they were looking at us like हाँ ये लोग कहाँ से आ गए. पर फिर भी, और फिर तो हमने उसने हमको जहाँ पे छोड़ा था. सो बेसिकली हम तो फिर उस वक्त ये सोच रहे थे हम अब इतना बड़ा मंदिर में खो गए, हम निकलेंगे कैसे. बट हमको जहाँ छोड़ा वहां से बस स्ट्रेट 10 20 कदम आगे जाके देयर वाज अ डोर, एंड दैट वाज द प्लेस विथ विच वाज गोइंग आउट ऑफ द टेम्पल. मतलब वहां से हम जूता छोड़ के, मतलब वो रास्ता क्रॉस करके थोड़ा आगे लेफ्ट जाओगे तो वहां पे हम जूता छोड़ के आए थे. एंड हालांकि बहुत सारे और भी एंट्रेंसेस है, वो एक जगह है जहां से हम घुसे थे। तो बाय द टाइम वी वर लाइक, अरे ये बंदा कहाँ गया, बंदा कहाँ गया, इतना घुमे। और हम दुखी भी थे कि पूरा इतना घुमाया हमको। मतलब जाने से पहले एक बार मिल लेते तो सही लगता। ये सब करके हम तो वापस आ गए, और उसके बाद हम रामेश्वरम जा भी नहीं पाए, पता है। और उसके बाद उसी रात जब हमने सोचना शुरू किया, मतलब सोचा भी नहीं, वे जस्ट कॉलिंग एट वर फैमिलीज एंड वी वर सेइंग कि हाँ ये प्लान था, ये नहीं हो पाया, पर पता है हम ऐसे घूम लिए, बहुत अच्छा था। देन जब हम नैरेट कर रहे थे तब हमको रियलाइज किया, अरे वो बंदा हमारे साथ एक भी पिक्चर नहीं खिंचवा रहे थे। बस एक ही पिक्चर था। आई रिमेम्बर, वहां पे तुम जाओ तो एक बहुत बड़ा एरिया है, एंड बहुत ही लंबा एरिया है जहाँ पे मेन वो डेटी का है, वो गोल्ड वाला छत है वहां पे। एंड देयर आर लॉट ऑफ साइंस देयर, लाइक I don't remember the exact science, but there's something related to Hinduism only. So at that point only, I remember the man was laughing and telling me कि चलो चलो देखते हैं कितना अच्छा फोटोग्राफर हो, फोटो उठा के दिखाओ, पूरा फोटो उठा के दिखाओ। अगर उठा लिया तब मानेंगे कि कुछ है बात। एंड बिलीव मी, तब वो छोटू सा फोन था मेरे पास, ये बड़ा लंबा वाला ऐसा वाला नहीं था। सो एंड वाज ट्राइंग माय, मतलब बड़ा वाला ही था वो, नोकिया का लुमिया आता था ना तब, वो वाला था। तो और फिर भी लाइक इवन टुडे अगर मुझे ये वाला फोन में जिसमें इतना कुछ फीचर्स है, इसमें भी तुम बोलोगे तो उतना लंबा एरिया तुम एक स्क्रीन में फिट कराओ विदाउट एनी लेंस, वो नहीं हो पाएगा। ठीक है, वो एरिया इतना बड़ा है, मतलब इट्स क्वाइट लार्ज, तुमको काफी पीछे जाना पड़ेगा, बहुत कुछ एडजस्ट करके फिर भी उठ सकता है। बट बिलीव मी, बाद में मैंने देखा बस एक वही एक है जहाँ पे उसका पिक्चर है और कहीं पे उसका पिक्चर नहीं है। मतलब हमारे साथ खड़े थे, आई डोंट नो हाउ दैट पिक्चर इज नॉट देयर, लाइक nowhere, only that place's picture is there. Hmm. And that's the story, like that person vanished and we had roamed like in the temple like anything, like it was our own property, because after that my sister has been staying there 7 8 years, and she went later on also. But actually the temple is closed from 3 to 5. No one can enter. I don't know what happened that day, but something happened. And believe me, even today I'm like, uh, कुछ तो था, जो था वो हमको उस वक्त समझ में नहीं आया। बिकॉज अगर कभी भी तुम लोग भी जाओगे तो इफ यू आर एक्चुअली गोइंग टू ईच एंड एवरी टेम्पल, दैट आई डोंट नो, बट सच में बोलूं, अगर तुम कभी भी कोई भी जाओगे वहां पे, दैट्स द लार्जेस्ट वर्किंग हिंदू टेम्पल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। एंड इफ यू आर गोइंग एंड ऑफरिंग पूजा इन ईच एंड एवरी टेम्पल, it's impossible to cover it within 2 hours. Believe me, it's literally actually impossible to go and offer pujas in each and every temple within 2 hours. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some angels sent by him or some. I don't know. क्या था, बट सच में कुछ तो था। आई टेल यू, लाइक हम सब एकदम से, एंड वी विल, बाद में हमने डिस्कस किया कि हम 3 4 लोग, सबका दिमाग काम करना बंद कर दिया था मे बी उस वक्त। हम बस मतलब उसी में खोए थे, मंदिर में, मुक्ति में, वो मतलब बात में। नहीं तो अगर सेंसस में होते तो शायद ही एटलीस्ट हम लोग में से कोई तो एक बार, मैं या मेरी बड़ी बहन जो है कजन, एक बार तो बोलती कि भाई इतना बड़ा मंदिर में इसके साथ अकेले अकेले दोपहर बोल दिया है, मंदिर बंद है, कहाँ जा रहा है। एटलीस्ट एक बार तो ये थॉट आता, मतलब उठ के जाने से पहले। या फिर ये थॉट आता कि अरे मंदिर तो बंद था। वो थॉट भी नहीं आया कि हम देख रहे हैं इतना लंबा लाइन लगा हुआ है, पीपल आर स्टैंडिंग देयर, और हम चल भी लिए। मतलब वहां पे इतना गर्म हो जाता है ना, मतलब इफ यू बीन टू चेन्नई, तुमको तो पता है कि कितना गर्म होता है लाइक ड्यूरिंग समर। ऊपर से वो पत्थर का मंदिर है, people when people are not even like able to work, इन दिस स्कॉचिंग हिट हमने ऐसे खाली पैर चल लिए, उसके पीछे पीछे पूरा घूम लिए श्रीरंगम का टेम्पल। तो बस यही थोड़ा वो गॉड वाला हम बात करें तो मुझे डिस्कस करना था कि ये कुछ हुआ था हमारे साथ, एक मस्ती
That
मतलब।
that is indeed a magical experience, right, Anganadi?
Yeah, this is actually something very magical. Like even today, people have a lot of questions and God exists, doesn't it? But for my thing, it's if there is negative, there is positive also. So if I don't know something, maybe I don't know, that is out of my knowledge, but I can't say that it doesn't exist. But this was something that I, I don't know what was the feeling when I can tell you. Well, it was something crazy. I had a friend who lives nearby, like very near to the temple also. You know the चोल का जो प्लेस है थंजावुर, तो वो वहाँ होके ही जाता है अगर तुम श्रीरंगम जाना चाहते हो। लाइक आई डोंट नो अदर रोड्स, बट मेरा बहन की जो कॉलेज थी वहां से वो तंजावुर होके ही जाना पड़ता था। सो वो आईआईटी में ही है अभी, तो उसको भी मैंने बोला कि तुम वहां पे गए हो, तो उसने उसने भी बोला कि नहीं, श्रीरंगम तो हमेशा 3 से 5 बजे तक बंद रहता है। मतलब जब मैंने पहली बार उससे मिला था, मैंने उसको पूछा तब भी, तो he said no, it's always closed from 3 to 5, it is never open। तो तब अब ना उसके बाद जब ये सब हो गया, अब हम सोचते कि वो बंदा हमको 4 साढ़े 4 बजे से बोलने लगा था कि हमको भूख लग रहा है, अब तो मुझे खाने का टाइम हो गया, अब तो मतलब कोई मुझे खाना देगा। फिर अराउंड लाइक 5 जब वो रेस्ट करने के लिए बैठे थे, बस लाइक आई एम अ ओल्ड मैन, आई गेट हंग्री, आई नीड टू रेस्ट, आई नीड टू सिट, अब जाओ ना। हम जा नहीं रहे तब कि उसने मुझे ऐसे ही मतलब भेजा कि नहीं जाओ। हम 4 चले भी गए, फिर दो दो सेकंड भी नहीं हुए, हम सच्ची बोल रहे हैं, हम पीछे घूमे, देखा कि वो बंदा है ही नहीं। तो दैट वाज लाइक अ स्टोरी।
That is indeed spooky in its own right. I mean, now in the retrospect, if you think about it, who was he, right?
Yeah, that was the question.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we all have our own supernatural interactions, and we tend to collide with things that we are not often able to explain or elaborate.
Exactly.
So, as I mentioned, Angana, these stories are very, 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 uh, what do you call it, organic, and you could actually feel that she was invested in the whole incident. She was invested in it, and yeah, I mean, yeah, that is definitely a great story. And it was a breath of fresh air, because we
Hmm.
are talking about all the negative aspects of all these
Yeah.
things, but you brought a positive light to it. That
Yeah,
you know.
like because see, there are a lot of things. Once it happened that I was getting down from the local train, okay, and it was very crowded, and I just something that happened, I exactly know because that was a long time back, but I fell on the rail track, okay, and the stones and all, it got inside my leg and everything, I couldn't get up. And at that time, i I just heard like the signal of the train, it was going to start. And believe me, I could barely stand. I couldn't get out of the stones also. It was so, like so much in my legs and feet. But as I heard the signal, you may say that it was the adrenaline or something. But it my personal feeling, what I felt was that there was something on the track which just pushed me out of the track. The moment I was pushed out, the train passed.
No, that
No,
is
so
definitely scary. That is definitely scary.
yeah, that is scary on a different level because I was just thrown out of the track by some positive thing. But the thing that the signal is already there and you can get out of the track is actually very scary. It was very scary for me. So Yeah, there are things like there are positive things too. We it's better we don't explain them. We keep them unexplained. That's better. That's the way that is better.
Definitely, definitely, definitely.
But I actually have something for which is spooky, which is not spooky actually.
Okay.
Recently, I had to go near Maithan. Okay, so Maithan the dam, which is in Jharkhand, like the Jharkhand part of Maithan dam. So and you know Bikram, right? So and there are
Yes.
other people with us also, like two, three more people. So he said that okay, if we are already here for some work, so why not go to that part? We had come here long back during the winters, and there is a picnic spot where you can actually go near the water, like the water and ground, like you can just walk into the water. So we were like, okay, we can go, but the route he took was completely like inside the jungles. It was through the Adivasi gaon, and then it was completely pitch black because there was a cyclone in Bengal a few days back. Okay, and the time was at that time, like just a day after or something. We the work was urgent, so we had to go there. So, and it was like raining by the time Kolkata was like shine and the sunshine, but that place it was raining heavily there. And believe me, it was dark, it was cloudy. We were going through like it was only five of us going by a car through the pitch black forest. And on one side there was this dam का पानी जो हमको दिख नहीं रहा था कभी कभी दिख रहा था और फाइनली वी रीच्ड एंड वो नज़ारा बहुत खूबसूरत था बट दैट प्लेस इज लाइक व्हाट ही सेड वाज वहां पे कभी कुछ एशियन गेम्स या फिर कुछ तो हुआ था कॉमनवेल्थ का तो वहां पे ना एक एबंडेंट स्विमिंग बोर्ड है एबंडेंट स्विमिंग बोर्ड है एंड नहीं नहीं शुरू में हम गूगल लेके जा रहे थे एंड गूगल ने कुछ अजीब सा रास्ता दिखा दिया जहाँ पे गाड़ी तो नहीं घुसा सकते तो फिर हम वहाँ पे जो लोकल्स थे उससे पूछ पूछ के गए एंड तो नज़ारा बहुत खूबसूरत था फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बट I'd be honest that there were a few more people also, like few more people, एक दो few more मतलब एक दो गाड़ियां और थी आसपास पूरा जंगली जंगल था एंड इट वाज कंप्लीटली डार्क अपार्ट फ्रॉम द कार्स हेडलाइट्स और क्या हुआ था क्योंकि 3-4 दिन से लगातार बारिश हुआ था ना तो मे बी द वाटर हैड रीजन या फिर बारिश के कारण ही कुछ एरिया ऐसा था जहाँ पे मड था और मड में हमारा गाड़ी फंस गया और हम जो 4-5 लोग बोल रहे थे उसमें 3 लड़कियां थी और दो ही लड़के एक एक जो ड्राइव कर रहा था और दूसरा और इंसान तो और गाड़ी बड़ा बड़ा गाड़ी था तो ऐसा भी नहीं था कि उसको मतलब पुश करके उसको उठा पाए सो ऐसा ही था कि या फिर आज रात को हम यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं या फिर ये गाड़ी निकलेगा तब तक हम रुका हुआ है one of like there was an elderly person with us she was already very scared हम तो बस चलो ठीक है मजा आ रहा है टेंशन भी है कुछ तो होगा देखा जाएगा ऐसे खड़े थे and actually it was not very safe because given today's situation there were a lot of like other two cars jo the ladke the and like a lot of like I didn't see but another like the person with us another jo ladki thi wo boli thi shayad दारू पी रहे थे it's not safe तो basically they were there तो उसी में से कुछ लोग पानी में चले गए ओके एंड दैट सीन वाज वेरी स्केरी आई वाज लाइक इतने रात को अंधेरे में इतना ठंडा पानी में लोग क्यों जा रहे हैं तो फिर चलो गए हम देख रहे थे कि गए एंड suddenly we heard howling and हम सबके रोंगटे खड़े हो गए वैसा हाउलिंग मतलब विश्वास करो, हम बस हम मुंह से बस बोले ये तो हम कहानियों में देखे थे भूत प्रेत निकलने से पहले, एंड दैट वाज लाइक ओनली at the time 6:30 or something like that. It was dark, but it was not late at night or something. It was 6:37 like that. And the howling was like increasing like anything. We were trying to figure out okay, what happened. So the elderly lady was like, maybe there is something supernatural here and all. And suddenly we find that few people. And no, and I was like, okay, maybe the dogs are howling like this. They like, it's the winter is coming. They have their things, and that is why maybe they are howling like that. And then suddenly, after saying that, I found no, the dogs are barking, and that is separate. So I was like, either it is wolf or like jackals or something. So and that is dangerous actually. From far away, we could see that yeah, the eyes are shining. But then there were few boys were in the water. They were deep in the water from long back. Suddenly they were like, running as if they have seen something, not the wolves. Believe me. People might say that okay, ये लोग ये jackals या फिर जो भी था वो देख के भाग के आ गए, हो सकता है, but the way they were running, it was not only because of that, because we are also standing there and it is scary. No doubt it is scary when you have so many jackals or wolves standing in front of you. That is scary. But those people, we don't know what they saw. The way they ran out from the water and they just मतलब वो तो वो jackals animals के बगल से ही गुजरते हुए आए. Okay, they were just coming beside them. वहां पे they were working quite like casually. पर पानी से में वो लोग क्या देखे पता नहीं. They were like running like मतलब running for their life. Okay, but luckily just few seconds before only our car got released from the mud and we got inside. We got the wild wolves, मतलब वैसा wolf या jackals जो भी कहो, वो तो मैंने zoo में कभी नहीं देखा वैसा वाला. Even the person who was driving, he also has his village home. तो वहां पे कभी 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 देख लेते हैं ये लोग ऐसे jackals jackals. पर उसने भी बोला हमने गांव में जो देखा है ये ऐसा वाला नहीं है, ये कुछ ज्यादा ही जंगली है. तो चलो फिर हम तो गाड़ी में आने लगे. वो भी और एक एडवेंचर है क्योंकि हम खो गए थे उस जंगल में. बारिश हो रहा था बहुत ज्यादा एंड पीपल वर रियली स्केयर्ड आफ्टर दिस इंसिडेंट. तो मतलब जहां भी जा रहे यहाँ पे CIS का कैंप है, चलो वहां से नहीं जा सकते इस तरफ, कुछ नहीं है कुछ नहीं है. फिर बीच में कहीं से एक मोटर बाइक आया, उसके पीछे पीछे हम गए थोड़ा बहुत. फिर तो वो दूसरे दिशा चले गए. हम भी फिर बहुत गोल गोल घूमे, सच्ची बताए, पूरा जंगल में अंधेरे में बारिश में. फिर फाइनली हम मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 15-20 मिनट्स बाद हमने नॉर्मल रोड का रास्ता दिखा हमको. बट फिर यहाँ पे फिर आता है. चलो एडवेंचर तो बहुत हुआ. यू वर सेइंग कि हमने ये कहानी आज स्पूकी नाइट में क्यों बोल रहे हैं. सो द थिंग वाज व्हेन आई केम बैक होम, लाइक वहां पे भी कोई किसी से मिला और किसी के घर रुके हुए थे. सो हम जब डिस्क्रिप्शन दिए कि हम ऐसे ऐसे जगह पे गए, दोस्त पीपल इवन व्हेन आई केम बैक, मेरे घर वाले जो वहां पे मतलब रह चुके हैं वो एरिया में, वो लोग दोनों लोग जो अभी वहां पे रहता है, वो भी मेरे घर वाले भी सबने एक ही चीज बोला. वो है कि वो जो एरिया जहाँ पे हम गए थे, वो एरिया में अभी भी आज भी मतलब बोलते वेस्ट बंगाल का सबसे बड़ा अगर बोला जाए गुंडा राज है. और बहुत सारे लोगों को मतलब वहां पे ऐसे ही लोग जाके वैनिश हो जाता है क्योंकि वो जो एरिया है, क्योंकि मैंने शुरू में ही बोला था ना, वहां पे यू कैन डायरेक्टली एक्सेस द पानी एंड देयर इज नो गार्ड देयर। बाकी पूरा तुम जाओगे माइथन में तो वहां पे गार्ड्स रहता है कुछ 100-150 मीटर बाद ही। तो अब वहां पे क्या करते हैं, जिसको भी मारते हैं जो भी करते हैं ये पीछे वाला जंगल में फेंक देते हैं। इतना गहरा जंगल है कि तुम घुसने का मतलब आपको करेज ही नहीं आएगा। नहीं तो वो उस साइड से पानी में फेंक देते हैं। एंड इवन नाउ व्हेन आई एम सेइंग दिस आई एम हैविंग गूज़बम्प्स, क्योंकि वहां पे इतने सारे जैकल्स एक साथ ऐसे हाउल किए। वो लोग क्यों पानी से ऐसे भाग के आ गए हमको नहीं पता। They are still a person that um but there was something. हाँ, तो मतलब हाँ हाँ, ऐसा कुछ है वहां पे। सो दैट प्लेस इज रियली रिस्की ऑल्सो। फिर हम जब आके सुने ऐसा, तो या इट वाज इट वाज स्केरी फॉर अस। मतलब अभी तक तो चलो एडवेंचर कर लिए, बहुत खुश थे हम, बट उसके बाद जब सुने देन वी वर रियली स्केर्ड कि चलो बच के आ गए। दैट
That
वाज अ स्टोरी ओनली।
that was indeed a scary story. Thank you very much, Anganadi. Thank you very much. So there it goes, guys. It's past 4, and this is the longest spectacular nights we have ever had.
Exactly, I was going to tell that only.
Yeah,
Last time it was three something, this time it's four.
right. So thank you very much. Thank you everyone for joining, and we will be wrapping up the session now. And those who probably wanted to share a few more stories, or wanted to hear a few more stories, join us, join Sahitrika, and I'm pretty sure that in one of the reading sessions we can definitely talk about ghosts, okay, and all the spooky
Me
things.
know, please.
Okay, then, thank you very much.
और हाँ,
Good.
एक
Yeah,
मिनट, आई एम
yeah,
सॉरी
Nidhi.
टू इंटरफेयर।
No.
राहुल का डॉगी का नाम क्या है? वो बेचारा बहुत साथ दिया हम लोगों का। कुपर, अच्छा। क्योंकि कभी कभी ना मैं स्क्रॉल करके उसका हरकतें देखने के लिए जा रही थी, पता है।
Me too.
एग्जैक्टली,
He was so cute.
ही वाज सो क्यूट। मैं कभी कभी बीच बीच में जा रही थी देखने।
I was like, seeing him sleep, and then he would wake up.
हाँ,
And
फिर घूम
he'll
के उठ के सो गया, कभी सामने आया। मैं बहुत देर से उसका अब उसका हरकतें नजर कर रही थी। मजा आ रहा था मुझे देखने में, इतना क्यूट है।
तो मुझे भी अपने पपी को अपने कैमरा के सामने रखना पड़ेगा।
कौन बोल रहा है ये?
he Shashant. Yeah, he
हाँ,
sees that
रखना
now.
जरूर, जरूर
Okay.
अरे
रखना।
सत्य की भैया,
Yeah, please go ahead.
आप जो आप बोल रहे हैं शॉर्ट फिल्म दिखाएंगे, उसका नाम बता सकते हैं आप?
I will share the name. Okay.
हेलो।
Hello. Can you hear me?
यस
हाँ
भैया, कैन यू?
उस शॉर्ट फिल्म का नाम है द स्माइलिंग मैन. ओके.
स्माइलिंग मैन,
या
ओके।
या 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 या
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for sharing such beautiful stories, for being patient, and for being understanding, and for of course playing along with us in
For
a con.
6 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's
ये
sleep now.
शायद पता है, किसी भी आईआईटी का जितने सारे सोसाइटीज है उसमें ऐसा इतना सारा लोग लेके इतना देर तक रैंडम जो चलता है, ये शायद ये साहित्यिका का स्पुक्टाकुलर नाइट ही होगा। मतलब अभी भी तुम खींच दो और भी लोग आ जाएंगे। मतलब
Yeah.
मैं तो आज सो गई थी, चलो तबीयत सही नहीं था इसलिए। मतलब सो के उठ के भी फिर लोग आ जाएंगे।
Absolutely. Nevertheless, okay.
हाँ मतलब पता है सातकी, नेक्स्ट ईयर से तुमको दो दो मतलब एक वीक में एक बार, फिर जो लोग मिस किए, जो लोगों को बोलना रह गया, वो सबके लिए और एक दिन तुमको करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, मैं भी वही सोच रहा था। I mean, there were many people who wanted to share the story and everything. Bhadra is asleep with
हम्म।
her hands raised, so maybe down the line, in one of the reading sessions, we can do a ghost story session. Okay?
हाँ, डू लेट मी नो।
Definitely, definitely, definitely. Yeah. Okay then,
Okay,
guys.
guys, it's morning
Yeah,
now, so I hope
गुड मॉर्निंग।
yeah. Thank you
let's
everyone
wrap
for
up
being
for
with us,
today.
and let's
Yeah.
wrap it up. Thank you, Shreya. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the whole Sahitika team. And yeah, okay. Let's wrap it up. Yeah.
Do sleep, people. Go sleep for a
Yeah.
little bit.
अभी कोई
Hi
सोएगा
guys, I
नहीं,
can't
सबने
sleep.
इतना
I'm on
जो
a train.
गप्पे
Uh,
सुने हैं, उसके बाद कोई नहीं सो सकता है।
Okay then. Good night.
This was so lucky. मेरे को आज रात भर जगना था और मेरे को आज ये मिल गया मेरे को बैठने के लिए।
हाँ
बस रात भर जग के मुझे अभी रात भर जगना था। मैं ट्रेन पे हूँ।
हाँ हाँ।
अभी मॉर्निंग में 5 बजे मुझे ट्रेन से उतरना था। मेरे को रात भर जगना था।
अच्छा।
तो मेरे को जगने के लिए यहाँ पे ये मिल गया कि ये सुन के सो नहीं पाऊंगा बोल के।
नहीं भाई, मुझे ट्रेन में बहुत मजा आता है, जैसे साइड सीट में बैठना है, दूर में देखना है। अभी ये किसी का कहानी सुन के हम लोग पता नहीं कब क्या दिख जाए, मैं तो मतलब पूरी ट्रेन नहीं सो पाऊँ। But the thing is, trains can sometimes be very